Then he walks in. Wow.
I ask your help in this effort, and I can assure you that every degree
I'm done with you.
I possess
I'm done.
will be devoted to the long-range interest of the United States and to the cause of freedom around the world. So now, I want
Took 2 years for her to go out and let you back because I left. You gotta cut out that other one too.
And we're just about 30.
Cut it off.
Panhandle now, closing out that state. In Illinois, most of Kansas will be closing, plus all polls in Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, and nearly all polls in the swing state of Michigan. Note, Maine awards 2 electoral votes based on statewide results and 1 vote to each of the 2 congressional districts. Polls also close in Mississippi and Missouri. Most polls will be closing in New Hampshire. All of New Jersey closes and large parts of North Dakota. Polls will also be closing in Oklahoma and in Pennsylvania. The swing state will be watching closely. Worth noting, in Cambria County, which is just east of Pittsburgh, voting hours were extended to 10 p.m. Eastern due to software malfunctions earlier in the day. Also in Rhode Island, South Dakota, and Tennessee will be seeing polls closing, as well as in Texas and Washington, D.C. Right now, you are looking at the map here, and that is a live feed from the Trump Watch Party. Their supporters are eagerly waiting for results. All eyes will be on Pennsylvania and Michigan, as well as the other battlegrounds. The Keystone State has 19 electoral votes up for grabs, by far the most out of the 7 swing states that we're watching tonight. And in Michigan, 15 electoral votes are at stake. These 2 states could seal the race for either Harris or Trump. Remember, both of them went to Trump in 2016, propelling him to the White House, then flipped for Biden in 2020. Right now, NTD does have a projection for you. And right now, the state of Delaware, the sitting president, President Biden's home state, is still too early to call. We're still watching for the votes to come in for those 3 electoral votes. And the District of Columbia largely skews Democrats, still too early to call, and keeping an eye on those 3 electoral votes.
It's just taking time.
And Kansas, polls closing in Kansas, still too early to call. 6 electoral votes up for grabs in Kansas. State of Michigan, all eyes on Michigan, as we were just saying. 15 electoral votes up for grabs, could go either way. 0% in. Polls closing there. We're keeping an eye closely on Michigan. And obviously the state of Pennsylvania, all eyes there. Some data starting to roll in. 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Only 3% of the vote in. Still too early to call. And New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, 2% of the vote in. 14 electoral votes up for grabs in New Jersey.
Jeez, again, New
And
Jersey.
Missouri still too close to call as well for 10 electoral votes. We're keeping an eye on Missouri. And Texas, it does look like we have a projected winner. And no, it's false alarm. Too early to call in Texas. Looks like former President Trump with only 8% of the vote is trailing
Who
right
usually
now
wins
to Vice
Texas?
President Harris. We'll be keeping an eye on this race as well as the Senate race in Texas.
She's
Senator
winning
Cruz
Texas
facing
right
a
now, and it's 40
formidable
votes.
Well, they shouldn't, the way the border is
And the
there,
state of
so
Illinois,
they got
19
illegals,
electoral
like
votes
hundreds
up
of
for grabs.
thousands of illegals
Still
there.
too early to call.
They're letting them vote in our election.
That's
The state of
surprising, and
Maine,
that's not
electoral
good.
votes, a bit more complicated than some of the other states. We'll be keeping a close eye on the state of Maine. Maine District 1, as
But
we
they
were
didn't
saying,
close the
1
poll, they're still
electoral vote up
calculating
for
votes.
grabs there. Still too early to call. And Maine's District 2, 1 electoral vote up for grabs. That one as well we'll be keeping an eye on. The state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes going to former President Trump. We are projecting former president to win Alabama.
Is he winning Michigan?
In the state of
I'm not sure.
Tennessee, 11 electoral votes going to former President Trump. The electoral map starting to fill in. As well as the state of Oklahoma, 7 more electoral votes to former President Trump. Mississippi, former President Trump projected to win the state of Mississippi. Polls closing there, 6 electoral votes. And the vice president taking the state of Connecticut, projected to win those 7 electoral
Texas is
votes.
blue right now, and so is Pennsylvania.
In the state of Maryland, Vice
She
President
went
Kamala
Pennsylvania.
Harris,
That's what they
10
did.
electoral votes projected to go to her as well. In the state of Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes going to the vice president, projected to win Massachusetts.
She's done nothing
State
for
of
this
Rhode
country
Island,
but
the
destroy
other
it.
Dumbest country in the
They
world.
she destroyed this country, and these bastards
And it looks
are.
like now
Oh,
former
he got
President
Florida.
Trump is
30 votes.
projected to
Great.
win the Sunshine State, Florida.
It's like,
30
but she
electoral
needs
votes
Pennsylvania.
going to
Or
the
Georgia,
Democratic
It's
His
like,
state. Could be a celebratory mood at that watch party in Florida for him taking his home state, as well as South Carolina projected to go to former President Trump. That's 9 more electoral votes.
Pennsylvania. They gotta come out.
And Rick
gotta
Scott,
come
Senator
out.
Rick Scott, we were keeping an eye on that race. He is projected
Yeah,
to win his Senate
Texas.
race
Huh?
in the
And
state of Florida
Texas.
with 83%
Well, I
of the
don't know
vote
who
in.
normally
Senator
wins
Rick
Texas.
Scott.
I'm pretty sure that's a Republican state.
It is?
Yeah.
So
And right
something's
now,
up
as you
with
can
that.
see, the map for the quest for 270 is starting to fill in. The race to 270, 95 for Trump, 35 to Harris. Still very early. A lot of
Like
data
in
we just saw coming in
2016,
from
he won
Florida.
Texas.
Former President Trump.
She hasn't won
projected
it,
to win.
Elijah.
Senator Rick Scott.
Well, it's
Talk
blue
to us
right
about
now.
Florida, Kevin.
Yeah, but
Is there
she
anything
hasn't
interesting
won
you're
it.
watching there? Any bellwethers?
Well, yes, there is, and
I'm
we
just
can
surprised.
zoom
And in
in right on
2020,
this
he won
on
Texas
Pinellas
too.
County right here. So this is a bellwether that's got it right in the presidential race on the national level every time since 1980, except one election. So you look at this, you see Trump is actually up with a sizable lead. Again, that's 93% of the votes in that county, up about 6 points. Because again, it's a bellwether, so it went with the national leader in 2020. It went with Biden, and that was a very close matchup. And then in 2016, Trump won the White House, and look, that bellwether was a good predictor there as well. So this is just one indication that the electoral winds may be going in Trump's favor. Just in that small little note about Pinellas County there in Florida, and when more bellwethers start coming in some of those other states, we can zoom in on those and maybe do an average and just try to find out who's got the bellwether advantage there. And then another thing that's interesting, we may have touched on this earlier in Florida, is that in the Miami-Dade area, this is definitely leaning heavily to Trump. And here, this is 84% of the votes in, so still a lot to count. But Trump is about 100,000 vote lead. But if you look back in 2020, Biden had about just under 100,000 votes lead, so it flipped. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton was able to get a lot more votes than that. So it seems to be shifting red from what we're seeing. Because again, this is only 84%.
Hey guys, make sure to
to
like and comment and share and subscribe. Want to know your thoughts on what's going on right now?
Kevin, show us just briefly, if you could, what Florida did statewide in 2016 and 2020.
Yeah, so
Have faith in God. You know, I'm surprised by Texas.
by about 3
You
points
she
in
done win
2020,
Texas.
and then in 2016.
I know, but it's
it was
blue
much
right
closer
now.
race, just
They
about
usually
40
always
corner.
win
So it seems
Texas.
like this state is just becoming a little bit more red as time
Well,
goes
maybe
on.
you have
If in fact
Beyonce there.
this roughly 10
They got all
point
black
lead that
people
former
in
President
the
Trump is
Yeah,
showing at
I'm glad
87%
Florida's
here
red now.
That's why she
continues,
went to
and you
Texas.
keep in mind, I mean,
I'm
this
glad
12,
Florida's
13
red because
point
that was
lead.
30
That's a
electoral
lot more than the
votes.
polls were
But
giving former
she
President
just
Trump.
hasn't
So
won
again, it could
Texas.
be the
What she's
result
leading
of
on Texas
maybe some
in?
more votes to be counted in some of these areas. But again, in Miami-Dade, you have about 84%. That's pretty similar
Let me
to
see,
the
it's gonna come
statewide,
up.
87. Or it could be an indication that some of the polls may have underestimated
Diaz
Trump
said
like they
lots
did
of
in those
liberals
critical
moved to
battlegrounds
Texas,
in the
that's why.
Northeast in 2016.
Yeah, they had to
primarily being
because
upset, and then 2020 when they underpulled Trump, and then it ended
Texas
up being
is
very competitive.
really surprising to me. I didn't know
Information
that.
coming
Thanks
out
for
of
saying
Tennessee's
that.
Data wall with Kevin Hogan. We will be checking in with you very shortly. In the meantime, we're going to toss it back to Tiffany, who's in the studio at the desk.
All right, thank you both. And now let's go to the DC studio with entities Melina Weisskopf with more on tonight's key races that could decide the balance of power. Melina, tell us what you're watching for in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Texas, and Florida.
Right, a lot of states
This
there.
is
but
so
what's
weird.
just
I'm
really
like
happening
excited
there,
and
just a
nervous at
couple
the
of
same
key ones
time.
here. Like Kevin just mentioned, there are some interesting things happening in Florida. First, let's start with an overview of how the balance of power is looking. We're going to start with the House. Republicans look to be up just by a little bit, 37, but we have to remember the big picture might come for the House later in the night when the polls close at 9 and 11 p.m. in New York and California, because those are where Republicans are vulnerable. So we might have to wait until then to get a clearer picture of how that balance of power is looking in the House. Even for a couple of hours there, you might see Republicans.
She said a lot of Californians moved to Texas.
But Democrats could certainly catch
Wow,
those two blue
that
states.
is a wow.
As
The
for
win
the Senate,
Texas and the
we
win
for the Senate, notably West
that's
Virginia,
probably why they had
Florida.
Beyonce there.
West Virginia,
Yeah.
we knew
We
this
just
would be
gotta have faith
Republican,
in God,
but
you
it's
know.
important because remember, this is only one of the seats that
Oh, now
Republicans
Texas is
would
turned
need to
red.
flip from Democrat
It's
to
turned red
Republican
now.
if
So,
they're going
hey,
for
like you
majority
said,
in the Senate. It looks like they're
might
Yeah.
still pull through in Texas.
Just give it a chance. Those people dealing with
Interesting is
a
how
lot in
Florida and
Texas
mentioned
with
it
the
a little bit
migrants.
later.
Isn't that where
But
Ron
let's talk a little
DeSantis
bit for
is?
Ohio
Yeah, and
for,
they have Governor
we have
Abbott.
results
He's
for
a hell of a
Ohio
governor
and
there.
for,
So we gotta pray for Trump. We gotta pray
So
for
we're gonna
us,
go
the
to Ohio a
nation.
little bit. So the Democrats
Because
could be leading a little bit.
this
0%
stuff
of the
is
vote.
like, you got a lot of people making bad decisions.
Ohio, we're gonna
And
go
it's
back to
amazing that
50
people can
state
go
counties
through what
and
we've been
then
going
other
through
states.
and
This
still
is the
fight
House
to
around
be in
here,
this
if he's able
this
to
type
hold
of
on to his
climate.
seat. This is
Yeah.
a toss-up race.
They want
And then
more.
They want more of this.
Something interesting was happening in Florida.
Yep, praying for Trump.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
But I want to talk about the Miami-Dade area because something interesting is happening here when we look at historical data.
Take it back.
Of course, Rick Scott is up. We've called this race. 86% of the vote is in for the state, but in Miami-Dade
As far as it
specifically,
could go.
83% of the vote is in for this county. When you look at the historical data going back to 2018, Democrats won this by about 20% of the vote. So this is a flip in Miami-Dade County. It's looking like, unless that that percent of votes changes, you know, the Democrat being on top, but we've already called this race. So, you know, this is an interesting seat to watch. And then you zoom out, we're going to go over to Texas. There's some data coming in from Texas. Remember, this is also another state that Democrats were eyeing to flip in order to offset those potential losses in other states. So we're going to watch the data here. There are some Democrat-controlled counties in the bottom that we're going to be looking to see if Colin already is able to hold on to his slight lead over Ted Cruz. Only 16% of the vote is in for Texas. There's also some House races we're watching, but not enough data is to really go into any of them. Some in Pennsylvania, some in Ohio, but not enough data there. Just very small.
Can we unplug the
data
charger?
points that we're looking at. So when you come back to us, we'll have more on those
I
House
think
races
you're
as well
trying
as
to
Texas
destroy the
senators. Back to you.
channel. Actually.
All right, Melina, thanks for that, and we'll be
You know, I
returning to
think
you.
I
throughout
actually
the night.
just fixed
Bringing
it.
back in the studio here, we have former ambassador to Denmark, Carla Sands.
All right,
political
guys.
strategist and attorney
Glad you're here.
Political strategist and
Really
attorney
excited.
for Ability, and of course, Epic
Well,
Times
there,
investigative
but also
reporter John
nervous.
Philip, who's also the host
I
of
think Trump's
Trump
gonna
Post. Good to have you all
pull
here with
this
us
victory
again.
though, this
John,
win.
I want to start with you. You know, we've been seeing a lot of, say, election lawsuits ahead of election day. We might be seeing more tonight, but in terms of Pennsylvania, very critical state tonight, 19 electoral votes at stake here. What are some of the cases you're looking at in Pennsylvania that maybe could impact tonight's results?
Well, the cases that you have to look for are allegations that votes were counted when they shouldn't have been, i.e. votes that were not received timely, were not received by the end of the day for mail-in ballots that were not handed in properly for early voting. You also could expect challenges to the way that votes are tabulated, whether people are in the room who are entitled to be or should be in the room when votes are being counted. What we saw in Pennsylvania last election was it took multiple days to have the votes
Oh, we're not
counted,
doing
in part
multiple
because
days.
they took breaks. Now they go straight through, and that is a significant change and makes it more likely that we won't have challenges, legal challenges on the counting. But it's also an issue in Philadelphia, for example, if people were not able to vote or people claimed that they were effectively disenfranchised because of threats or because of bombs or because of other things, that might affect in some ways whether or not a lawsuit gets filed. But ultimately, unless we're talking about a significant enough number of votes that are at issue, it probably won't matter.
And Dante, you also know Pennsylvania very well. We've talked about this several times. Moving away a little bit from litigation, of course you can comment on that, but what counties are you looking at tonight specifically that could be potential bellwethers for some early answers, so we're not waiting for this litigation to tell us who won in the days to
Absolutely.
come?
There's some bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. You talk about, you're looking at Scranton, you talk about Erie. The issue though in Pennsylvania that I think we need to look at is the topics that are important to these voters. And what I'm hearing from my sources, The early indicators, abortion is a very, very high issue with
That's
these girls.
all they heard.
God.
That's all she's heard on the radio. That's what the black people
To
heard.
them.
Yeah, of course it's a black guy saying this.
Pennsylvania is going to be important, but that secondary issue seems to be abortion. I don't know if that favors.
That's all they heard on the radio. Black radios, abortion.
That's what they heard 24/7 on the radio.
Is a key issue, especially in Pennsylvania, when you talk about those rural women, right? Those middle-aged women who have families, who have daughters, that they want to protect and make sure that they're going to have the same rights that they were afforded. I was talking to a voter today who said that it was just surprising that it could be where she has less rights than her mother, right? And you're in a position where,
Because they have boys in the girls' sports, is that why?
well, no, because the right to their body.
He like, no.
Of course.
Any Pennsylvania woman's rights away.
Well, if the president doesn't expand, that's.
Listen to him.
So it's a 5% issue, but double digits are inflation, the economy, and then
She's
the
putting
war.
him in
But if
check.
you're in a close state like Pennsylvania, that secondary issue.
No,
I think
it's not a
changes it.
secondary
It is
issue.
a secondary issue.
The first issue is inflation, economy. The
Absolutely.
second issue is the border.
No,
You
so I
have
think
to look at,
in
you have,
Pennsylvania,
if you
we're
look at
not.
polling, that's the two top issues.
Well, we talk about before the election polling, and now we're talking about
I'm
the
talking about
polls
now, I
from now.
live there, yeah.
Right, but no, I'm talking about the polls from today, the exit polling, where people are saying that abortion is coming in as a number 2 issue for a lot.
He
of
was saying the
voters.
number one. Now he's saying it's the
Yes,
number
the
2
border is
issue.
important. People wanna
Didn't he
be
say that was the
protected.
main
People in
issue
Pennsylvania.
in
It's
Pennsylvania
impacted by
was
the
abortion?
abortions that are coming in, but families are saying this may impact the lives of my daughter, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want to live in a country where rights are being taken away, and I think that's going to impact the
So
selection.
in Pennsylvania, abortion is legal up to the 24th month. There's no European nation that allows abortion up to the 24th month. It's 12 weeks or 16 weeks max. Where I served in Denmark, it was 12 weeks max. And it's a states' rights issue. So these women have been fed a bill of goods. It's not going to change in Pennsylvania unless the voters decide.
But you can't sit here and say that this issue hasn't changed the rights.
That's
for
all
women.
they heard
You
on
can't sit
all
here and
black
say that.
media. It's abortion, abortion, abortion. Not inflation, not economy. This is the tactic. And the black pastors.
Ohio had it on the ballot, and they said we want no limits.
That's
So
all right.
voters
God
are
got
deciding
this.
State by state. It was always a states' rights issue. The Supreme Court should never have been ruling on this issue.
But they did, so you can't say it was always a states' right issue because.
But it was.
It wasn't until
Constitutionally,
former President
it
Trump
belongs
came
to the
in
states.
and promised that he would get rid of it, and he did, and it's having an impact one way or the other.
I mean, I do think both of you are right. We are getting some exit polling information here, and 31% are saying their top issues. The economy, 14% are saying abortion. In terms of Pennsylvania, we're still waiting for the numbers to come out tonight, of course. But in terms of early voting, we did see a large number of new voters that were turning out. And among those, about a third of those newly registered voters were Democratic women, saying that they're, Democratic women as newly registered voters. It does seem like that is a pretty big issue, to Dante's point. Carla, when it comes to a state that is as close as Pennsylvania has been in the polls and is quite consequential tonight, many are saying it could just, the whole race to 270 could be made or broken in that state. How do you see something like this where maybe what you just laid out is what is the truth, but you are seeing a lot of women do raise that argument that if Trump returns to the White House, they are seeing a future that looks like the Handmaid's Tale.
So that's a very sad story, but it, I think, is a consequence of the legacy media lying to women. If the legacy media was actually covering the news like they did when I was a kid, meaning in a fairly non-partisan way, telling the truth, talking about the real jobs reports, not suppressing that President Trump was assassination attempt, for instance, this would be a very different race. Pennsylvania is largely blue collar. It's an energy and agriculture state. Agriculture is $81 billion a year, #1 industry. Energy is close behind it. And so that makes it a very kind of MAGA type state. But the fact is the legacy media lies to the people and
Yes,
says
they
things
did.
like Trump's going to do this or that, which we had 4 years under Trump. There was no.
It's okay that you have.
And as
I
far
want
as the
to.
states, every state has a right to conduct their elections.
Yeah,
the
they
way
lied
that
to
state
the
is
people,
under the law.
and I'm
So
just
it's
praying to
never
God
gonna
we
be
do not go
a
under
federal
with these fools.
election rule, so to
Jesus.
speak. Every state gets to do their
I
elections
mean,
conduct them the
they
way
are
want to.
destroying
Also,
this
that the
nation,
voters in these states choose
and
to
they
use
listen.
paper
These
ballots,
these
same-day
Democrats is
voting,
all about
showing their base, so
power,
we really do get
and they were
secure
willing to
elections, the
destroy
way
this
many,
country to
most
get it.
countries around the world have them.
I see Dante wanting to, jump in right here, but do hold that thought. We will go back to you right now, though. We
God
have
got
to
it. I
go
need
to
to.
Huntington Place in downtown
No, you
Detroit,
don't.
Michigan, where absentee ballots are being counted in that key battleground state tonight.
Because I
Entity's
don't
Chris
want to
Fox
hear
is there
this.
live to bring us up to speed.
Oh,
Chris,
why?
what is the atmosphere like in place compared to what we saw there in, say, 2020?
Oh, so
Well, it
Chevy.
is quite peaceful here in Huntington Place. If
Chevy
you remember
just
back in
joined. He said he's
2020,
at work.
this was the TCF Center. This was the site of that. You remember there were glass windows and there was cardboard on them, and people were chanting outside, "Stop the count." This is where it happened. We're in another area here, a much larger area. You can see behind me. It goes on. It's massive, and people behind me are counting the ballots. I was very interested in how security has changed this year as opposed to
They had
the
$1
last
billion
election
that they
when
put
things kind of
on
went awry. And I
changes.
spoke
People
to the
see
deputy
the
police chief
border,
about
they see the
increase in
immigrants, they
measures
see
here.
the
Let's take a
killings,
look.
they
We'll play
see
back to that.
everything that's going on. They see what this administration has done. And just for people to have voted for that bastard is just unbelievable.
Here at Huntington Place,
It literally is unbelievable. It shouldn't even be close.
And
It shouldn't be even close. I mean, the only people that benefited from this administration are illegal migrants. That's it. That's it. And Ukraine and Gaza, all the wars. It's just nothing done for American citizens, and they're voting for their own demise. It shouldn't even be close. Shouldn't be close. Nobody even picked this woman, this clown, to run. Putin's going to crush her ass if she wins. We're going to have World War III, no doubt, because they can take over America now. If that happens, they can take over this country. She doesn't know how to govern. She doesn't know how to make deals. She doesn't know about economy. She doesn't know how to bring us out of this economy. And these fools ran to the polls to vote for someone that caused this destruction. It has to be the devil. They cause it destruction. I mean, I'm dumbfounded by this.
What should we be watching for, say, in winning
And they
times,
tried to kill him.
trends,
They're gonna try to.
that might impact the results?
So,
And they're allowing illegals to vote.
Demographically diverse. So it's kind of a perfect slice of America. You have auto workers. You have a diverse immigrant community. There are people concerned about getting jobs.
Philadelphia is just
So
dumbass
it's a
black
very, very
people.
diverse area.
Black people gonna be dumb forever.
40.8% early voting and absentee voting. That's what was received prior. That's what's being part of what's being counted today. So the Arab American vote is something to watch out for here. So Wayne County has the highest Arab American and North African population density in the entire United States, the highest volume according to the census. So if you remember back in primary season, Joe Biden did not receive over 100,000 votes that went to uncommitted. Many of those votes were over discontent about the war in Gaza. We're going to see tonight, and maybe a little bit further into the couple days, we don't know if that vote is going to come out for Donald Trump. Back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks for that. And as you mentioned, a lot to look out for there. Now coming up, more results with entities Kevin Hogan at the Dead Wall. A lot to go over there. And now you're looking at live feeds of the Trump headquarters watch party down there in Florida. Mood should be quite high after he did just win that state. And over here, you're seeing the the inside of Harris's watch party there in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. So we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
These dumbass, black ass women are the most destructive bitches on earth.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth. Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and what are you doing?
It's an ad. Yeah, guys, but
Why
It's-
didn't you cut the TV
because it's
off?
an advertisement model, it might be copyrighted.
You could cut the TV.
But yeah, guys, really, really excited about
Oh, he
this.
needs to stop tomorrow.
But I'm a little bit nervous because, you know, seeing how people are, you know, from my personal life, it's been really like just I've been dumbfounded by how people have been. You know, it's like, did you went to school? But
You cut the TV off. Don't thank God.
Wow. We're just gonna have to take a moment just to pray for this nation. Just like people say, pray for the nation. Because what's going on is just so unbelievable that we are just that we're actually experiencing this. I don't know. It just seems so different. I've never been so involved or was really concerned about election as much as I am now, because it's always been whomever win, you know, you'll have another election in 4 years, but this election is so different.
The migrants, they can magically find money.
It's so
For the
different.
wars, they can.
So I don't think that we're gonna come out of this the same way that we have in the past, because it's a lot of people that really are trying
where we
to
have
control
a
this
live
election.
feed of the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. A lot of campaign surrogates and supporters there gathering, and we also have a live look-in right now as well in Washington, D.C. to the Vice President's watch party, where you can see
She got a black choir. This woman is playing black to the hill. I don't even know if I can keep watching. I mean, she's playing black to the hill. She got a freaking black choir. This Indian woman has manipulated black people, the most gullible simpleton. This woman has mocked God. Didn't want to talk about Jesus wasn't welcome at her rally, and she's sitting up there and they singing with this demon.
Pennsylvania. Talk to us where Pennsylvania sits.
Yes, that's exactly right. So we're looking at 8% of the votes in. Still very early. We have a Harris lead. She's up by quite a bit, 250,000 votes. Part of that reason could be because what you're seeing here is the Philadelphia suburbs and Philadelphia itself starting to get filled in. So we're seeing more votes coming out of this area than we see this deep red Trump country, for example. So again, we're going to have to just track the state and watch it, because every vote's going to matter here. Now, I'll just point out a couple things, because we can look at a bellwether, and that's Northampton County. So this is a state bellwether. This doesn't necessarily predict who might win the race on a national scale, but it might predict who wins Pennsylvania, which could translate into a win for the candidate overall. But we have 17% of the votes in Northampton County, and you're seeing Harris with a sizable lead. She's up about 25% or so. So I was just out in Northampton County, out in Bethlehem and so forth, talking to some officials there and voters, and this is, again, a really good mix of independents, Republicans, Democrats. It's about even, and they really, really like to talk about politics, the ones that I talk to. They're very concerned about candidate character, about policy. So this Northampton going to Harris, that's a pretty good sign early on. Again, we're only at 17% of the votes in that county. I'm just shifting you up to northeast Pennsylvania right here. We're going to look at another bellwether. This is Erie County. Again, there's just a handful of votes, couple hundred in, but Harris is up a little bit. Could be an indication that she's getting a little bit of those electoral wins in her favor, but we'll just have to wait until that comes in more. Erie County, it's got those blue-collar roots in there. It's a little bit whiter and a little bit more of an older population than, say, the rest of the state or the rest of the country. So as the night goes on, that may give us more of an indication of how those voters are faring and how those voters are treating these candidates in the ballot box.
Still lots of votes to come in, yet to come in the state of Pennsylvania. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Thank you, Kevin. We'll be back with you shortly. In the meantime, we're going to throw it back to the desk to Tiffany.
All right, thank you both. And now to Christina Corona in the swing state of Arizona. Not much longer now before the polls close there, Christina. What is the atmosphere like at the polling station where you are?
Good evening. That's right. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona at a polling station in the downtown area where several residents are still lining up and ready to cast their ballot. Now, with the latest update, according to Uplift Campaign, over 2.5 million ballots have been returned statewide, with Maricopa County returning 1 million alone. The Republicans are still leading with over 1 million ballots, where the Democrats have returned around 800,000.
For when the results will be released.
Well, the first wave of results will come in around 8 p.m. Well, the first wave of results will come in around 8 p.m. Mountain Time. So, in about an hour and a half from now, I spoke. Sorry. The first wave of results will come in around 8 p.m., which will include up to 55% of the total vote. However, Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richard announced that it will take at least 10 to 14 days to finalize the results here in Arizona. I spoke with one voter who told me which policies are most important to him.
My hope is in that moment about immigration, about the support of Ukraine, and about the liberty of woman. You know, every woman, every person has the right to decide for her. You know, but the life is important. Everything is important. Moment.
Democrat.
Now the polls close at 7 p.m. in about 30 minutes. However,
They vote for a tampon Tim.
You will still be allowed
These
to
two
vote.
people could
Reporting
win
from
this
downtown
election.
Phoenix,
They vote for tampon Tim too.
All right, Christina,
That's why they
thanks for
kept on
those
quiet,
updates.
so
Now
people
let's go
forget that he's
over
running
to
before our
NBC
guests.
Lands with Dave Martin over at the Data Hub.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yes, we are here at the Data Hub with Dave Martin, where we're going to discuss some of the first batches of exit polls on a national level that may provide some insights, Dave, into some of the gender gap that we've been hearing about.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's actually start with that one right here on a national level. Now, these red numbers here, these are the Trump leads. The blue numbers here, these are the leads by Kamala Harris. Nationwide, Trump with a 9-point lead among men, while Kamala Harris a 12-point lead among females. Not a huge surprise there. But let's look at race here. Again, these are national numbers. Not a huge surprise here. Trump a 12-point lead over Harris among white voters, while Harris a 75-point lead among black voters. A huge surprise there. But this Latino number, an 8-point advantage for Kamala Harris among Latino voters nationwide, a little bit lower than it has been in previous years. Now let's take a look at some more national numbers here. Religion, Trump a 24-point lead and a 14-point lead among Catholics and then Protestants and Christians. Look at this one. Kamala Harris a 56-point lead.
They brought the immigrants in to replace us.
Jewish.
And we're voting
here,
to have the immigrants replace us.
A 1-point lead.
Yeah.
That's what we just done. Black people are so
Trump,
proud.
a 2-point
We
lead among
voted
50 to
for our
100,000.
demise.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris a 7-point lead.
I just wish it was somewhere to
making
go.
in the
I
six-figure
do.
range. And finally, let's take a look at age groups here. Again, this is your national numbers. The youngest voters, ages 18 to
Trump
29,
tried.
a 13-point lead. This is a big surprise here. There's this one, a 7-point lead for Kamala Harris among ages 30 to 44. Trump is 6-point advantage here among ages 45 to 64. But this is a bit of a surprise to me. Kamala Harris a 1-point lead here among those aged 65 and older. Again, these are preliminary numbers for national numbers.
Fascinating, Dave. One of the numbers, the stats that you just threw out there from the exit polls was that 55% advantage among Jewish folks, because there's huge Jewish voters we all know in Pennsylvania. So if that
And we're
translates
voting
to
for our
the
own
range, to see
demise.
how Pennsylvania
And the way we're
plays out.
doing this, the way it sits,
Talk to us,
they're
Dave,
not
about
trying to see like
the
this.
voters out there.
Yeah, let's look at some of those the switch voters here. National numbers here. In 2020, among those who voted for Joe Biden, we've got a 5%. 5% of those have switched over to Donald Trump here in 2024. Meanwhile, for Harris, 4% she's taken of the Trump voters from 2020. So
They have all these
slight advantage
celebrities, all
there
these
for
people.
Donald Trump. Now, if we go into
It's just like,
Pennsylvania,
it's like
obviously
black
a very
people,
crucial swing
we are
state
so
there.
freaking
One
gullible.
thing
They haven't done
Mexico
nothing
here.
for us.
College
And these
grants is not a
dumb
big
ass
factor.
black
Even with
women
Jews, again,
don't
you can
understand
read
they're
quotes
voting for
Kamala
their
Harris.
own demise
While
of
Trump
our
with 14
culture. That
elite,
they brought the
elite
immigrants in to
non-college,
replace black people.
degrees.
All the
If you look at
jobs are
some other
going
interesting ones
to
here, this is
the
very simple.
immigrants. Black
Union
job
House
numbers are
first reads
down,
that
and
in
they're not
Pennsylvania,
getting it.
Kamala
Trump
Harris,
gets the briefing.
56%
He
of
see
those
how
votes
our job
started
levels
to
have plummeted.
43%.
And
Look
we
at
are
numbers.
slow,
Do you
we
know
late to the
exactly
party.
in
By the time
Pennsylvania,
that people
55%
find out
said
what's
yes,
happening, it's going to
37%
be too
opposed.
late.
But if you look at
It's
them,
gonna be too
how
late. Then
those
they're gonna be
votes,
crying that
those
they don't
opposed,
have nowhere to live. More
81%
people gonna be living out in the
voted for
street.
Kamala
More
Harris.
crime. More.
Drill bit,
We have a whole
Trump,
different country now,
70%
and people don't
voted
understand. This is
favor.
not the same
So some very
United
similar
States of
there,
America.
right
It
there in
has changed.
Pennsylvania.
This is not the
Fascinating
same
data
country it
coming in
was
as polls
4
continue to
years
close and
ago.
votes continue to
It
come in.
has changed.
Obviously,
What we
April
have
polls,
living in this
showing
country is
some
going
awful
to come
snapshots
back to
in time.
bite
We'll have
us,
to
and
see
we
what
don't
the real
understand
polls show,
that.
at
We're
the end of the
voting.
evening.
We're so
Meantime, let's toss it to our
out of the like the rest of the world. They just waiting. They're just
And
waiting
Steve, thank you for that.
to
We will
come
get to
in
Arlene
and
just a
take
minute, but
over.
right now, let's look at the race to 270, the electoral map here right behind me.
It,
As you see,
you
more
know,
colors are filling in
it shouldn't
right
be
now. Right now,
close. Just for it
70%
to
more
be
are for
close, it
Donald
doesn't
Trump,
make
the
any sense.
Republican candidate.
I mean, what else did what they had to
For
kick, put
Kamala
their foot
Harris,
literally up
we see
somebody's
liberal
ass for them
Democrat
to
Democratic
understand
May
that
fill out yellow on the
we're
ballot
hurting
from
ourselves?
now to early to the call right now. So we'll be seeing those colors filling in throughout the night. Again, the magic number tonight is 270. That's the number of electoral votes you need.
He's
to
put
win
his
the White
life
House,
on the
which is
line
what
for this
tonight is on.
country, and
Right now,
people
Trump
still
at 101.
don't get it.
They don't get it.
52.
But people
Obviously,
like when he said talking about employment, Latino or black or union, they don't need to pay a freaking union person $40 an hour when you can hire an immigrant. Those union jobs are going to be gone. They're going to be gone. You got 20 million of those unions, y'all might as well just kiss it goodbye. And they talking about black unemployment. People don't understand black unemployment is at an all-time, like right now, people are unemployed. People are doing that. The only people getting hired right now are the immigrants. That's what they're not understanding. They lied about the job market, saying it was 818,000 jobs that they lied about. Last month or whatever, it was only 12,000 jobs added to the job market. People don't understand. When he says he's looking at the records, he can see that our job levels are way down.
Are about mail-in ballots. Now, Republicans are concerned about voter fraud, so they're asking for more restrictions on these rules. But Democrats are also filing lawsuits, and what they're doing is they're challenging the rules that reject mail-in ballots. Now,
You know, all this lying and corruption. I've never seen an election filled with 2 assassination attempts, wars, like administration has literally in your face destroyed this country, and people are still so brainwashed. It's just unimaginable that people's eyes are so closed to what these people have done to our country.
They're notified and they're able to correct it and have their ballot count.
And Arlene, wasn't there another ruling recently that expanded this?
There was more recently.
And it got immigrants voting. Nobody's stopping the immigrants from voting. It's like the judges are corrupt. Everyone's corrupt.
Some of this going on across some of the counties during this early voting, and also this evening, from what I'm hearing, is that they're asking people to fill out a paper ballot because the lines are so long.
Look at this.
And rather than wait in the long lines, they're offering to have them fill out a provisional ballot. But the only problem with that or concern that people might have is that if you don't fill that out properly, if you're missing a date or if you don't have your signature on it, it won't count. So
Look at that.
this is something that they're offering.
Look at what they're
People are
doing.
concerned about it.
I had a
Those provisional
problem
ballots are the
voting
last ones
today,
to be
too.
counted.
Definitely a lot to watch for here, especially with those 19 electoral votes on the line. Arlene, thank you.
Yeah, I had a time voting today. I vote in every election, not just a general election. And voting today, I ran into the same
in
problem.
Washington, D.C. now for an update on the balance of power. What's the latest?
Hi, Steve. So I told you when you came back from DC, we had the House races, and that's what we're going to do right now. Let's start with an overview of what the ballots are.
What's
Looks
it do
like
from
we see
all the way over
Democrats
here?
have about 25 less than Republicans, but we know we're going to get a better picture of this.
Like I'm seeing our flash. Like I'm supposed to.
Two races where Republicans have to hold their seat.
Gotta
Now
look
we're
down
looking at
when you
Ohio's
walk.
13th district.
No,
This
that
is
was
a key
the
toss-up
core.
because this is one seat that's currently held by a Democrat, Amelia Sykes. She's running for re-election. Republicans have eyed this as a seat to flip to offset some potential losses that they could see on the coastlines of New York and California. So this is what we're watching. 37% of the vote is in. We have to wait, of course, until that number gets to 100 before we know how this race is going. Over in Pennsylvania, there are 3 that we're watching there in the 10th district, as well as the 8th and the 7th district. The 10th district is held by Republican Scott Perry right now. Would be an interesting race to watch because if Democrats are able to flip this seat, this is what they've been hoping for. They've campaigned strongly in Pennsylvania's 10th district. Luis, you mentioned this earlier in the night. It's definitely one to watch. 15% of the votes are in. Democrat looks up. We have to wait for more results to come in. The 8th district is held by a longtime Democrat Congressman Matt Cartwright. He tried to tread a moderate line here, especially in
out, and people want to have to decide to buy or sell. They take the mark. That's where we're at. It really seems like end times.
7%. Democrat looks to be leading, but we have to wait to see what comes out of this race.
Yeah, and Steve, if we want to look at the Senate balance of power, very interesting things. Obviously, it's early in the night, so the data's still coming through. But if we look at how the Senate balance of power is shaping up, we're seeing that Texas is on the side of Republicans, leaning red. Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent, is holding the line with more than 42,000 votes ahead of Congressman Colin Allred, Democratic contender, with only 50% of the votes. If we look at the Democrats,
The Senate is close.
as of right now, with very little votes counted, we have Elisa Stockton, Democratic Congresswoman, vying in for the empty seat left open by Debbie Stabenow, leading over Mike Rogers, former congressman. And we go to Pennsylvania, battleground state for the race to the White House for the Senate. We see Senator Bob Casey,
This is an election. You gotta calm down there.
name recognition, leading.
Bob Casey is killing David Corman.
Votes, 9% of the votes counted.
I know who David
And
Corman
Ohio,
is.
another very interesting bellwether for the presidential. We're going to see that ticket splitting is a thing this election cycle. Right now, with only 5% of the votes, we have Sherrod Brown.
They got the AFL-CIO, you got all the unions, you got the APW, all these unions campaigning there.
So, going back to
They have boots on the ground. You saw those signs? It was boots on the ground in Pennsylvania.
Texas on the blue side, but as more and more votes and more data comes in, you get a better and clearer picture. We're waiting in the next 30 minutes or so for Wisconsin, another battleground state for the Senate, and also the race to the White House.
Right, and key races in New York, the polls are going to close there at 9 p.m. So come back to us soon. We'll have more for you about those races.
Fascinating stuff coming out of DC. We'll be checking in with our team there as the night goes on. And next, joining us online is Geraldo Rivera, correspondent at large with News Nation. Geraldo, great to have you on the program.
Thank you. Delighted.
Well, love to get your thoughts there, Geraldo. Is there any early results that are standing out to you? What is your general feeling? You're a veteran in this political analysis.
I am cautiously pessimistic in that I believe that Donald Trump is now the odds-on favorite to win the election tonight. Just that's based on early projections and analysis. And of course, it's not baked in stone yet. We'll see as the evening progresses. But what it shows is what a divided nation we are. How there are still some north-south divisions that are century or more old, ethnic divisions, racial, obviously ideological. Trump is the biggest issue by far for former President Trump. He has more than 9 lives, as they say. He's survived everything from impeachment, multiple impeachment, to assassins attempting to take his life, to multiple court cases, and he's a convicted felon in some of them. To see him survive, see him plug along and possibly take the battleground state of Georgia, the battleground state of North Carolina. If he takes those two, then Pennsylvania is the only hope of Vice President Kamala Harris. If she can prevail in the Keystone State, as we call the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, then she's got a chance. But it's going to be a very, very difficult road for her to hoe. She has very slim margin. She can't drop the ball at all. I personally was wishful because I endorsed Kamala Harris. I was hoping that the Puerto Rican community and the other Latino communities here, that's the largest minority in the United States, that they would rally to Kamala Harris's side. I don't know that that is happening. I haven't seen all of the results from Pennsylvania and elsewhere, but my bottom line is that this is a very, very close race with Trump now edging or inching ahead. It's still could go either way, but I, as I said, cautiously pessimistic because I believe with reservations that Trump is going to win this thing.
Although we don't want to put the cart before the horse, obviously still a ton of votes to come in, to be counted. Anything can still happen. But if indeed your instinct is right, this is obviously a very polarizing time for our country. There's going to be a lot of emotions either way. Do you think that the country can come together and heal?
Well, I'm old enough to remember the 60s, the 1960s, when you had the civil rights movement colliding with the anti-war movement. I was arrested a couple of times as a student activist in Washington, D.C. There was tremendous divisions in the country, class and age, region, and we survived that. So I think that the United States is much more resilient maybe than our critics give the country credit for. We've survived real calamities and catastrophes and the Civil War and 9/11 and so forth. We usually, get through it, and the most alarmist of the commentators tend to be wrong. History proves them wrong. But I am very serious about this. Is a very pivotal election, and I think there's going to be a lot of very psyched people, very happy, and there's going to be a lot of very unhappy people. I hope that we can iron out these differences. I would like to see whoever loses make a concession speech and be very gracious about it and accept the results, unlike last election cycle. I would like to,
Oh,
I
shut
hope
up,
that they would go back. The strongest asset the United States has.
Yeah,
is
of course,
the
had to put that in
succession
there.
of governments. One party wins, the other party loses. They go off and they nurse their wounds, then they come back and run again.
No, he's talking about, I hope they accept the results, unlike the last election.
Kind of
They
noble,
stole it from him. Of course, have to put that in there.
United States that we have known historically until
They
very
stole the
recently.
election from him,
When
without a
we
doubt.
had this
I
very
would
sour
wholeheartedly believe that
experience in the election of 2020 where the loser refused to
Look,
give up.
he's still talking about
maybe
it.
Trump has done it again. Maybe he's defied the critics and survived yet
Didn't
another
he leave
crisis.
peacefully? He left. They act like he wasn't president before. He never left before.
Despite the way
This
he
is
refused
such
to
brainwashing of the American
You know,
people.
if that's what the majority of the American people want, then that's fine. I just hope that whichever way it goes, and that's my headline.
Get this
whichever
guy
way it
off the
goes,
screen.
The winner can claim victory, and the loser will graciously concede defeat. If that goes on.
Y'all know y'all done set this election up. He talking like y'all know all that dumb stuff y'all got going on.
Everybody's cool. We go on, nurse our wounds, maybe mutter a bit that, oh my God, had this happen to us. Lick our wounds and go on.
Okay, you said enough. You don't repeat yourself.
Yeah.
Brother Rivera, correspondent at large with News Nation. Really appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Obama was a terrible president for his own race.
Right, and we do have some more NTD projections for you all. First up is the state of Arkansas. 6 electoral votes at stake here. Donald Trump is the projected winner. That is with 13% of the votes in. Again, this is the race to the magic number of 270. New Jersey. NTD is projecting Kamala Harris the winner there.
Kamala got New Jersey.
Over to the Democratic side. This is with 31% of the votes in.
Well, we
And
voted
the state
for
of
Trump.
Delaware also going to Kamala Harris. She is the projected winner. NTD is projecting her 3 electoral votes there. That is with 45% of the votes in. And of course, the state of Illinois, again, also going to Kamala Harris, to the Democratic ticket. This is
So
19
Chicago,
electoral
Illinois,
votes
all
at
that
stake
bullshit
in
they
that
going
state. That's
for.
with 12% of the votes in. Georgia, too early to call still. 16 electoral votes on the line there in the Peach State. A lot of attention will be on the state tonight. That is with 62% of the votes in. We'll see if we can project that later for you. Florida, 30%
Trump's winning
and
Florida,
it seems like
Mom.
right now it is still too close to call. It does look like Trump is leading in the state. That's with 92% of the votes in there. That's the state of Florida. And New Hampshire, too early to call still. 28% of the votes in. 4 electoral votes at stake here in the state of New Hampshire. Potential bellwether there. Let's move on to some governor races or gubernatorial races. The state of Delaware, the projected winner is the Democrat
future
mayor. That's with 44%
of
of
this
the votes
country.
in.
And if you live
And
here, the
another
future
governor race,
is
Indiana, the
on the
projected winner is
line.
going to the Republican side. Mike
They don't
Brown,
care. I mean, a lot of people
52%
don't
of the votes
care,
in
you
that
know.
state. And
but
Vermont, the projected winner, also going to the Republican Party.
I care about it.
7% of the votes in to win for the Republicans there. And West Virginia, the projected winner, another win for the Republican Party. Patrick Morrisey, 40% of the votes in there for that state, West Virginia. And let's bring it back to the map. There you have it, the electoral vote map, the race to 270, that magic number of 270 right now. Trump leading with 101 electoral votes. Kamala Harris moving her numbers up now to 71. Still several states there. The yellow means it's too early to call still. So those numbers will be coming in and those colors will be filling in on the map as it goes to either party throughout the night. Of course, still basically half of the country, we're still waiting for those numbers to come in. So we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. And Florida has actually been called now. Florida voters are rejecting the abortion rights amendment and are keeping in place Governor Ron DeSantis, a 6-week ban there. And let's go. They're saying Florida
Trump won Florida.
The winner there is, and he's predicting Donald Trump is winning all 3 electoral votes there. That's with 92% of the votes in. So that is the state, the Sunshine State of Florida. So let's bring it back now in studio to our guests, Ambassador Carlos Sands, Dante Mills, Gerard Felitti, and Joshua Phillip.
Call the black
Earlier
guys
when
back.
Geraldo was speaking and saying about Trump seems to have 9 lives. He's been surviving a lot of things here. You know, on that note, we heard some chuckles in the room here on
Trump
that
has
back, but it could be
God
surprising.
watching
You saw a lot
over
of
him.
people after January 6th saying, oh, Trump can't recover from this. We've seen all these different lawsuits thrown at him. You know, he's now called a convicted felon, all these different things. What do you think about Trump, Carla, that he could come back from that? Why are voters still rallying behind him?
Well, because the truth and the facts are on his side. For instance, before January 6th event, he actually asked for 10,000 National Guardsmen to be called out because he says it's going to be a big crowd. In fact, he said it was probably his biggest ever. He asked for 10,000. Nancy Pelosi and our DOD rejected his request and did not fulfill it. So I do not hold him accountable for what happened. He asked for his supporters to peacefully and patriotically protest. That's the correct and constitutional way to do it. But there's also sort of the lawfare and weaponization of government that has occurred against Donald Trump, where they tried to put him in prison for over 700 years, never happened before to a former president. They tried to, and that's by targeting him. They raided his home in a pre-dawn raid, went through his personal effects, never happened to a former president before. That had to be okayed by Harris and Biden. They tried to take away his companies, bankrupt him. The amount of weaponization of government we haven't even seen 10% of that against any former president in the history of our country. So we are in unprecedented times. The American people reject this weaponization of government. They want the constitutional rights for every American, including former presidents. The fact that they've tried to prevent him from having attorneys work for him. They're literally, the attorneys on the left are saying, we're going to take out any attorney that works for President Trump or Republicans. If they're going to do that and not allow representation, how far has our country fallen and how the voters, I believe today, are rejecting this?
And Dante, you're an attorney. I'll let you weigh in.
As an attorney, I have to stand up for our justice system. President Biden, I have to approve anything on, and
Of course,
no
to go
attorney,
into a former president, don't
no, he
I
doesn't.
promise
No
you
attorney
to, and
cannot,
okayed it, he had to okay it.
no attorney can stop another attorney from representing someone. That's just not true. It can't happen.
But speaking of that,
But I will say this.
state bars associations.
If they do illegal activity or rules against professional conduct. That's the key component that you seem to be missing. President Trump was convicted of a felony because he committed a felony.
This
Because a
black
jury got the
guy.
case.
That was a civil.
It's always black person like this. He sounds zesty, bro.
And they convicted him of
He's not black, bro.
33 of them. Yes, they did. We can't just change the fact that happened. Whether you say he should have been charged or not is different than whether or not an independent jury evaluated the facts and decided that he was guilty. Now, I think to answer your original question, how can former President Trump come back from that? Because he's phenomenal at controlling the narrative. That's why he's president. He's very good at what he does.
He has almost no media, so I don't know how you say.
Just like Dante
the
finishes
narrative.
up.
But if you make it taboo, which he did, he controlled the narrative to the point where he made it taboo for Vice President Harris or anybody else to talk about the fact that he was convicted of a crime. That's phenomenal for him to be able to do that.
Oh, this guy.
And you should be able to talk about it because he was found guilty by a criminal.
Just shut up, you bald headed.
He was found guilty by a criminal.
Black Caillou looking,
Like it's not true.
mega mind having ass.
Then you're wrong. That's why he's able to survive because he's phenomenal at controlling the narrative. But we saw it, right? It was on TV. It happened. Everybody witnessed this.
But you said it's funny, huh?
The discussion hasn't even gotten to the fact that Floridians have voted against the abortion act there yet. So that will be, I'm sure, a contentious topic to discuss. In the meantime, let's quickly go over to Anthony's
Ball zesty. Yeah.
In Georgia, gets 63% statewide. Trump has a lead of about 5 points, but again, a lot of votes to be counted. But for example, let's just zoom in, like you're saying, on the Georgia metro area,
Trump's win in Georgia right now.
Because again, it was a close race last time. So let's see how she's doing comparison to Biden. So right here, Harris has about 40, let's see, that would be about 53 points. And back in 2020, that's about 46 points. So doing a little bit better in Fulton County, as you can see there. And then we're actually, the numbers are very close. But look at this, just in DeKalb County alone. So Harris is up, let's see, that'd be 62 points. Whereas back in 2020, that's about a 66.68. So again, not quite seeing exactly the support that she needs to get out of these very densely populated areas of Atlanta Metro. And again, you go to Gwinnett County right here in 2024, we're just going to zoom up back into what we're talking about. We're looking at only about 16% of the vote in. So that's, it's a 22-point spread. And then, that's way more than Biden was able to get 18 points. But again, it's still very early in the night. So when you look back on the state level here, we're going to go back to 2024 and the live results that we're seeing. Again, we can go back to some of these more rural counties to kind of catch wind of exactly what's happening with those rural voters and voters of color. For example, Twiggs County has 99% of the votes in. Trump showed about a 15-point spread, and Biden had, Trump was up by Biden by.
They
about
be
5
hanging out with
points.
Roland
So
Martin.
That's a 5-point or 6-point advantage that he's gaining there. So that could be a good sign. But again, this state is very close. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it. And back to you at the desk.
All right, thanks, Kevin. A lot more coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us. And now you're looking at a live shot of the Trump headquarters. That's the outside.
Okay, you want to say something?
Headquarters, if we can bring that up on screen.
I hope
University, but on the
everybody
left
went
or
out there
right, depending on how you're looking
and
at it.
used their
That is the
brain
inside look
when
at
they
the
were
Trump
voting
campaign
voting
headquarters,
today.
And there we have it on screen.
Hope everybody
Inside look at
watching
the Harris
this
campaign headquarters.
used their brain when they were voting
A lot of
and
energy
voted
on
for
both right
Donald
now.
J.
Still
Trump
early in the night, so we'll have a lot more
to
for
get us
you
out this mess that we're in
more
right now
information
from the
comes in.
person saying they're going to
Especially
fix the
for
mess that they
from 9
caused.
p.m. Eastern, but 11 states will be closing, so we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Well, we're kind of like really at a dismay. Like everything that's been going on, like it's just unbelievable when you see how close the race really is. This woman has done nothing but destroy this nation, and you don't even hear a peep out of Tampon Tim. I don't think that it should be close. I don't think that it should be something that's like nail biting at this point. That is, I mean, the two different parties, there's a clear distinction between the Republicans and the Democrats.
That's great, Celeste. Someone said for black people, what do we even get out of this to care? I voted. It doesn't even count.
Look, if you don't think it count, watch this countdown. Those are votes. Each vote represents a person. So when you don't vote, that matters. You know, the person that you don't want to win is the person that get elected because of you not exercising your right to vote. So when the outcome happens, then there's nothing you really could say because you were a part of the problem.
He's saying why you think Trump's gonna save us as black people.
It's not about saving us, it's about the state of the nation. These people, this is not like any other election. If they didn't do such a horrible job, then it would be like any other election. But they have destroyed this country when they open up those borders. That impacted this country in a negative way. We literally, can you imagine that we have 13,000 convicted murderers that are running around our country now? We have over 15,000 convicted rapists, and these people are whole, cold, hard-blooded, criminals like we've never seen before. These people, we have terrorists here. We have all sorts of people that are here now. And the inflation, look at the inflation now. She was the deciding vote, the economy, gas, food. We could go on and on. They have really done so much.
You could talk about him lowering gas prices in grocery store, market costs, and him protecting the border. But just look at what he's done to HBCUs, predominantly black colleges, and him getting black people out of jail who was there for minor crimes. But this is all stuff you could look up personally in your own spare time.
And then the thing about it, we have people voting in our elections that aren't even citizens of the United States of America. They're deciding who our president is going to become. We don't even realize, or Americans don't realize, that they're living better than we are. They're living better than our military, our vets, our homeless Americans. We're doing everything for them and nothing for us. That's where I draw a line in the sand.
Like when we saw the illegal immigrants that were attacking the police officers and saw them like blowing kisses to the camera and giving
And
the
flipping them
off.
off.
They were fresh clothing, fresh sneakers, swagged out, and I'm like, people can't afford it nowadays because the economy. People are freaking homeless on the street who've been Americans their whole lives. It's just crazy.
And it's using our money. Like, so when Americans needed help, when we had these two
Life
hurricanes.
is so strange. Your life didn't show up in my subscriptions. I think YouTube is suppressing people supporting Trump. God bless you guys fighting for the good fight.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. But it is, it's amazing. Well, a lot of the social media is like that. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
For supporting the channel. Read what they said.
The media is lying. We have to stop listening to the media. There are more blacks voting than ever before.
And the black men are showing up. She's gotten less black vote than ever before. So we're just praying that we show up. That we have to understand that this is different than any other election. It's been so much harm done to us that that we really have to. We should have taken a stand, but we have so many black people that are still lost.
Trump just
in the sauce, and they still don't understand the impact, which seems impossible, that this administration has done to the American people. And one thing I do like is that we're standing all together as American citizens.
This is the biggest election of our lifetime. Yeah,
it really is.
Elon's not going to get YouTube from Google. I really doubt that. But Google is like one of the biggest companies ever.
we're dealing with a whole lot. A lot is going on. And we gotta like be that praying nation. But we're gonna get back to the election, like what's going on, because this is like crazy.
Potentially that blue dot as well over there. So we'll be keeping an eye on Nebraska there for you. New York going to Kamala Harris, flipping blue there. 15% of the votes in, 28 electoral votes in the Big Apple there.
And you would be surprised the way they're tearing up that city. People vote against their best interests. That's how it is. That's how it is. They will fight you to be slaughtered.
That Trump was having there. Again, all of that yellow you're seeing on the map means it is still too early to call, so we'll be seeing more colors coming in. So to break down what all of this means tonight and what counties we should be looking at, let's head on over now to Kevin Hogan at the data wall here. Kevin, a lot of votes just come in. Talk to us about Georgia. 16 electoral votes on the line. Seems it's too early to call still. The Peach State, very important tonight. What are you looking at?
Yes, that's exactly right. So we're looking at Georgia's metro area. This is Atlanta, Fulton County, and DeKalb County. These numbers are changing as we go, so even if I write something, they may change right underneath it. But, for example, former President Trump is doing better in both of these counties. 3 points in Fulton County, most populated in the state, and 2 points in DeKalb County. So we'll just zoom in on that for just 1 second. You have 60% of the votes in, so that 2-point increase in his margin, again, it's a blue area, but if he's able to cut in those margins, it could make a big difference. So again, you have to count all these votes because we don't know exactly which precincts they're counting and how they may lean, if they're a little bit more blue or less blue. But so Fulton County, again, 3-point advantage to Trump. So that's a little bit of a good sign for him there. Again, a lot of votes still to be counted. I'm just going to shift over right now to Southeast Georgia. And this is where Harris made her campaign stop in that bus tour. This is Chatham
I think with
County.
StreamYard is not sending, like you say, and get the notification of us going back and forth.
So I haven't even computed that because it might be a little bit misleading. So we're going to look at this whole county group as one district that has a very purpley swing to it, and it's very, very high battleground. If you just look, for example, Effingham County, former President Trump is down about a point, so Harris is making a little bit of ground in Trump country a little bit, and also then you go down to Bryan County, I just wrote that up here. Trump's doing 3 points better than his performance against Biden in 2020. So again, that's looking good. And then here, this county went to, this is Liberty County, went to Biden and Hillary Clinton, and now Harris is carrying it, but again, those margins are just 3 points less or 5 points less than what she needs to be at on par in 2020. Because you remember, this was a very close race. So if we just zoom in on a couple of those key areas, we can kind of get an idea of where this race is heading.
All right, Kevin, thanks for that breakdown. We will be returning to you throughout the night. Steve, back to you on the desk.
Thanks, Tiffany. And now let's go to NTD's Melina Weiskup and Luis Martinez, who give us some updates on the House and the Senate.
Yes, let's look at how the House is looking so far with the latest information from the Data Hub. So with the latest information, we can see that out of the 435 seats, Republicans are holding on to 72, Democrats to 40. Now let's look at that map. There's some key battleground and key bellwether races that I want to talk to you about. The first one is in North Carolina, the 1st district. This is a seat that is being defended by Democrats. Dawn Davis is defending that seat against Lori Buckout. 1st District of North Carolina hasn't elected a Republican congressman since 1883. The district was redistricted during the past 2 years, and there's a large population in the 1st District of North Carolina. So very interesting to see that with 52% of the vote, Democrats are holding the line. So that means that the get out the vote operation might be working. Again, only 52%, so this might change. 2 other very interesting races, Melina, in the state of Virginia.
Yes. Virginia, there are 2 races here that we're watching, 2 toss-ups. One is Virginia's 7th district, the other is the 2nd district, one held by a Democrat, the other by a Republican. This is a Democrat-controlled district. There's no incumbent here. The Democrat, Abigail Spanberger, is now running for governor. It looks like the Democrats were able to hold on to this race, so it's looking good for them. There's like 71% of the vote in. But moving on to the 2nd district, this is a Republican-held district by Jen Higgins. But this one is important because this is also a race that Republicans were able to take from Democrats, Luis, back in 2022. So this is a race where Democrats think they have a chance of taking back this seat. But 32% of the votes are in. Jen Higgins is on top, but we have to wait, of course, for that number to reach 100.
Yeah, the data keeps on coming in. Let's look at what the state of New York is looking at right now with the latest polls. So if we
Yeah.
go to the 17th district of New York, we go Mike Lawler, a very important toss-up race in the 17th district. He is with only 2%, obviously very early on, besting the Democratic candidate. The latest polls had Mike Lawler as of yesterday ahead of Democrats, but that's one of those 4 seats in New York, Melina, that Republicans managed to flip back in 2022, and Democrats are trying to reclaim in order to get to that majority.
Right.
Now let's look at some of the Senate races. If we go to the state of Pennsylvania, battleground state for the presidency, battleground state for the Senate, we can see that Senator Bob Casey, the incumbent, son of a former governor, huge name recognition, besting Dave McCormick, only 18% of the votes, so we still got a long ways to go. We go to the state of Ohio. Very interesting here. Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, is defending that seat with 20% of the vote. He's behind Bernie Moreno, Trump-endorsed Republican candidate. So this is one of those seats that Republicans could flip and have a cushion in that path.
Well, they didn't really show it, but Trump has 135 electoral votes and Kamala has 99.
Just like Pennsylvania, one that would cushion that bare bones majority.
For some reason, they didn't show it like fully on the screen, but
there's only 2% of the
you can see it at the bottom right there.
Because we have to wait for those results to come in. Let's see how Ted Cruz is doing in Texas over there. 57% of the vote in. Last time we checked, this margin was quite slim, but Ted Cruz has sort of carved his way out here. So it's looking good for Republicans, but again, only 57% of the vote is in for Texas, so we have to keep an eye on it.
And just to wrap up here, we go to the Senate balance of power. Let's remember Republicans so far with the latest data holding on to 46 seats, Democrats 35. Key number right here, 51 to majority. Back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Melina and Louise.
You didn't even get a notification.
Back in studio here with us at the desk, Democratic candidate Denny Salas, former U.S. ambassador to Denmark, Carlos Sands, Doug Collins, former congressman from Georgia, and Robin Byro, former Obama regional campaign director and former Georgia congressional candidate. Thank you all so much for being here again. Doug, I want to start with you. Earlier we heard from Geraldo saying he's optimistic, pessimistic actually, about tonight's results. He thinks Trump is going to win given these early numbers coming in. What are you looking at right now? How does the night look so far?
What a shame for Geraldo's prediction, his endorsement as well. That was tough on him. I'm sorry. Look, I think right now we're seeing the movement in Trump's favor. It's slowly but surely. We're seeing it build in areas across the state. Let me predict, and I know y'all didn't pick out some of these counties. I'm going to pick some out in Georgia to talk about. Baldwin County, which actually CBS News went down on their Sunday morning show, did a big production about how this is a changing county in Georgia. Yep, it's changing. It flipped from Democrat to Republican. Trump won the county. Liberty County, down in that Savannah area, that Chatham County area. We also saw I think it was about a +4 or +5 move there. And Liberty County was a 6-point decrease for Democrats in that county right outside of Savannah. So what we're seeing
Trump
is
just won Ohio.
Increasing numbers for Republicans in the Republican and either holding on or maybe increasing a little bit. They did increase a little bit in Fulton, they did increase a little bit in Gwinnett, but it's not enough to offset what we're seeing. So I think we're just seeing that across the board. It goes back, I think what we're seeing in these counties is those economic issues, those immigration issues are coming forefront. And as always, and again, I'm waiting for the election. I've been waiting for 45 years now. These new voters that are going to overwhelm the system, they don't show up. They do come out. We get about 10 to 15% every year, both Republicans and Democrats, but that's a natural cycle. We still need to encourage and make sure that they sign up and vote, but we've got to also figure out why they're not voting to start with, and I think that's a bigger issue.
On that last note, why they're not voting, Robin, what are you seeing in your own state? You know Georgia very well. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so it was interesting. Georgia exit polling has already been out, and it shows that 7% of the voters that voted had never done so before, which sounds impressive until you realize the fact that 46.3% of registered voters in Georgia did not vote in 2020, and that is astonishing. That's the largest universe of voters out there. So both campaigns have been really trying to tap into that universe of voters, and you've seen them both courting them and having rally after rally after rally in Georgia, especially everybody's so that they stand for Georgia. A lot has been invested, but I'm really not seeing it paying off right now for Harris tonight.
And before we get to the rest of the table, we do have another NTD projection we're going to be bringing all of you. So let's go to that right now. And again, we're projecting here. So the state of Ohio, NGB is projecting it is going to Donald Trump, a win
Let's
for
go.
the Republicans, 17 electoral votes there. Of course, that is where J.D. Vance, his running
One
mate,
step
is
closer.
from. Senator J.D. Vance there. That is
Or let me
with
say one
22%
state
of the
closer.
votes in. So again, this is a win for the Republican Party, and this is a race to 270, that magic number we're looking for tonight. So that is our projection right there. Let's bring it back in studio here. Denny, I want to let you jump in here.
Wow.
Seeing more numbers coming in. Of course, New York just went to Kamala Harris, probably not a surprise there.
She has
That would have been quite that would be the story of tonight. But what are you?
Trump said he was going to win after Madison.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know. He did say
Wow,
that.
guys,
we
Trump
saw
has
the
175 electoral votes right now, and Kamala has 99.
What are you seeing here now?
Look, in New York State, I think you have a couple of the battleground congressional districts where you have Mike Lawler in the Hudson Valley against Mondale Jones. I think Lawler's going to win. And then there's no reporting yet, but I'm really interested to see the Larry Gillen Desposito seat in Long Island in the fourth. We don't have any numbers yet on that, but to a larger point, I think a lot of us on this desk right now are in agreement that Georgia is likely going to go to Trump. I think we all pretty much in agreement to that. But one of the things I remember texting.
They're saying Georgia is likely to go to Trump.
Late last week, I said, look, I think either Georgia or North Carolina is going to go to Harris. I don't think she gets both. If you look at the numbers right now in North Carolina, right now she's outperforming. I believe that gubernatorial candidate for the Republican, Mark Robinson, is being a drag on Trump and to the rest of the Republicans. So right now she's overperforming a lot of the bigger counties that go typically towards Democrats. And Trump is either holding even or underperforming a number of the Republican counties. Granted, it's still early, so we're not seeing all the numbers yet. But right now, if I was a Harris campaign, I would be very optimistic about North Carolina.
Wow. And before we get to Ambassador, I'll let you speak as well. We do have another NTD projection, so let's bring that up on screen here for you. The state of Texas going, it doesn't look like a surprise there. The projected winner is Donald Trump.
Let's go.
40 electoral votes.
Got Texas.
54% of the votes.
40
in
votes.
Texas.
Let's go. Electoral votes to Donald J. Trump.
And let's bring it back in studio. So, Ambassador, let you comment on Texas and anything else you're watching for tonight.
Well, we all love Texas, right? It was a tough race, I think, for Ted Cruz. I mean, he really had to fight on this one.
Chuck Schumer poured a lot of money behind all that.
He did. He dumped a lot of money on him, and I'm not sure that Ted got a lot of support from our side. But when we look at Pennsylvania, Bucks County is a really important county in Pennsylvania. It was majority Democrat, and people like Scott Pressler and America First Works have worked to flip Bucks County to Republican.
Guys, I was really like kind
Pennsylvania
of like looking at it, okay now, because Texas was turning, it was blue, like just a little bit blue.
Hundreds of thousands behind
in the
in
electoral
2020.
map
So
they were
the
showing.
work of turning
But then I
point
saw it
action,
went to
Charlie
light
Kirkpatrick,
red. I'm
and
like,
every
okay,
activist here from
come on,
the
like with
ground,
Ron
the ballot
DeSantis
campaign
and what's
with-
going on in
with
Texas,
Maloney.
that would have been crazy
These
if that
people
state went
are
blue.
determined to fight for every
But
vote
back to the
and
show.
to get these young voters out, to get them registered to vote. So we can see like Centre County where Penn State is,
Okay.
it's a big college state. A lot of
The
activists
Senate,
went
the
there
Republicans
to
are about
help
to win the
educate
majority,
the
which is a
students,
few more
because usually they
electoral
only hear one side
votes.
of the
They need
political
51, they have
story.
46
And
right
so
now.
we had really a great success in Centre County. I think it's a county to watch.
Because
And
guys,
as
they
brought up,
need the
Senator
Senate
Ted
too.
Cruz in
Trump,
Texas,
we need
we're
him
still
to
waiting
win
see if he has one,
the
is
presidency, but we
retaining his
also
Senate seat
need the
there.
Republicans
But given
to
that
to
Donald
win
Trump
the
is
Senate.
projected as the winner there,
I'm
Doug, I want to get
surprised
you to
that
weigh in here. You know,
Pennsylvania
we're
or
talking about the balance
Philadelphia,
of power tonight. It's not just the
will let
presidential
Harris
race, not
win.
stake in the Senate,
Yeah.
and also the House.
Knowing that
Do you
she's a
think we'll
liar,
see
she's
that
not into
split
fracking,
voting
she's
in
not.
Texas?
I
Could
mean,
Senator Ted Cruz
it's
actually
just
lose? Or
amazing.
given
They're
that
brainwashed
Donald Trump is
there.
projected to
It's
win,
stupid.
is it
I told you
likely
the
that
media is
he's
heavily, and
going
they
to
poured,
I think it's
they
very
poured,
likely
poured probably
that
$50 million in
probably
Philadelphia
the
just
2%
to
now
brainwash
is,
everyone. So
you would see that him lose the seat. It's just simply the momentum there. There is some different issues. The presidential race, and you're going to see this tonight. in looking at it. And I encourage the listeners and the viewers tonight to look. You got Montana,
Exactly.
Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania,
Life of
Michigan,
Script said,
Wisconsin,
yeah, if Trump
all those
doesn't
Senate
win,
races are packed.
if Republicans don't win the Senate, it would be a battle to get anything done if he wins the
That's why you had to
election.
vote straight ballot.
Yeah.
You know, that's because you could elect a president, but his hands is tied if the other party holds the House and the Senate, so.
Like in Pennsylvania, I think Trump's gonna win Pennsylvania, but there is a possibility that Casey holds that seat. It's just, those are state level races. They're different. And sometimes
Casey
you
been
can
there
see
for like
once
16
an
years. They
out-of-state
love
race
Bob
for the
Casey.
most
That's
part,
why
they
McCormick,
could be in
that's like an uphill battle for him to, you know,
I like McCormick,
unseat.
too.
Yeah, for him to try to, but Bob Casey's the incumbent and it's hard to
Almost like
unseat.
Trump, he was an
Yeah,
incumbent.
yeah, that's why he know that something was up. But it's very hard, but he's well liked in Pennsylvania, Bob Casey. But he started talking, his commercials were turned that he support Trump. Bob Casey, he started, yeah, his commercials started, you know, he started totally pulling away from the Democratic Party and his commercials started supporting Trump. So,
actually has some surprising house races.
see, yeah, all his commercials start supporting Trump.
Miller Meeks out there is a very close race.
He changed, he saw he was losing, he started changing his tune.
And as the table has been bringing up Pennsylvania, very important tonight. Speaking of that, let's go to our own reporter, Jack Bradley, who is at the tabulation center in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. You know, Pennsylvania, one of the most watched races of the night. Jack, what do initial results tell us so far now that votes are coming in?
Good evening, Tiff. Well, yeah, the initial results are coming in. We're seeing over 800,000 for Harris and over 600,000 for Trump. Harris is currently in the lead at 58%. Trump with 41%, and only 21% of the votes are in right now. Behind me here is the tabulation center in Philadelphia, the one and only, and they are counting ballots here. You know, the polls closed at 8 o'clock here, but not in two counties in Pennsylvania. Of course, in Cambria County, they are staying open until 10 p.m. because the voting machines there,
Of course.
say that they had some problems.
Of course.
I don't know how New York could go through all that with these illegal immigrants and still vote for Kamala.
It's not the city, it's the state. To New York is a large state, so it's not in their backyard yet.
Yeah.
So they're not going through what the New York City is going through.
Right here from the tabulation center.
That's a great point.
All right, and what is the general sentiment among the voters that you have talked to so far in Philadelphia?
Well, actually, it was quite a mixed bag here. In front of the polling stations we were at, we talked to several voters, both Republican, Democrat. Obviously, the Republicans' big issues are the economy and illegal immigration. The Democrats' big issues are preserving democracy and as well as
they're destroying democracy.
So let's take a look at what some of them told me earlier. Take a look.
Oh Lord, are we
it's
done?
the most important issue to me because I just feel that women should be able to
Look at this God.
pick and choose what they feel they want to do and what they need to do. I definitely think it will be.
Did you have abortion? Do you need abortion? For birth, do you need abortion?
So I think, but to win the presidential election, so I think that would definitely be a good step in a different direction for the U.S. Actually.
These people talk like everybody's had an abortion or need an abortion.
That's a rare thing.
Yeah, they act like the majority of women need an abortion.
Foreign presence also. I'm paying a hell of a lot more for food than I ever did before. Gas. And I think if you look at on the world stage, there's a lot of conflicts going on that may have been avoided.
I mean, it's just everything. I mean, women's rights, but it's the tenor of the country. It's becoming very frightening. It's too much division, and I want someone that hopefully will put us back together. I mean, there's always been division in this country, but today it's scary, quite frankly. I think what's at stake is really democracy. If you have a
dictator,
more or less.
Democrats, old Democrats.
It's just it surprises me that even you know that culture.
Yeah.
That culture is really. I can see black people because they so gullible, but
Senate race between
Okay,
Bob
they might
Casey
have.
and his
Oh,
Republican
it's
challenger, James
okay.
McCormick. So we'll provide you updates later in the night on that. Back to you.
All right, Jack, for us in Pennsylvania, thank you for those updates. And as you can see, I'm here again with Roman Balmakov, reporter with the Epic Times. Now, Roman, of course, tonight the focus is on that race to the White House, that magic 270 number that they do need. But it's not just, the presidential candidates and also the balance of power, the Senate and congressional candidates on the ballot. There's also ballot initiatives. There's over 100 of them in the states. Obviously, we're not going to be going through all of them right now. Give us a sense of maybe some of the biggest ballot initiatives you're watching.
Yeah, that's exactly the correct way to put it. There's alongside all the positions people are voting for, there's the ballot initiative. All those different questions on the ballot at the end. Do you want to do this? Yes or no? Do you want this to be added to the law? Yes or no? So those are interesting, of course, locally to the local people living there. Whether they have to put their garbage into a bin or not. That's the kind of the ballot initiative that really matters on a local level. But actually, surprisingly, a lot of these ballot initiatives do matter even on a national level. Let me explain to you why. We just head on over to the next slide, the first slide. So this right here is the crime-related ballot initiatives across several states. We have California, Colorado, and I really want to highlight Arizona because Arizona is the perfect case study state of why things matter locally, but also
Yeah, they do always use a black person to make a fool out of themselves.
which requires life imprisonment for people who are convicted of child sex trafficking. So very serious and very, you can say, coded red. Now, of course, I'm sure everybody is anti-child sex trafficking, obviously. But I think just nationally, it's coded more towards a Republican position.
Trump.
Position. Same thing with Proposition 314, which gives state police in Arizona the right to actually arrest people entering illegally into the state.
Oh,
legal migrants.
They go
And
David.
it also allows, that same proposition allows judges to deport people, right? So it's kind of like usurping power from the federal down to the state. And again, that's coded right? So you would imagine in Arizona, if let's say you had a Trump
Sound like a movie
who didn't sit
villain.
out the election, a potential Trump voter, but he didn't sit out the election, he didn't really care. But child sex trafficking is his number one issue. That would have driven him to the polls, and since he's there voting,
Sounds like Darth Vader.
He might go, okay, well, I'm in here anyway. Why don't I vote for Trump? That's why it matters on a national level because these ballot initiatives, they have a pull effect. They pull people in who are sort of ideologically aligned. And typically, if you poll, let's say, all the people who came in specifically for this proposition, they would go either for Trump or Harris, 60-40, something like that. In fact, if you go to the next slide, you get sort of a repeat in terms of Arizona. We just headed over to the next slide here. So I'm basically Arizona. There we go. So these are
He is a movie villain.
related ballot initiatives. And Arizona appears here again. Proposition 138, which permits employers to pay tipped employees, like waitresses and waiters, 25% less, right? So obviously, if you're a waiter, you were going to sit out the election. Oh, no. You're not going to be sitting out that election in Arizona. You're going to go and you're going to vote. And then the question becomes, are restaurant workers more or less likely to vote for Kamala or Trump? That becomes the question. So it would be an interesting analysis post-election to figure out, which way actually these ballot initiatives push, the race one way or the other. And then one other thing I really want to highlight and I really want to mention is that ballot initiatives have a unique property where foreign actors can actually fund ballot initiatives. So foreign actors, like the Chinese Communist Party, for instance, they can't fund a presidential nominee. They can't do that. But they can, hypothetically, fund a ballot initiative that will draw in more people that they know will draw in one party versus the other. And in that sense, sway the election. I just say sway the election. And we were actually doing a post-election analysis, looking at the money trail for a lot of these ballot initiatives. Look out for that that'll come after the election. But check back in with me later in the evening, and I'll actually be able to give you an update on all these different ballot initiatives, whether they're passing, and pretty much whether they're passing or not. Yeah, so come back to me.
So I'd say very important part of this race at the end there because you see a lot of foreign money in terms of lobbying on Capitol Hill or K Street, as they like to say it. So it's not just about what's happening in the States, but also the rest of the world is really watching tonight and who's going to be in power and how that could impact their own home country. And
That's why I said people focus on red and blue, Republican and Democrat. But the world is watching this because what happens here in the United States affects the world.
Trump and Harris watch parties tonight as they're also watching the results coming in. They're
and
with properties in
Independence Mall
Florida and the Harris
in
County
Philadelphia. That's where I
in
hold my
Virginia,
rallies at.
Washington, D.C. Those are live feeds that you're seeing right now. We'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
They put it on us now. It's gonna be commercial.
Wow, this is like a lot that's going on that we are just like really surprised about how this is going. They're ready to celebrating in Independence Mall. So you know Obama's gonna be there. All of them are there, like they were there for Hillary when she lost to Trump. So it's fitting that they're there once again in Philadelphia and Independence Mall. They poured a lot of money into that city trying to convince Black people to vote for Kamala with commercials, pastors, church leaders, Black church leaders trying to manipulate their congregation into voting for someone who has mocked God. So they're gonna have to answer to God as well. So yeah, they're there.
Yep, pray like your life depends on it.
Yeah, so we just like lift this up in the name of Jesus. God is in control. However it turns out, it's the will of God.
Yeah,
You know,
Jesus is
so
still king. However it
he's
turns
sitting
out.
on the throne.
Yeah.
So however it turns out, you know, being in Christ, you know, we put our focus on God, but we're in for some rougher times. And that's what people they're thinking that this administration, if you keep these people in office, people really think that it would get better. You know, it's going to get worse. You have people who do not know how to govern, don't know what they're doing. Look what they have already done to this country. So we're in for a tailspin, a whirlwind, or whatever you want to call it, that it's just going to get worse. Because wait until all inside of this country, wait till they have their opportunity to act up and cut up and all of the other things they're going to do. They're organizing. They right now, the laws and stuff they have, it protects the terrorists. It's protecting gang leaders. It's protecting these people. They're raping 5-year-old little girls. They killing children and raping them and murdering mothers with 5 kids. They doing all kinds of stuff, and they're not being held accountable because of these sanctuary cities.
So I
So
said, I feel like it's the people versus the administration. Well, I would say Trump doesn't fit into the typical politician category. He's not like you could say like a typical Republican. He doesn't he isn't that. So I wouldn't say that he's a part of the administration. You know, I think didn't he say something like
what?
Then he say like I'm not. He said something.
He's not a politician. He
Yeah,
didn't come
exactly.
in
That's what
there.
I'm trying
He
to
just
say.
got involved in politics when he first ran for president
Yeah.
10 years ago. So he's not, he never been in government until he became president.
Yeah.
So he never considered himself a politician. He just saw the state of the country. And the only reason why he ran right now, because he was like, if they were doing a better job, I wouldn't even have to run. If he said he wished to God that it was better, but these people are like, you know, taking away. They talking about democracy and take away rights. Why do you think Elon Musk is involved? He feels as though we're going to lose freedom of speech. You know, he's fighting hard. He believes that it's going to be the end of a lot of things for us. So this man is fighting tooth and nail because he sees that these people, the machine, they're no joke. They're running this country, and this power struggle is real. You know, you lie and convince the American people, then okay. You know, and then even when people are being harmed, they still aren't seeing the results of what's happening. This woman has talked, as though she wasn't the sitting vice president, the little campaigning that she's done, like talking about change. We need a change from them.
You mean we are a republic, not re? You're telling someone to go read school books?
You know, but when people are lost, and it's just that when they learn a hard way, I don't want to be affected by their bad decisions. Everybody aren't capable of making good decisions. People make the life-changing decisions, and there's no going back. You know, we don't win this election, if Trump doesn't come out as a victory, the United States would never be the same. Because the things that are going to jump off is going to be like we've never seen it before. So,
All right,
you know, so anyway, we're going to go back to some of these results. You gotta stop
We're
with these
also
nails.
projecting former President Trump to take Nebraska's District 3, one electoral vote coming out of District 3 in Nebraska with 16% of the votes in. And this state of Georgia, still too close to call. Former President Trump does have a healthy
I think he's
margin
gonna
there.
get Georgia.
Keeping a very close
He
eye on
needs it.
Georgia, those 16 electoral votes in the battleground state of Georgia. That's with 75% of the vote in. In the state of Virginia right now,
Whoa.
President Trump is up by a small fraction in the state of Virginia, too close to call. That's with 57% of the votes in. In the state of North Carolina as well, too close to call, 51% to roughly 47.5% to Vice President Harris. 16 electoral votes up for grabs in the battleground state of North Carolina with 56% of the votes in.
Let's go,
In the state
Trump.
of Pennsylvania as well, too close to call.
Early to call.
Right now, 27% of the votes in.
Pretty close.
19 electoral votes, and you can see the electoral map starting to fill in. 178 for former President Trump, 99 for Vice President Harris. Big part of the West Coast, still nothing in. All those yellows undecided.
See, the West Coast, like when California come in, that's like 40 electoral votes right there she'll get. It'll go up.
Tiffany at the desk.
All right, Steve, thank you for that. And as you mentioned, Georgia still too early to call or too close to call there. Let's go over to the data hub now with NTD's Dave Martin to break down some of these numbers that we're seeing. Dave, a lot of attention on Georgia, the Peach State. 16 electoral votes there. What are exit polls telling you about this state?
Yeah, well, we've got the latest exit polls. I'd like to take a look at some of them historically. Let's talk about state of Georgia here, and we're looking at race here. Now, these red numbers, these are the Trump margins over Kamala Harris. The blue is the margin of lead for Harris over Trump. Nothing really stands out here as a huge thing. 43-point lead among the whites for Trump. 74-point lead though for black voters for Kamala Harris. I want to take a look at this a little bit historically. That's a big lead here, but if you look historically, these numbers here among Georgia black voters, these are the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump, the margins. So in 2016, Hillary Clinton had an 80-point advantage among black voters in the state of Georgia over Trump. That was down a few points 4 years later for Joe Biden. And now 4 years later, it's another 3-point loss here for Kamala Harris. But that's approximately 50,000 votes away here for Kamala Harris. Even though it looks like a little bit, that's actually very significant here. Now let's take a look at the same thing, but among the state of North Carolina. And these are black voters in this state. Look at 2016, an 81-point lead for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. 4 years later, Joe Biden increased that to 85 points. But these exit polls are showing us that Trump has got that down to a 75-point disadvantage, if you will, against Kamala Harris. That could be 100,000 votes swinging back towards Donald Trump. Now, another one I want to look at is the gender divide here among North Carolina as well as Georgia. Now, again, these red numbers are the margin that Trump has over Harris, while the blue is the margin Harris has over Trump. You can see here Georgia, it's a little bit smaller margins, 12 points for Trump over Harris, and then Harris a 7-point lead with the females. But it's a lot bigger here in North Carolina. 15-point advantage for Trump among the males, but a 12-point lead for Kamala Harris there. Now, if you look back at this historically, 2020, Trump had a 55% of the male voters. 4 years later, exactly the same. Let's look at it really quick. Female voters, as you can see here, 2020, Joe Biden, 9-point lead over Donald Trump. 4 years later, very close, Kamala Harris, a 7-point advantage here. So you can see here, very slight lead there for Donald Trump here in the state of Georgia among female voters.
Dave, across a lot of states to look at tonight. These are two of the key states, but what about, say, other states like Florida? What are exit polls telling you there?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Florida, this is a very interesting one. Latino vote in the state of Florida. Donald Trump, 57% to Kamala Harris, 41%. So a 16-point advantage actually here for Donald Trump. Now, if you look back, look at this trend. Florida Latino voters, these numbers here are the number of Trump actually against the Democratic nominee. 2016, he was on 27 points here to Hillary Clinton. 4 years later, that was a 7-point deficit to Joe Biden. And now, according to the exit polls, it's a 16-point lead
votes
here
with Florida
for Donald
Latino
Trump.
voters.
So you can see, why he did so well in the state of Florida. Anyway, I'll be back, of course, with some more exit poll data for right now. Back to you at the desk, Steve.
Thank you for that, Dave. Interesting stuff coming out of there. And now let's go over to NTD's Iris Tao, who's at the Trump headquarters. Iris, what's the latest there at that watch party, and what are you hearing from former President Trump at this moment?
Good evening to you, Steve. So here at Trump campaign's watch party in West Palm Beach, we are seeing a lot of people already poured in, with hundreds of people gathered right in front of the stage, right there, closely watching the election results unfold on the big screen. Of course, waiting at the podium to see if anyone would come out to speak. We know that tonight Trump will be coming here at around 10 or past 11 p.m. And that's what he assumes if the election goes as usual. And he will be here to give a speech, let it be a victory speech, a consensus speech, or something that's neither of it. And of course, as we're waiting, we also are learning about what Trump is saying about the election. He's posting on Truth Social, urging people to stay in line to vote for him, especially in states where polls are still open until 10 p.m. Eastern time, and that includes Nevada and Montana, where Trump says, quote, if you're in line by the cutoff time, they must let you vote. He also posted this clip on Truth Social. Watch.
Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
And while watching the election results, Trump also talked to a radio host based in Philadelphia, where he asked about his support in the biggest city in Pennsylvania, and also saying that if he wins Pennsylvania, we, quote, win the whole deal. Here's what he said. Watch.
And don't let them showball you. You have an absolute legal right. And get that vote in, because if we win Pennsylvania, if we win the good old Commonwealth, we're going to win the whole thing. We win everything.
Meanwhile, Trump added that he was feeling confident about Pennsylvania on Monday, but was listening and hearing bad things on Tuesday. Election officials based out of Philadelphia have been pushing back against Trump's latest Truth Social post tonight, saying there has been massive cheating in Philadelphia. Election officials calling them untrue. Meanwhile, here in Florida, where votes are already 90% counted, the state has clearly moved to the right after 2020. Back in 2020, Trump won the state of Florida by just about 3 percentage points, but now he's carrying it by a much larger margin. And of course, they're waiting for Trump to come here, as we know that he's watching the election results at Mar-a-Lago with his friends and family. Back to you.
He's Iris Tao, great reporting from West Palm Beach.
And now let's check in with Jason Blair, who's in front of the Harris Campaign Watch Party headquarters. Jason, what are you finding out so far? What's the latest?
Yeah, here Washington, D.C. at Howard University, things have been underway for a little while. People have been inside for a bit. They've been watching the results on a big screen come in, and actually people have still been filing in a little bit throughout the night. As far as right outside, there have been some very mild protests, but nothing too crazy. Some people have been holding up some signs, a big banner earlier today, but actually I don't even see them around anymore. So as far as that protests go, it has been pretty mild outside. And one thing I have noticed is there are a lot of students.
Yeah, this election is very interesting. You know, people, I'm pretty disappointed in a lot of people, part of my community, the Black community, but this is what this is what they keep choosing. So I shouldn't be surprised by it. I mean, they've been doing this for like 100 years now. And this person who has caused destruction, who has the blood of Laken Riley and Jocelyn and the mother of 5 on her hands, the borders are the one who was the deciding vote for a lot of these different things that have contributed to higher gas prices and higher grocery store prices. Like how my mom just said, like, she's wicked. And to see people really still voting for this, like they want more of this destruction she's been a part of and she's been causing, is really just mind baffling. Like I don't even know if I could feel surprised by it. It's like, do I expect them to do that or am I surprised? Now, maybe I thought this country was smarter. I thought this, because we've had so many smart people, I thought this country was smarter. I guess it's not, but back to the election video.
And actually, his campaign said that he made a call to some students who were waiting in line in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He called to, encourage them to stick with it, and also expressed his appreciation for their efforts to exercise their right to vote. According to the campaign, that some of them have been standing in line, or were standing in line for several hours at that time. And so far as Walz, I don't have any updates on whether he is here or not yet. I don't think he will be here till after 10. Same with Harris. Back to you.
All right, Jason Blair, outside of the Howard Center, Howard University, where Harris's launch campaign is. Thank you for those updates. And we do have some more projections for you all, NTD projections here. The state of Georgia, all eyes on that peach state. It is still too close to call there. 16 electoral votes at stake in that state. 77% of the votes in so far. Just saw the numbers jump right there. State of Virginia, also too close to call. Could be a bit of a surprise
Really
tonight.
close.
13 electoral votes at stake there. 58% of the votes in. Those numbers will be coming in. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes there. Too close to call as well. 63% of the votes in so far for that state. Pennsylvania, of course, the big focus tonight. Too
Still
early
close.
to call. 19 electoral votes again.
And only
Very
32
important
of
for
the
that
votes
race
are
to
in.
270.
They counted.
And let's look at a Senate race, Texas. Looks like it is still too early to call right now. Ted Cruz does look like he's leading there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all the support, you guys.
They said only our people, especially our beautiful black sisters, are so
Program.
Exactly.
It's sad. It really is sad how I don't know if we're gonna ever wake up like Jesus be back before we really get the message. We vote against our best interests and we're just bamboozled by entertainers. You get a Megan Thee Stallion on stage and Cardi B, Beyonce, you give us some entertainers and tell us that we're at a party and then they go home and they can't feed their kids, it's crazy. But yes, but thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Gen Z in a town hall saying if they don't vote, they could potentially have World War III and then get drafted. What do you make of the Gen Z vote? Often is a big vote, but often
Trump forever. Oh, he's doing his best. He's trying, but he has God, but God. God, you gotta have faith in God. God, is gonna pull this through for us because he sees and know all the wickedness that's going on behind this campaign. And how they have done everything that you could think of to steal this election and stop this candidate from even running for president is just unbelievable.
She was looking at that like, and I get it was trying to be relatable.
I don't think that there's any coming back because the people that would, if the other party, Tim Watts, he's been like MIA. He said they're not capable. So we gotta pray that God hand is, they'll bring him through because I believe that he spared his life so that he could be here to lead this country back to is
And I've been there, and we've
well
all been
get
there.
is as
But
close as
we've
he
got
can
some
back
valuable
to
lessons
his
to
glory.
do this
So
coming up and understand that their voting patterns
And
are different than
now
ours.
Joe Biden
And Denny, on
turning
that
is
note, you know,
against them.
whoever
yeah, Jill Biden, she put on all red. She letting everybody know she voted Republican.
Day of election, she wore all red.
They moved her son out. I mean her husband out. She like, I'm done.
I hope so, and that's what I think. I think
But
And Joe Biden attended the watch party, the Kamala watch party.
yeah, he refused to go to her watch party. He's not celebrating with her. That was supposed to be his election, and his that's how he's looking at it. He's the one that had the 14 million people nominate him to run for president, to be reelected as president.
Yeah, but you gotta admit, he had 14 million people, and she got 0 votes.
So all these things are universal truths on both sides. So a lot of people can disagree on the policy and how to achieve those particular goals, but that's okay. And you can do that without vilifying the other side. So
yeah, Trump.
At this election, whoever's going to win, I feel like there's going to be a reset because they're going to accept, if you're Democrats, you're going to accept that Trump was speaking to a certain population of this country that felt left behind and definitely wants
No, he
something
wasn't.
done to actually
No,
help
he
them.
wasn't.
And
He was
they're
speaking
gonna
to
accept
everyone,
it,
dude.
and then we'll move on to
Everybody.
the work.
Rama, I want to
It
get
was
your
a
thoughts
black
on
person.
this. You know,
Yes,
sometimes when it
certain
comes
like
to
he's
the
just
very close
he was speaking to
races in the Senate and
everyone.
the House. by
Kamala,
political
the
report
the
there.
Democrats
But
call
sometimes
the
question
half he's talking
gerrymandering
about
and
garbage.
how that impacts
So the
the
president of the
races.
United
And
States look
some
at the half the
arguing that
population
because
as
of those
garbage.
districts, you have candidates like when AOC was running, she was running against a progressive candidate, but said that that candidate wasn't progressive enough, and she won on that. Like, who, you know, depends on this district you're in, who you're talking to. How do you see that playing in? And if we, I don't know if that can be changed. Do you see a more bipartisan push if we didn't have that?
There are a lot of ballot measures actually this election, this cycle that I'm
See,
anxious to
her
how
numbers
it turns
go.
out
See, the
because
West
and
Coast,
some of
those
the
numbers
messaging
are going to
is so
start
misleading
coming
because you'll
in.
see
Those
someone say,
electoral
vote no
votes.
on one and gerrymandering, then it says vote yes on one and gerrymandering.
See,
So, you know, you
10
really gotta
p.m.
get in there and do your due diligence.
That's
as a
when their
voter
polls
to see what
close,
exactly the language is.
and they'll start
And there
getting
really are
the West
challenges
Coast
for young voters
results.
because they're not really, this is some of their first times ever voting. They don't know what some of this complicated language means. And we have to explain to them. But look, I've just got to tell you, my job, the day after Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, 2017, if you will, I had to go in
Michigan
there
is
and
crazy
give a keynote address to
because
a whole group of people. And that message was,
they're
and
losing
I'm
the
already
car
planning it now
business
in my head
here
because
to
it's not looking
China.
good for us
He's
tonight.
been
I'm
fighting
planning
for
it now.
them, and they will go
Politics is
for
local.
they've
Get
been
involved
fighting
on a
Muslims
local
and
level.
everything
It
there.
affects your life much more so than these national election results tonight.
Yeah. If we could have bipartisanship here on this,
A lot of
I would
crazy
really
people
want
out there.
it. It is amazing how many people want to run for Senate, they want to run for governor, they want to run for Congress, and the ones who control your life are county commissions, city councils, school boards. And we overlook those races all
Those
the time.
very, that's
And
why I
then we
told you
say,
those are
why did
important.
school- This past year, when we talk about parents and education, that's a school board decision, not a congressional decision. But yet we're staying out of those races. We can agree on both sides. That needs to happen more.
Absolutely.
And Ambassador, what do you see as the solution here then? Is it really that get local? It does seem like, you know, when you talk about the local vote, that does trickle up. Often we talk about trickling down impacts where people look at the presidential candidates, what their policies are and how down the line that's going to impact them. But what we're just laying out here, right? It's like your school choices, those decisions, maybe your taxes too, depending on where you are, that's on a local level. Could we have a revolution, if you will, in that type of a change in the mindset where, hey, if I am really getting my neighbors out, we were hearing earlier, right, you get your friends out to vote, that impacts it on the upper ticket. But what do you see as the solution here?
So a couple of things. First of all, you're right. Everything is local. When I would register voters, it was one voter at a time, and you just grind it out, and that's the ground game, right? But I think that young men, most especially, and our sort of middle class, have been feeling left behind.
He donated
and
again.
forgotten.
They donated again.
Oh, thank
are not going to
you.
college like young women
You gotta
are,
read it.
like,
Let's see.
They want to
drastically
divide the
lower,
nation.
numbers.
Trump is not
And
racist.
so,
I'm from New York.
many of
Trump
their
loves
careers
black
are
people.
sort of
Trust me.
jobs.
Thank you, man. And
So
exactly.
ask what happened in New
Native
York. I'm really
Americans
surprised
lost
that
over
I
500,000
know that
in the
it's a
past
blue
year,
state,
where all
but
the new
what
jobs
New
have
York is
gone
going
to
through,
immigrants.
I
Well,
just
you know,
kind of
that's
expected it
not
to
progress for our
turn
young people
blue.
coming
That's
out
what
I
of
mean, turn
college.
red.
The
That's what I was
average
saying.
American can't afford to buy a home.
What
So I
Chevy
think
said.
that there are things where people are feeling forgotten, left behind. They want their piece of the American dream.
Had
They
to come
want,
check.
they
They
want
going
the
for a
country to
while.
feel
Look,
united. I
they're saying
really
Trump,
feel
Trump,
that that's the
Trump.
message.
Multiple people. Yup.
Woohoo!
Trump, Trump,
Trump
Trump.
and J.D. Vance have shared. They
That's
haven't
iconic.
they haven't done name calling.
My trend,
In
huh?
the way
Superstar.
all the
Started
voters
trend.
on the other side.
Millions of people
Harmful
have
names.
seen
They
it and
haven't
saying Trump,
targeted
Trump,
Trump
Trump.
said it.
hostile
His own name.
titles
I told you to
like
do a
Hitler
video on that with him
or
saying
using the
it.
word
we can still
garbage.
do that.
They don't do that. They say we want one great America.
We like
So I
late to the
think I'm
party.
hopeful if the night is going the way
Trump,
it
Trump.
looks like it may,
I wouldn't
that
say that.
we unify
Well, it's
as a
gonna be over
country
the late.
and everybody
Okay.
does
Well,
better.
whatever.
It's not late
We
to the
certainly did
party.
see that
He
plea
said
for unity
something.
with J.D. Vance coming
That's
out of
like
the
what you
polling
said.
location this
Mhm.
morning, saying that no matter who
Oh,
wins, there
Trump's
should
at
be unity
188
on
now.
both sides, and we should come together as a nation. In the meantime, NTD does have
She's
another
gonna grow
projection
once the
for
West
you.
Coast, because
We are
California.
projecting former President Trump to win the state of Missouri.
Come
That's
on,
with 10
Trump.
electoral
Come on,
votes going
voters.
into Trump's
Oh,
category
thank
there.
you.
And that's with
If she wins, I'm out of
24% the
it. What?
vote
If she
in.
wins,
And
I'm
right
out
now
of this
we're taking a
country.
live look
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you.
Oh,
President
God
Trump
bless
taking the
you.
God
lead,
bless you.
188
Thank
to
you so
99.
much.
Still
We
very early,
appreciate
a
it.
lot of critical states, as you can see in yellow, and also
that
in
means a
gray,
lot.
meaning
Yeah,
the
thank
polls
you
haven't
so
even
much.
closed yet, and the other ones are too close to call. The night is still young, hard to believe.
Wow. What
Right now,
time
the
do you
score
guys
is
think that the
NTD's kind of waiting at
results
the data wall
are going to be
to
in?
tell us
Like,
more
how
versus
late
Georgia.
do you think that
Yes,
this
that's
is
right.
going to
And
go
the
on?
news that I have to break for you
Because
is
the
that
West
Georgia is
Coast polls are
shaping up to be
closing,
a
so
very close
we know
race.
she's going to have
Now, all the votes.
California,
For
and that's
President
like
Trump with the lead
40.
right now, a couple points with 80% of the vote in.
Come on,
But in closer
Georgia. He
numbers, and we
needs
can
the
zoom in
swing
on the
state.
Atlanta metro area to find out a little bit more about what's happening in the state. So when you look at Fulton County and DeKalb, that's the city of Atlanta, former President Trump is improving on his performance last election by about 1 point. So, you just drill down into some of these counties right here.
12-ish,
For
1
example, when you look
1
at Fulton
p.m.
County, we have
tomorrow?
about 78% of the vote in. So if that holds,
Oh,
and
wow.
DeKalb about 72%.
Yeah, I
If
saw
that
someone
holds,
say
that means
1
he's
a.m.
taking
1
about 1
a.m.?
point in that area. Now, he's up about a point. So now you look at the suburbs, because this is going to be a really, really crucial area. So you got Gwinnett County, Cobb County, for example, Henry County. This area is also trending to Trump a little bit. So we're just going to widen that out. He's up about a point over his performance against Biden, now against Harris. So that's a very good sign for him. And then you go out a little bit further, you get the exurbs. These are the red areas. So this is Trump country right here. But he's actually upping his performance 2 points. So I'll just
Gotta
do
get
that in
this
yellow.
jam
That's 2 points for Trump right there. So this
Yeah,
is
someone
showing a
said
shift to
if
the
people
Republican
had brain in
candidate
this
right
country,
here.
all the states
That's a
would be
very
red.
important spot of the state because it's a very popular
I just
area,
think
so
that we
like that.
need someone, he only could be president for 4 years. We need someone to come and clean up as much of this mess as possible before they turn it back over to someone else. And I only see that he's the man for the job at this point.
Yeah.
So there's about 24% in, and Harris has a sizable lead of about 30%. If you look back to 2020, that margin was only about 19%. So what we saw
Next
earlier in the
polls
night
close
was that
in
Harris
4
had much
minutes.
bigger margins.
That's
in
Cal-
this
that's the
Chatham
West
County, but
Coast.
as
That's
more of
like
those
their
votes come in,
territory.
those margins start to
Oh, it
stabilize
is.
and come back to a little bit
But
more
we'll
of a
see
normal
what
number that
happens.
we can imagine will be the eventual outcome. So you look at this whole county group right here. This is from Effingham down to Liberty. Former President Trump is up about 7 points in this area. So again, that's a good sign for him because this is a big battleground and it's very competitive. And then overall in the state, he's actually up 7 points in the state overall, and then that's 16 points up in this county group right here. So that's basically a very good sign for him. But like I'll tell you, when you crunch all the numbers and you take a look and say, okay, if all the margins in these counties hold, that would make this a very close race, giving Harris a little bit of an advantage. But if Chatham County's margins stabilize and come down to what you might expect from 2020 levels or so, that could give Trump a little bit of an advantage. So again, just too early to tell. Back to you at the desk.
And in just moments, polls will be closing in 5 states. 27 electoral votes will be up for grabs. This includes the swing state of Nevada. And in the meantime, you're taking a look right now at a live feed there of the 2 campaign headquarters and watch parties where their surrogates are gathering and waiting for the votes to come in. We'll be right back after this short break as we await more data to come in. Don't go away.
Well, this is really a real race like no other race. So,
Yeah.
we just really gotta just keep the faith, have faith in God. You know, you got to have faith in God that God sees all and knows all. He knows everything that was going on behind the scenes, things that we're not even aware of all of the low down, dirty stuff that they really been doing behind closed doors that he's been unable to even speak on.
Like you said, Trump gets the briefing reports and stuff.
Yeah, he gets the reports.
Yeah.
See, he's still like, former presidents, they still get the briefing. So he sees things like the job market and the numbers. He sees everything.
Yeah.
He knows what's going on in different countries and the leaders. He knows, what's happening. Yeah, someone said your son is a gem. Thank you so much.
Oh, that means a lot. Mom did a great job.
Thank you. Like, hey, Mom, hey. Yeah, so, Trump. Mighty Mouse said Trump.
Pennsylvania is really close.
Well, I knew it would be like that because, like, with the working with the AFL-CIO, like, it's strong unions there, and the state of Pennsylvania, and I was like the Pennsylvania legislative director and director of publication, like with one of the unions and stuff, and like when we have boots on the ground, people out there, they really going door to door, they're knocking, they're pushing, and her campaign poured a lot of money into that state. They had $1 billion. I think she had like over $1 billion. They campaigned with, and they talk about Trump and money and stuff. They had tons of money to win this election or whatever. But we have God. So God is in control. Thank you so much. Hey, Mom, I love to see Black families working together. Thank you so much. Go CCSC. Thank you. Did you like it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so we're going to get back to the election. So California is going to now start. They're going to start getting those numbers.
Live look into the Trump.
So she's expected to win California. They all out there, so.
You can take a look right there at the Trump headquarters, and we're going to take a live look at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., where supporters are gathering there, awaiting, watching the votes be tallied. You can see polls right now have just closed. We do have some projections to make, and we're going to let you know when those come in. But for right now, we're going to go over with NT's Kevin Hogan at the data wall. Kevin, Pennsylvania, it's becoming a bit of a horse race now. It was, Harris was up substantially.
Wow, it's close.
And now former President Trump seems to be gaining some ground.
How close Pennsylvania
is. You can start seeing some of these.
Come on, Amish. Come on, Amish. They never voted before. Come on. Come on, steel workers. Come on, you guys. Come on, rank and file. Yeah, well, that's why they need the counties. The counties has to bring it through because you have uninformed Black folks that have been manipulated and brainwashed in Philadelphia, so they're going to vote against their best interests.
If you look back to 2020, Biden carried this by about 4 points, so that's a 10-point shift up for Harris. So if she can hold that, that's going to be a very good sign for her throughout this night. But it's unlikely that that is going to be the end result because, again, we're seeing a lot of these margins stabilize to more of what you would expect.
If I could ask you, Kevin, Bucks County, a lot of people are talking about it. If you could just give us an idea of how Trump performed in 2016 and 2020.
Yeah, exactly. So we can just go back really quickly. It was much more of a closer race, only decided by about a point down in Bucks County when Trump ran against Clinton, just trailing her about a point. And then Biden was able to make gains in the suburbs, sorry about that, and he was able to ramp those margins up about 4 points in his favor. So it has been shifting blue, at least in the last election cycle up until this one. But right now we're seeing Harris performing really well. So again, if that holds, that's a great sign because these are very populated counties, but we'll have to just wait and see exactly what happens to those margins.
And Kevin, can we take a peek over at the western part of the state in Allegheny County?
Yes, absolutely. So let's drill down here. This is Pittsburgh area.
Yeah, you're talking about Pittsburgh, Erie, and all of that. I'm expecting them to be more red.
Carried it by about 20. So again, that's shifting blue, but again, this is just a snapshot that we're seeing earlier on in the night. And for example, just in Allegheny County, we're looking at about 66% of the vote in. So a lot of votes to be counted. Again, if you have a state that was, look at this, back in 2020, I mean, it was decided by about 80,000 votes. So you're really going to have to count all of these, because right now you see Harris with an 11,000 vote lead, but these numbers are changing all the time from what I'm seeing.
And show us, Kevin, right now, if you could, Trump country, where are some of these votes that he's gaining ground on, Vice President Harris, where are they coming in from?
Well, let's see. I have yet to look into all these counties, but just for example, Butler County, this was a county that Trump campaigned in. Of course, the assassination attempt on his life there. So now let's just look back. So right now you see Trump with a commanding lead, 30 points. Back in 2020, he had about 32. So it's fairly similar. And you just look at this and you say, okay, well, 76% of the vote in, that's a quarter of the vote still to be counted. So a lot can change there, but at least initially we're seeing that he's holding some of his ground in those areas that he really needs to do well in to be competitive in the state.
Really fascinating stuff. And in the meantime, we do have some NTD projections to make for you. Right now, NTD is taking a look at the Arizona race. The race is too early to call at the moment, with only 34% of the votes in. The state of Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Right now, Nevada, too early to call. Polls just closing in that state, keeping a close eye on those 6 electoral votes. And Montana, former President Trump is projected to win the state of Montana, 4 electoral votes with 2% of the vote in.
All right.
And Utah, former President Trump projected to win Utah's 6 electoral votes as the votes continue to come in.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Pennsylvania, still too early to call.
Close.
44% of the vote in. It's up and down. The coveted Keystone State, 19 electoral votes up for grabs.
Come on,
race
Pennsylvania.
to 270. And as you can see right now, former President Trump, 198. Vice President Harris, 99. The map is starting to fill in as we make our way west. You're seeing Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico now, polls closing. Data will start to come in from those states. All eyes on Arizona and Nevada. And it's just going to be an interesting night as we see everything and come in. And right now we're going to toss it over to Tiffany, who's at the desk.
Wow.
All right, thanks, Stephen. Let's get an update on the balance of power from Luis Martinez in Washington, D.C. Luis, what is the latest with those close Senate seats you're keeping an eye on, also those House seats in New York?
Of course, let's start with the House balance of power. First of all, how we're looking right now with the latest data we have, that Republicans are holding to 114 seats and Democrats to 79. Now, we look a little bit closer at the actual map with the districts. We should go first to the state of New York. Very important races here in the state of New York. Let's remember back in 2022, Republicans flipped 4 key seats in the state of New York to turn them Republican, and that's what gave them the advantage to have the majority in the House for the past 2 years. Now, if we look at those 4 races, we start with the 4th district. We can see that 2 years later, things have changed. Current Congressman Anthony Desposito is behind with 53% of the votes in, behind Democratic candidate Laura Gillen. If we go to the 17th district, that's the one race of the 4 that Republicans flipped back in 2022 that Republicans are holding the line. Mike Lawler defending his seat. There's a large Jewish population in the 17th district, and he was counting on them to go vote Republican. So far, with 39% of the votes in, he's holding the line. If we go to New York's 19th district, Josh Riley, Democrat, is besting with 47% of the votes in that current Congressman Marcus Molinaro. And the same story happens in New York's 22nd district, where the current Congressman Brandon Williams is behind by a significant margin behind Democratic John Manning. That's 9 points behind. That's a very significant change in 2 years from actually electing a Republican congressman to electing a Democratic one. Of course, with only 53% of the votes, it's still not a final count. Now, let's also look at the state of Iowa. Here's a very interesting one, because in 2022, Republicans kept a 3rd district of Iowa, and right now, with 69% of the votes in, the Democratic contender here, Landon Backham, is leading the race. So that's another seat that wasn't expected to flip and might help Democrats regain control of the House. Iowa's 1st district is also very interesting, held by Republicans in 2022. Margins are close, only 14% of the votes in. We'll see how that shapes up. Now, last race that I want to talk to you about right now in this update in the House of Representatives is Nebraska's second district right here. Very important one because of how this will be counted also in the electoral college votes. We have Tony Vargas, Democratic contender, besting incumbent current Congressman Republican Don Bacon. Now, if we look at the Senate races, if we look at the Senate balance of power, we can see that Republicans as of now seem to be holding to 47 seats, Democrats to 30 seats. If we go straight to the map, the very important or very interesting Senate race that is developing is here in Ohio. 60% of the vote. Right before November 5th, Sherrod Brown was ahead in the polls, but former President Donald Trump ahead in the state race for the presidency. And it was suspected that ticket splitting was happening in the state of Ohio. But now we have, with 60% of the votes, the Republican contender ahead, Bernie Moreno, and also several outlets calling Ohio for Donald Trump. So it doesn't seem from the data that is coming in that there's ticket splitting happening in Ohio. And that might give some indication as to the ticket splitting that might happen in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey is ahead. Dave McCormick with 47% of the votes in, but a minimal difference. So, again, ticket splitting doesn't seem to be playing a part here in the state of Pennsylvania. And now we're getting results also from the state of Arizona. Very, very important.
Carrie Lake.
But also a good bellwether for the race to the White House. We have Congressman Ruben Gallego, the Democrat besting Carrie Lake, who ran for governor in 2022. Now she's running for the Senate, 34% of the votes in. So just to wrap it up, go back here at the Senate balance of power. Let's remember that Republicans are most likely all going to flip West Virginia and Montana, and it's Democrats that have to defend 23 seats in order to hold the line and keep control of the Senate. Back to you in the studios.
Trump.
All right, Luis, thank you for that. Very important to watch the balance of power tonight. Joining us now is the mayor of Durham, North Carolina, Leonardo Williams. Mayor Williams, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you here tonight. How do you feel about the voter turnout in your city?
In my city, it was quite historic. I feel great about it. We did our part. We understood the assignment. And from young people to women to just conservatives to progressives, we all came out. Durham did its part. We boosted North Carolina turnout as much as we possibly could.
Mayor, how optimistic are you about North Carolina's prospect for Vice President Harris?
Well, it's still really too close to call. It's really early. I know Trump is projected at this point. And we were hoping to turn North Carolina blue. I'm a blue city. We are still waiting those final results to come in to see what happens. We've had historic turnout on the Democratic side, but so did Republicans. And the third party candidates didn't really have much of an effect. So, we'll see what happens. I'm keeping the faith, but we'll see what happens.
And Mayor, to your earlier point about the voter turnout you're seeing in especially your city, what are the issues driving those voters to the polls? Any ideas on those maybe single issues that
Abortion. Go ahead and say it. Abortion.
Yeah, there were two main things that I heard many folks talk about. One, women's rights.
That's the talking point. Here we go. Like women have a right to eat.
The language that was being used, the gestures by former President Trump just did not feel well in my city. From young people,
they were brainwashed. Brainwashed. Women's rights. Why don't y'all talk about women have a right not to have men in women's locker rooms? What about that? About women's rights? Women have a right to play in a sport. There's only women, not men. That they got to compete against men in their own sport. I mean, get the hell out of here. This is so annoying.
There's a high populace of degree holders. But just the morality, the decency of the office is the main driver of women's rights.
Exactly, Cindy.
And Mayor, of course, a lot of talk right now is about how politicized and divided
They're not protecting women's rights. That's how dumb everyone
gets into office. That we do return to the United States of America.
They're not protecting women's rights.
Yeah, we need to start.
They're taking away women's rights.
But women in
You
danger.
know, and more.
They put women in danger. And they talking about women's rights, putting women in
And
danger.
I know I have a few folks on my side of the aisle that can be a bit extreme, but I know that definitely there are.
They always find
me on
these
the other side,
these
and what we have to do is
black
care less about
guys.
how divided you are, and then really
They always
focus
get.
more
They always
on
got
where
one.
we're
This Humpty
headed,
Dumpty
and
head having
people in the
stuff.
party, people in the citizen,
They
that's what
can
we have to
find
do,
these
and
these
try to keep in
weak,
office.
feminine black men. They all got girl. They all got girl in them.
Whoever's in office, I think that's a must. If not, our society will remain safe.
Love you too, and God bless
And
you
the
as
rest of the
well.
world is watching.
Indeed, Mayor Williams of Durham, North Carolina, thank you so much for your time. And we do have an NTD projection for you. The state of Colorado,
Colorado.
is projecting Kamala Harris winning
That's
that state.
expected.
10 electoral votes at stake there. 48% of the
This
votes
is
in
NTD
Colorado.
News.
The state of Georgia still too close to call.
Oh,
16
look,
electoral votes
Georgia,
in each
look
state. A
up.
lot of eyes on that state. Right after Pennsylvania. A lot of focus there. 81% of the votes in so far. The state of Virginia also too close to call. Maybe a surprise for tonight, right?
Trump's
there.
winning Virginia too.
Yes. Yes.
65% of the votes in there, 13 electoral votes at stake there. North Carolina.
Trump's winning North Carolina too.
Yeah, they expecting to win Virginia. That's a blue state.
That's North Carolina.
No, just saying.
State of North Carolina. And Pennsylvania, all eyes on that.
Let's go! Oh! Let's go! Come on, Trump! Let's go!
On that state tonight, Wisconsin also.
That's close too.
That's really close.
4% of the votes in.
Trump
10
with the
electoral
PA.
votes at stake
That's Joe
there.
Biden's
Come on,
hometown.
God. Very close margin.
Because Joe Biden voted for Trump. Joe Biden and Jill Biden voted for Trump.
He had a MAGA hat on.
All of that yellow.
Yeah, he had a MAGA hat. He was letting them know then.
The gray means the polls have yet to close, so we'll have a lot more numbers coming in
See, she got
as the night
109
progresses.
Electoral vote.
And bringing it back in studio here, we have with us former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark, Carlex Sands, political strategist and attorney Dante Mills, political strategist and attorney Gerard Filletti, and of course, Epic Times investigative reporter Joshua Phillip, who's also the host of Crossroads. We all just saw those numbers coming in. Dante, what is your reaction so far? Of course, the night is so young, right? A lot of those are too early, too close to call. How are you feeling right now about, well, will we get results tonight?
It's interesting to see. We can take snapshots of what's happening. If we look specifically at North Carolina, I think it kind of shows you where the nation is, where you have a city like Charlotte, where my sister lives. You know that they're going to vote heavily Democratic. But then you have some outlier counties and towns like Rocky Mount, where I have family, or Spring Hope, where you expect them to go Republican. Most of them were going to go Republican when President Biden was the candidate. That switched over to Vice President Harris. And my word from on the ground down there is some of those votes that would have gone to Trump have now switched over, and that's why it's still too close to call. If we remember when
Oh, they're going Megamind again, the black Megamind.
Wasn't even in play, but now it is. So is that projecting out to the rest of the country? Will we see that projecting out? That in fact, Vice President Harris was able to get some votes that President Biden would not have gotten, and it will allow her to squeak by. I don't think we're going to have an answer to that tonight, unfortunately. I think Pennsylvania is really going to be a deciding factor, and it's so close right now, it's impossible for me to think that by the end of the night enough votes will be counted where we don't need some recounts in a couple of counties, some hand counts in a couple of counties. That's going to push this out a few days, but we'll see where it leads.
Given how close, especially Pennsylvania, is that knife's edge right now, those numbers going back and forth, is there any path to victory, Gerard, without maybe a state like Pennsylvania, where even if we don't have some of those numbers tonight, we could know?
There is a path to victory, but it includes western states like Arizona and Nevada, which again, we may not know tonight as well, because those are states that usually take a while to count votes. We might not know until the weekend what the final vote counts are in those two
Oh,
states.
shut up.
So
We're
while
not
there's a
doing
path
no
to victory,
weekend
we
stuff.
may not know tonight. And I think we will, however, get a better sense. Because if Trump is even or slightly ahead in all of the battleground states, or most of them, that might give an indication that, he's been polling worse than he's actually performing, and that when we get into the final votes, they will be reflective of where we are tonight. So I think it might give people an idea, but we are not likely to know tonight.
And often speaking of polls, you know, you see historically Trump has been under polled. We see some of that in 2016 especially. 2020 was a very interesting year there. Josh, when it comes to that, you know, should we even trust the polls?
I personally would not trust the polls. I think they've been fairly wrong over and over again. I think one of the main reasons is Trump seems to not reflect properly in the poll. I wonder if this is a Trump phenomenon, actually. I can tell you my own personal experience talking to voters, a lot of Republicans will not tell you who they're voting for. Democrats tend to be very eager to talk about their candidate. You don't see that as much from Republicans. And I believe it's because they've been labeled so much. They don't want to be attacked.
And Carla, on that note, when it comes to especially supporters of former President Trump not telling the polls, how do you see that fitting in? Is it that, you know, you have a surprise election night, or what is the maybe idea behind this?
Well, I'm in agreement with Joshua. I don't trust the polls anymore. I've seen them be wrong more than they've been right. But I look at the polymarket poll. So how people bet their money, I think, is a really good indicator. I know President Trump is over 70% projected to win tonight. That's an interesting poll to me personally. As long as one individual isn't heavily influencing it, as long as it's real bets and not someone trying to juice it, I think that's a really good indicator of how this night is going. And we may know tonight who won because some of these states could indicate that one candidate or the other wins before the night is over. I really believe that.
Yeah, Josh, we talked about that, where it is almost like some people are ashamed to say whether they're voting for one candidate or the other because their family may, you know, have a difference of opinion, or the public may kind of jump down their throat if they say they're voting for the wrong name. We just shouldn't be there. You should have the ability to have your political views, believe
Here you go again.
and say that I'm voting for this person, and here's why.
Here go bushead, zesty bushead, I tell you.
Somebody else, and here's why, and you both can agree to disagree. That's where we should be as a country, but we're not there. But we would hope after an election like this that we can mend and accept the results of whoever wins.
They listen to blah blah blah. Look how they looking at him like he's like blah blah blah.
But I think if we hang on to the fact of
A mega mind ninja.
yours or my party versus yours, then it leads us down a bad road that we don't want to be no matter who wins.
So to your point, I think it's very important
He
that
mega
Democrat
mind.
leaders
Y'all seen that
message
cartoon?
supporters,
Elijah.
be civil.
Remember the
Because
cartoon
the
with
reason
Megamind?
Voters don't say it out loud and don't tell pollsters is because
Cope
of the
and
violence and vitriol from the leftist Democrats. They have not been civil. It's been uncivil, mostly on the left. And
Yes,
so I
that's the
think that
truth.
If Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Barack Obama come out and say, let's have peace, treat each other with respect and dignity.
They didn't do
they're
that.
making
They'll
change.
call him Hitler.
Unfortunately, I don't think that will happen.
And speaking of polls, I want to bring up some numbers that I think the polling may have missed. It was something that Tiffany and Dave were talking about at the Data Hub in Florida. Latino voters, 2016, Trump minus 27, 2020 minus 7, this time around plus 16. Gerard, what do you make of these numbers?
Well, we also have to see that in Florida, the vast majority of counties went Republican this election. There was a massive shift of demographic altogether, not just the Latino voters. So that really talks to how Trump's messaging has been resonating. And I think with Latino voters, it's two things. It's the economy. It's always been the economy. They see themselves as doing better under a Trump administration than under a Harris one. And the second issue is immigration. Because even within the Latino community, there is a very big difference between people who have been here or who were born here and who have family who came here legally, and they do feel there is a feeling within the community that there are people who jump the line. So focusing on the border and focusing on the economy were good messages for Trump with that demographic.
Joshua, I think something that makes these numbers even more fascinating is coming out of the firestorm at Madison Square Garden over the comedian who took a lot of heat for making jokes toward the Puerto Rican community.
Yeah, I don't think that actually made much of a difference in terms of people getting offended. I think a lot of scandal things like that, they don't move the needle. I think people are in all honesty, I think a lot of Trump supporters are kind of numb to it at this point because the volume.
Okay, polls got 38 more
Anything
minutes.
that falls below that just goes right over them because, you know, you call somebody the worst names you can possibly think of over and over again for 8 years now.
Yeah.
Unless you can do better than that, it's not gonna move the needle.
I disagree with that. I think that's.
Uh-oh, here go Megamind.
But he also took the stage about 4 hours later and didn't condemn it, right? When he had the opportunity to say, he didn't hear it. He knew it happened. Even the next day, when he showed
Oh
up in
my
the garbage
goodness.
truck, he said, oh, I don't know what this comedian said. It's just, he knows that's not true. He knows it said, he never condemned it because he doesn't want to turn out the
Wow.
people who agree.
All right,
with him.
Puerto
But who he
Rico.
did
Trump,
turn
Trump,
out,
Trump
who
all
originated
day.
this,
Haha,
Puerto
Mega
Ricans
Mind.
get called their island garbage. There's people who
Oh
look
my
at that and say,
goodness, I'm
we treat a group
wheezing.
of people like this
Unburdened by
and
what
show the
has
difference
been.
in
Yeah,
what
time to
they
be
do. That could
unburdened by
impact
what
you.
has been. Yeah, the famous
Whether or
word
not, I think
salad.
you may be better for the economy,
Trump, Trump,
I don't think
Trump,
you're going to do
Trump.
good because I have to be in
You
these
got
communities.
this.
And if you
Yup.
think it's okay to ostracize
And
people
not
and
Mega
talk
Mind.
about people and you don't condemn that, I can't vote for you. And that's what this
I
election is
mean,
about.
wow,
Taxes
he
are better
is.
for
He
you.
looks so much
I
like
would be a
Mega
better
Mind. Oh my
I don't think she can
goodness.
question whether or not she will do better on the economy because Trump's economy is a good economy, right? We have to acknowledge that. And I think
Come on,
we are
Trump.
not in a better
Drill,
place
baby,
than we were 2 years
drill.
ago as far as the economy
Woohoo.
is concerned. But there's something else that people pay attention to, and that's how we treat each other. And Trump not condemning that comment and allowing someone to ostracize and talk about an entire
In
group of
comedy?
people is a problem.
In comedy?
Ambassador, there's a significant Hispanic, specifically Puerto Rican population in your state of Pennsylvania. Do you think that this will have any impact?
They love
That is
President
like,
Trump.
I am cracking up out here. Like,
Yeah.
this is, he looks so much like, it's
President
amazing.
Trump
I saw
said,
that cartoon. Yeah, the black Mega Mind.
Talk about your entire community.
Let's talk about the real problem.
Should I show him a picture of Mega Mind?
Yeah.
You're walking around and people look at you a
Oh,
certain way.
Arizona here. Okay. Arizona, where you guys from on this live?
The economy is more important.
Hitler, Nazis,
We're not-
garbage.
we're talking about-
Look at him. This where Mega Mind at. We gotta find a picture of him.
Something that
Look
happens
at him.
to an entire group of people.
Look, they got, they always find these zesty black guys. It's like, they all, if you zesty, you gonna be hired by one of these news organizations, boy, I tell you.
Major delays in reporting results because the problem with an important software
Oh.
being used to elect. How do you certify
Wait.
write-in votes? That's write-in votes. The county is a competitive one in the Atlanta area.
Yeah,
It's
Trump
72
loves North
battleground
Carolina.
states
Yeah, we
where
do
that
too.
county
North
cannot
Carolina, thank
finalize its
you.
results until
Phoenix,
that
Arizona,
process is
Don
finished,
Lemon.
even though more than 80%
Okay, sure.
of the county's citizens
That's
are
his twin.
Mega
Mind. Look at that black Mega Mind.
outstanding across the state of Georgia.
Trump.
And we do have a
You got the
projection
beard and
and some
everything.
important updates for you. The District of Columbia, we are projecting Vice President Harris to win those 3 electoral votes.
Cool out. I got
And
Dave.
the state
That's
of
my
Arizona is still
picture.
too close
Look,
to
he
call,
talking
with the
about,
polls
he
closing
got
there
the
with
picture.
48% of the vote
Wow,
in.
Chevy. That's my picture.
And the state of Georgia still, as we just saw that breaking news come in,
Remember,
we're
those
still
tap the
close
screen
on
encouragement
Georgia,
gave.
as that
Oh,
state is still too close to
he
call,
said,
with
look, you gotta
88%
double
of the
tap
vote
the
in.
screen. Look,
State of
what are you supposed to do,
Michigan, battleground
Elijah?
state of
No,
Michigan, tight
it's-
race there with
It's great to
21%
tell other
in,
people to
15
double tap
electoral
and
votes up for
the
grabs.
screen to
State of
encourage
Nevada,
engagement,
polls closing
subscribe
there,
to
still
recommend
too
this
early
channel
to
again.
call.
Ah.
Electoral
It's
votes
really
up for
great.
grabs
Thank
in
Yeah,
you.
because
Nevada.
they weren't notified. I think we were messing around with
In
that
North
different
Carolina,
StreamYard
still
than
too
all of
close to
them.
call. Gap is pretty wide there, 16 electoral votes.
Oh, we can
favoring
call it. I'll
Democrats
call
at
it
the moment,
Donald
with
Trump,
75%
okay?
of the vote.
I'll call it.
Why
In the
does that
state
guy-
of Pennsylvania right now, former
Come on.
President Trump taking a
Donald
slight
Trump's
lead
pulling
I'll
over
call
Vice
it
President
Pennsylvania,
with
okay, you
55%
people? I'll
of
call
the
it.
vote in.
Like he
Mega
said,
Mind
Wisconsin
twin
now,
identical, they
which is
said.
Wisconsin,
like he wins.
still early to
Like he
call,
said,
very
if he
tight
wins
race.
Pennsylvania,
Only
it's a
9%
wrap.
of the
That's
vote.
that's
Yes,
a victory.
yes, yes.
And right now,
Oh,
we're
I
taking
will
another look
celebrate.
at the electoral
And there's
map.
gonna be a lot.
It is starting to fill in more
Cindy,
electoral
double
votes in
tapping's
county.
liking
Vice
the
President
video.
Harris with
Not to where I'm
112,
just
former
promoting you
President
guys.
Trump
Thank
with
you.
198.
Yeah,
This
you know, I'm
all
new
in the
to it,
race
so I'm
to
like
70.
learning. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Georgia Secretary of State just holding a press conference as the results are still coming in. Our reporter David Young is at the state
Look,
election
he said,
headquarters
what,
in
Chevy
Atlanta
said he's
to
Mega
give us the
Mind?
latest.
What,
David,
Chevy, really? We got gotta get a. We need to see you. We're gonna bring you on live. We try to do it today. That's why our when we sent out, that we were coming on, it's just all messed up.
Trump had a
But we're
4.6% lead
trying.
over Vice President Harris with 85% of council
Open the
votes in.
description like a
Georgia's top
stream.
election
Oh, we
official,
need in
Secretary of
contact
State
because I
Brad
need you to
Raffensperger, just held a press conference an hour ago, and here's what he had to
show me
say.
how to do this. Trump.
Well, I've
Yeah,
lived
we
a
need
way
to talk to
to make
Life
it
is
the
a
most secure,
Script
free,
and
and fair
Chevy.
place to vote in the United States. We also have the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country. And that's because we joined a multi-state partnership that we share data with our other 25 member states. So when you move to those states, we find out about it.
We need to get in
And we were able
contact.
to remove 433,000 people by being part of that organization. So we have
My
the
head
cleanest
is
voter
like a
rolls in the entire
whole
country.
loaf of bread.
That
Oh my
includes
God.
Republicans. So we do
Whole
have
loaf of
secure,
bread. Okay.
fast,
Well, at least you
and
own
accurate
it.
elections.
You got to accept
But
who you
also,
are.
we had another element. I would call it a bonus, but I think voters deserved it.
Georgia,
We made
Pennsylvania.
sure, and I left
Oh,
to make sure
thank
that we would
you.
have
Your watch party
fast
has
lines.
tripled.
And
Thank
today
you
you saw
so
results
much.
of that.
Yes, it has.
With our
Thank
electronic poll
you.
pads,
We
people were
appreciate
checking
it.
in,
Let's
and we were
put that a
checking
like.
it all day long in 49 seconds. We think that's awesome, and so did the voters. And then the average line time, you don't need water. And the average line time is 2 minutes.
Okay, that's the Secretary of State.
Now, there was a question about the bomb threats received at 2 polling locations in Fulton County earlier today. He said that there was no impact.
Don't forget,
on
you
the
guys,
overall
to
election.
like.
The state of Georgia is ballot tested.
Let's
Back
see
to you,
those
Steve.
likes.
Thank you for that update,
I
David.
see
And
that
we do
you
have
got a
much
few
more for
likes
you in just
on
a
Life
moment,
is a
right
Script.
here on NTD. In the meantime, you're looking at a live feed of 1600 Pennsylvania
COCC.
Avenue, where we'll find
More
out
people
tonight
that give
who
it
will
a
be the
like.
next president of the United States to occupy the White House. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
GOCCSC. Yo, watch my thank you. Come on, Trump. Come on, Trump. We are really looking for Trump to bring this home. This is like an experience. This is not just like voting for a candidate. This is more of an experience, and it's a lot. I think that it's a lot on American people to have to be so concerned about getting the right people in office. And the scary part about it is like all that's been done to us that that people, you're beautiful. I really appreciate. Thank you, Michael. That people aren't. Oh, it's like they're unaware. It's like it's amazing that all that's been done that people could even vote for someone that haven't even earned the right to run, that never received a vote. Even when she was running before, she never earned one vote. You know, when we had our conventions and we had all the political parties that was running when she ran with Biden 4 years ago, she didn't get a vote. She wasn't there. Like Bernie Sanders was there. I had Bernie Sanders, Joe DiMaggio, Amy Schumer, all the different candidates, Andy Yang, all these candidates was there and Joe Biden except for Kamala Harris, because she didn't even earn a vote to run for office. She was the first candidate out of 13 to drop out. Biden he picked her because they wanted the black vote. See, it's always about the black vote. And in the future, black people don't realize we are sabotaging ourselves with the migrants that they're actually here to replace black workers, black voters, and everything. They don't want to depend on the black vote because they don't want to give black people reparations. They said they'd rather give it to the illegals, retain power for the next 60 years. This, like, they did all this to fight for power, that it would be only one party. The Republicans with the immigrants put in these sanctuary cities, they strategically placed them so that they would increase electoral votes. They would get more votes. And they wanted, their objective is to rule forever, as long as they possibly can. But Trump is actually standing in the way, just like he said. Look at all the stars, all the people that run for presidency. When did you see so many celebrities that have been called out to promote a candidate that can't stand on her own policy, can't stand on her own merit. Like everything that was going to was like, let's have these entertainers that will fool the people, tell them how good time they're having. You know, it's just been like ridiculous, you know, what has been going on. So we're looking at a lot that has transpired and that has been going on. So what's going on here? I think for his jumping. Yeah, so anyway, so we have a lot is riding on the line. Like this country, he was jumping, it like came out. This country is going through a whole lot the last few years, and it's going to take a lot to get us back to where we were. I don't think that'll ever happen because we allow too many people to come into this country that's a danger to this country. You know, they have had time to organize, to plan, to, you know,
County hold. That can
they've
take
they've
Trump a
been
little
able
bit of
to
advantage, but again, this race
accomplish
is
a
gonna be
lot
really
while we're sleeping. But the crime is going on and people act like they don't see it. So that's how it is. But get back, let's go back to this.
Yeah,
Let's
so that's
see. They're
not the city of
comparing.
Atlanta, but that's the Atlanta metro area. So right here you have Atlanta, which is in Fulton County primarily, and spills over into DeKalb County. Let's go back to 2024 for you. And then you
God
have
bless
Gwinnett
you.
County right here, that's
Why
in
don't you
northeast
put
suburbs.
the jacket
And
on?
also Cobb County, very important to keep close eye
You
on.
can go
It's
this
about a 14-point spread for Harris, Biden candidate with about 14 points. So you're seeing a very similar story as to 2020. And then also in Henry County, that's another very important one. You got 20 points back there in 2020 for the Democrats. Here you're looking at about 30, so that's definitely a big bump that she's getting here. Again, not quite as populated as some of the others, but she's going to need that because Trump's making a little bit of gains in those exurbs. But yeah, that's basically where Gwinnett County is in relation to the Atlanta city.
Kevin Hogan at the data wall. We'll be checking back in with you very shortly. In the meantime, we're going to send it back to Tiffany at the Dell.
All right, thank you, Steve. And
Next
let's
poll
switch gears a bit
results
and talk
are
about the
is in 30
congressional
minutes.
race. Let's go now to our very own Kelly Wright, who's on Capitol
Oh,
Hill.
said 25.
Kelly, who will control Congress?
It remains to be seen, Tiffany. It's too early to call that. We still have to wait for
It's whoever gets to 271st.
to find out who's going to control the Senate. Of course, right now the Senate has a narrow majority of 50 to 49, 51 to 49 in favor of the Democrats. But when the dust settles and those battle and hotly contested states turn in their votes, well, we may see a flip-flop of that, and it actually could prove to be that the Senate could be under the control of Republicans. On the House side, it looks like the Republicans are still gaining. Oddly enough, on the House side, where the Republicans have a narrow majority as well, there are some contested states in New York as well as California. Who would have thought that in the beginning of this year that those states would become hotly contested and could actually make for the balance of power to go into either or category? But the point is, everything's up for grabs. 34 seats in the Senate alone. Tiffany?
And Kelly, given the conversations about the balance of power throughout the night, we also have our DC studio team there, Melina and Luis, talking about it. Why does control the Congress matter so much? What impact does it have on a president's plan, say, for America?
Well, here's the bottom line. Congress is the legislative branch of our government. Of course, you have the executive branch, which is what the president will do. And then, of course, you have the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court. But here in Congress, the members who come here actually come here to enact laws that will impact every American, every citizen who lives and abides in this country. They enact the laws, they fund the government, they fund everything. We hear a lot about debt ceilings, we hear a lot about continuing resolutions and the fight over what do we do about the budget for America. It happens right here. In the Senate, judicial confirmations are made. In the Senate, cabinet confirmations are made. So without Congress doing the people's business for the people and by the people, well, it just would not work in America.
Our inalienable rights are endowed to us by the Spirit of God. There's no other nation like that in this, establishment. And so I think that that's our foundation, and I believe that we have to get back to that foundation.
And that's the former member of Congress himself, Alan West, who now lives in Texas. He represented the state of Florida. Lieutenant Colonel West served this country as a member of the United States Army and wanted to serve it proudly as a member of Congress. Right now, he heads the GOP in Dallas County, Texas. He believes that Congress has to reflect on its faith in God and in country in order to do the will of the people. Tiffany.
All right, Kelly there for us on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much for that update. Let's go now to entities. Dave Martin. Now, Dave, you have some updates on those latest exit polls from Arizona. What is the data telling you?
Yeah, as we wait for more voting results here to come in.
Come on, bring this home.
Data here. Now, I showed you there's a major shift in Florida Latino voters earlier.
Lake is
It's
really
not just limited
close.
to Florida. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania here.
There's only
These are the
49%
Latino
voted in
voters
hers.
Pennsylvania. These numbers here are a Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump. But look at these numbers here. 2016, Hillary Clinton, a 52-point lead over Trump among Latino voters in the state. 4 years later, it's under 42 points with Joe Biden. Now look at 2024. Kamala Harris, just a 17-point lead over Donald Trump among Latino voters in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm going to tell you, the same is happening in Nevada. It's a bit bigger here. In Nevada, Latino voters, this is 22% of all registered voters in the state. Again, these numbers here, the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump. 8 years ago,
After
Hillary Clinton
their
held a
last
31-point
campaign.
lead over Trump. 4 years later, it's down to 26. Look at 2024. Kamala Harris under a 2-point lead over Donald Trump among Latino voters in the state of Nevada. Let's take a look at union voting here too, starting here in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, these are union households. 2020, very close here. Trump a 2-point margin over Joe Biden. But look at this. Kamala Harris making a big difference here. A 13-point lead in 2024 among union households. Let's take a look at about Nevada union households. Again, looking at 2020, Biden had a 19-point advantage over Donald Trump among those union households. The reverse is happening actually in this state because now that's under a 5-point lead here for Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at one more demographic here, voter education. Pennsylvania voter education, now college grads, these blue numbers here are the lead for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, a 22-point lead here for Kamala Harris among college grads. Donald Trump a 16-point lead then among those without a college degree. Let's take a look at the trends here. Pennsylvania voters without a college degree here. Now again, these numbers are the margin of Trump versus the Democratic nominee. 2016, 7-point lead for Trump over Hillary. 4 years later, it's up to 9, and now it's up to 10 points here. So not a huge swing here. But look about these with a college degree. Now these numbers are the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump with a college degree voters in the state of Pennsylvania in 2016. Hillary Clinton a 7-point advantage over Trump. That was doubled 4 years later to 15 for Joe Biden. And now look at this. Kamala Harris has got that up to a 22-point lead there for Pennsylvania voters with a college degree. So a very interesting exit poll data here. I'll be definitely back to share some more with you, but right now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, Dave Martin with the exit polls there. Thank you for those updates. And joining us now online is former Congressman Joe Walsh. He's also a 2020 presidential candidate. He also hosts a podcast, The Social Contract with Joe Walsh. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on this historic night. How do you feel so far about the results we're seeing?
Well, I can't tell a lie. I'm nervous and I'm scared. I believe in my bones Trump is an existential threat to our democracy, and he's doing much better tonight than I thought he would. I'm surprised by that and disappointed by that. I think Kamala Harris can still win, but right at this
He
point,
said Trump
she's
doing
gonna have
better than I
to
thought he
run the
would. I'm
table on
surprised by that, but I'm disappointed by that. But I think Kamala can
Former
still win.
Republican voting for Harris. You did say Democrats
This
have
is
big
a job.
problems to fix. Can you
I
elaborate
don't
on
know.
that?
It's like a congressman.
Yeah, the reason this race is close is because working class people in America are angry. And they've been angry.
They should be angry.
And Donald Trump is a demagogue and he lies to them and he
Look
scares
at this.
them.
He can't lie about this economy, dude. He can't lie about the economy. He can't lie about the illegal immigrants. He's not lying about what we're going through.
They need to address that because
Y'all don't want to.
class Americans.
She has caused the dilemma that this country is in.
See what this is
He's
called?
delusional.
This is called panicking. He's in
Yeah.
panic mode now.
Still win tonight.
No,
your dreams are over, buddy.
No, dude.
Flip side, as a former Republican,
Listen to
what would you
him.
like to see the
He's
Republican
out of his
Party
mind.
doing, and what direction would you like to see that party heading in?
Look, if Donald Trump wins, this is his.
You mean when he wins?
His
problem. The problem that the Democrats created is his problem. See, he's in his bedroom.
And authoritarian and national.
That's a lie.
I believe
that's a lie.
America, but it is what
Still pushing the lie.
There will be no room in that
Look, they're
party for anybody
the
like
Senate
me or Liz Cheney or Adam.
Still pushing the lies.
If Trump wins, they will have won, and that party will never change.
Look at this dude. They did everything to this man. Weaponized the judicial system. The very thing that they say they're fighting for.
So it's a really
You voted for Bernie. That's why they voted for. Bernie wasn't on the ballot.
Thank you.
Trump's at 210 votes now.
And let's now go to
I swear,
Roman
those have
Bakalov
this
with
man.
Behind the numbers. Roman, take it away.
Thank you, Steve. That's right. So last segment, we discussed some of the important ballot initiatives happening across the country that have relevance to the people living there, but also relevance nationally. So let's continue along that trend
is winning
and
now.
discuss maybe one of, probably not the most
Wow.
important ballot
That's
initiative
great.
That's
across the country
surprising.
right now. I'm of course talking about abortion.
To push Bob
There's
Casey out.
nothing more animating
That's why he
this
started
election
supporting
cycle
Trump.
than this topic.
His
That's
ass
what
turned
happened
to
over
supporting
the
Trump. The
week.
Democratic
So
governor
the
started
two states are
supporting
really
Trump
focused today. So
in
across the
Pennsylvania.
country, there are 10 states that have
Because he's held that
abortion-related
seat for the last
ballots,
16
initiatives
years.
on the ballot this
Abortion.
election cycle. Almost all of them codify abortion into law in some way or other, whether it's like fetal viability or the health of the mother. If that's in danger.
They act like
One way or
every
the other,
woman
they
in
codify
America has had an abortion or
into
need
law.
an abortion for birth
So,
control.
the two
This
states
is
I really
just
wanna focus
so
on are as follows.
unbelievable.
First, Arizona, right there.
The way that
It's
she
got
was able to
Proposition
push this.
139, which enshrines
And you're
abortion
gonna
as a
fight for
fetal
women's
liability,
rights.
or
Fight for
at any
women
point to
being
protect
able to
the
go
health
into a
of the
locker room
Proposition
without men
139.
being in it.
So the big question here, Arizona is obviously a swing state. You have abortion, which is the absolute most animated
Fight about men
subject
not
you
being
can
able to
possibly
box
get in this election cycle,
females.
and it's on the ballot right now in a state like Arizona.
Yeah,
where
like
there are
it's going to the
currently very
gas
restrictive
station.
abortion laws.
It's
So
like women don't
that will
put gas in
very
their car.
likely
Women
be
don't need
how
food.
much is the
Women.
question.
What about the
Now,
kids
what
that the
is gonna
women
be
have that they're running households by themselves and they need to take care of families? You want to fight for women's rights? Fight for women's wages. You know, you're not fighting for that. You cause inflation. You made it worse. These women, they going to a rally while they got Megan Thee Stallion shaking her ass, and they go home and they don't have no money for gas to get to work. It's just ridiculous.
Is not a traditional swing state, right? It's not what you think of when you think of a swing state. However, Nebraska does have that very kind of interesting dynamic where they allocate their electoral votes based on congressional districts. And so for Omaha, that's the one blue electoral vote in Nebraska that the Walz campaign, the Harris/Walz campaign is really gunning for. In fact, Walz was there campaigning specifically in
Walz,
Omaha, trying to get that
tampon
one
Tim.
electoral college vote.
I
So
mean,
some of the
these two people were like the worst two candidates that they could have possibly have dug up. It's just ridiculous.
And they have two abortion related initiatives in Nebraska that, again, if
people
They
are gonna
act
sit
like
out.
abortion
Actually,
is like the main
are
issue. Like everybody's having an
Yeah,
abortion.
Because they
really
ran
are.
it, because the the mainstream media pushed this agenda, and the people keep hearing it over and over and over again until they start believing that's the biggest issue. Not that they don't have a job, not that they can't buy groceries. They, they just brainwashed them.
That's the new birth control pill.
Yeah, the new birth control pill. You have sex, then you won't be able to have an abortion.
Initiatives that's shaping up, and also whether they're actually going to be affecting the
I look
federal
like-
election as well, whether they're going to be pulling in enough people to actually shape.
Great, you
how
voted for
electoral
Trump.
college votes,
Great.
Shape out. So again, super interesting.
Yeah, we voted for Trump. I couldn't believe that they tried to, when I went into the polling place, they literally changed my address and told me that I had to go somewhere else. Okay, he got Kansas. All right, Trump.
Votes with 71% of the vote in. And former President Trump
Iowa, okay.
projected to win the state of Iowa. This after a recent outlier poll having him down roughly 10%, 59% of the vote in Iowa. And Vice President Kamala Harris projected to win the state of Maine's District 1, one electoral vote coming out of that state.
The heck?
And New Hampshire's Kelly
Governor's
Abbott,
race, yeah.
in the governor race projected to win.
She's a Republican.
And in Arizona, still too close to call with 50%, a dead heat right now for those 11 electoral votes.
Come on, Arizona.
Georgia's still too close.
Come
to
on,
call,
Georgia.
48 with 88% of the vote in. And the state of Michigan.
Wow.
All right, Michigan.
All
All right, come on. Bring it home. All right. Come on, Virginia.
That's close.
Vice President Harris appears to be gaining some ground on the former president, now with 73% of the vote in. North Carolina, still not ready to call.
Okay.
Right now, 85% of the vote in.
Oh, 85% of vote in.
Votes. And
One and a half, too. Pennsylvania.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Come on.
You can't mock God.
Yep.
Jesus,
That's the
Jesus.
state right
Glory
there.
to God.
All glory to God.
And the state of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. All the swing states.
Yeah.
Former President Trump holding a
Come on,
Thank
let's
you.
go, Trump.
Let's go. Come on.
At the Electoral College map that is starting to fill in with more states closing their polls and counting the numbers. Right now you see 210 to 113. Former
Let's
President
go.
Trump is up.
America needs
Some
Trump.
polls will be closing soon on the West Coast. 4 states with 78 electoral votes up for grabs in the West Coast. We'll have to see what they ultimately do. Bringing it back to our in-studio panel. Ambassador,
Wow.
I want to get your thoughts to the former congressman.
Uh-oh.
who had,
Please don't ask Mega Head.
at one point.
He's
He
returned.
said the former President Trump is an existential threat to democracy. Why do you think that there are some Republicans that feel so strongly toward the former president?
Well, I think that number one, he's contracted a disease called Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh,
That's
Mega
the
Mind.
first thing. That the media feeds this. I think
That's
you can
jelly
see that
bean.
in the behavior of some of the people that work for President Trump, where they decided that they were in charge and going to decide policy rather than their commander in chief. It's unfortunate. I hope that
I'm sorry, Renato. You're gonna be in Canada all by yourself. It's about who moving to Canada with my Bernie doesn't win.
Trump has expanded our.
He probably live in
included
Canada.
Many different kinds of people
Who?
and many working class people, so it's not the fancy party that it used to
Jelly
be.
Bean, he said he's
It's the
moving
party
to
of
Canada.
everybody.
Bernie Sanders is not running.
I thought you were saying if Biden was in Canada, I was supposed to be like,
Nah,
no, he's at the
Biden,
beach.
Biden might move to Canada. No, he happy. Him and Jill, Biden and Jill right now are throwing a party and dancing in her red suit, her all red suit she had on today.
He got already.
They are laughing and having a good time. They refuse to go to her watch party.
By the people is the president of all of the
Texas,
United States.
Alaska in the
Not
house.
only should the people accept that president, but the president should
Uh-oh.
accept all of the
He's
people.
bad.
And I think it's both everybody's job to make that happen. I think whoever wins this election,
Trump's
they
Trump.
have
He
to
sounds
reach
kinda
out
like
and make
Megamind,
it their
too.
goal to include everybody and to say,
Well, he's
I'm
beating
not only
Casey
president
now.
of my party.
McCormick is beating Casey.
It's great. He caught up
When we
because
talk about
Casey
Trump
was
being a
like
threat
way
to
ahead.
democracy, do I think that he's going to do most of the stuff that he says? No. I don't think he's going to carry through with a lot of the things that he says. I think he says things because he knows that it will move the needle and get people's attention, and that's what he likes. But the problem is, he has supporters who believe what he says.
What
And
what
this
about
is the
believe
problem.
this
Show.
guy? When did he
They know.
become
And
Dr.
some of those
Phil?
supporters are sitting in office, a representative
Look
or
at
a
him.
local official. They may do things that are outside of the lines because Trump said he would do it, whether Trump does it or not.
These
I don't think
people
Trump is
just
gonna take any
really
steps
push the
to
rhetoric
destroy our democracy.
and like
But I
no
think
other,
the
even
rhetoric
though
he
they're the
uses,
wolves
the way
that
he talks
in
about
sheep
people, and the
clothing.
way he
The
speaks to
Democrats are
voters,
actually the wolves.
other people to do
And
it, and I
they're
think
the
that's a
ones
problem.
that flipped in the script. The things they're doing is what they blame Trump doing when they're in office, and they have weaponized.
President Trump and his followers,
Saying the
calling
Democrats
them
is
all kinds of
Yeah,
names,
tell
calling
them.
them out, making like
She
really
gets him.
It's wrong.
Yes, it's been terrible.
But it's
He's
not
been.
one-sided.
It's one
They
of
tried to
it is
kill him
one-sided.
twice,
It's one of the reasons why there's
and they
been
still
so
talking
much
like he the bad guy.
controversy. Like, we are so blessed that
Conehead.
his life was spared.
Absolutely.
And if it
Yeah,
wasn't
get to
spared,
that.
It would have been devastating to our country and certainly
Well, we
his
can't
family.
Woohoo!
President Trump treats everybody
I
fairly.
just want to bring one more thing. So
Tell
as we
Mega
start to
Head,
talk about
Mega
democracy,
Mind.
I just think this made me think in our minds. Substitute the word democracy for bureaucracy, because I think that
Yeah, it's a
that's
reason.
actually
You're
what's
right.
happening is that the
Life's a
Democrats and
script.
some
There's a
of the
reason they
more
want to
leftist
take him out.
Republicans think that he's a threat to the bureaucracy, to the permanent state, rather than listening to the people, having these sort of cabal of people controlling everything rather than elected leaders. So I think it's an interesting idea. He's a threat to
Some people
bureaucracy.
think democracy
Yeah,
is us
abortion is not
existing
birth
together,
control.
and he threatens that because he makes it so people.
Look at this, still using the word threat.
You heard her?
They're better
He
than
said
other people,
she
and they
said
don't.
he did pretty good for 4 years.
Yeah.
The reason why.
We didn't argue that.
This framing has happened, that he poses an existential threat to democracy is coming
See
out
how
of
he had to
January
hold his
6th.
head?
And so with that.
God, big ass.
He got to tilt it to the side. The other guy on the other end of the table don't have to hold his head. Look how he has to, you know.
It's like Mr. Egghead. Yeah, a lot of characters.
Yeah, it's so heavy. Yeah, like Miss Chris said, laugh my head off. It's too heavy.
Avenues to explore, not physical violence, not storming the Capitol. Now,
Oh
I think the issue with Donald Trump is we have seen him be stubborn in his refusal to condemn certain people and certain things. This is a pattern. It's not just January 6th. But the fact that we didn't have this unequivocal condemnation of what happened on January 6th left many people.
My God, talking about January 6th now.
And even among Republicans. So I think this is the problem.
Okay, can't let them hear that song.
Oh, yeah. Talking about January 6th now.
Oh, thank you. They use our people to confuse us, thinking we are dumb, and that's what I hate when
Oh, thank you.
they think that black people aren't independent thinkers, that we don't know how to think for ourselves and stand our ground, that we're like have to keep going along to get along. Like we just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again with the same results. And you know, they refer to that as insanity. And like this go around, you have more black people. I wish it was more, to be honest, that were, you know, awakened to what's going on. You know, it's sad to see that we're voting, most of us are voting against our own interests. And it just doesn't make any sense because a lot of people in our community, they are struggling. They are in the midst of what's going on. And then they give them a celebrity, and they just like, oh yeah, just a celebrity.
Yeah, I was so disappointed when we saw
You know, so
Philadelphia.
gullible.
I was so disappointed when we saw Philadelphia.
Yeah, it is time to unite. You know, it's just when we went to Philadelphia 2 days ago, like all you could see is nothing but Harris signs everywhere. They were on Roosevelt Boulevard. There's all throughout the city, like black media, radio stations, because you know Philadelphia is predominantly black city. They're just feeding them all this information. All they're seeing is commercials all day about Kamala and how terrible Trump is, and the radio stations and all of the union leaders, even my union, they're totally supporting her, but I'm not. So the rank and file, a lot of the rank and file is not supporting Kamala. So the leaders are supporting her, but a lot of us aren't.
Barron voted for the first time.
Oh, look how
for
tall
his
he is.
dad.
Yeah. So it's a lot of that going on, but they like try to had the city on lockdown. Then she had this big rally on the Parkway, and Oprah was there and Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
So that's all her whole campaign has been, rolling out entertainers. Even when she had that town hall or something with Oprah, they had Julia Roberts, Robert De Niro, like all the different stars in Hollywood. Now you even had crazy LeBron James speaking out.
And then a lot about,
Yeah.
to add to that, a lot of these celebrities were not for her and for the Democratic Party until they talked to them and they found a way to manipulate them
Okay,
to
got
take
it.
up for them.
Okay, they're gonna make a hit.
January 6th, it was by force.
We're gonna have to hold it right here for a moment. Polls
Yeah.
will soon be
I was talking
closing
about,
on the
like,
West
how
Coast.
Cardi
4
B
states.
was
Yeah,
against
Cardi
sending
B,
electoral
they
votes
reading
up for
stuff.
grabs.
Usher.
Have more projections.
And
More
Usher
election
didn't even
updates.
want to make a statement. They must have twisted. He must be a part of that Diddy
In the
crew.
meantime, we're looking at 5
And
keys
LeBron,
of
they
the
all
Trump
been
and
at
Harris
Diddy
headquarters.
parties. I think they got something on these people.
In Harris and DC, a lot more to come. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I think they have something on some of these stars, because you have people like Usher that even on The View, they kept on trying to get him to commit to they tried to get him to commit to endorsing Kamala, and he wouldn't do it. The next thing you see him on stage and they had him actually endorsing her, supporting her. The same thing with Jermaine Dupri. He was like going at it about what are her policies. They beat him down. Next thing you see him on BET with DL Download Hughley. And now, that they make them all lined up in order.
And people thought they was gonna get a free Beyonce concert.
Yeah, Beyonce, Cardi B. Beyonce flew the heck out of him. She walking out like her and Kelly Rowland was a couple.
That was weird.
Like a couple, because they want to support the LGBTQ plus community, I think her mother-in-law is gay or whatever, so she wants to support that part of the family. But people didn't come there for Kamala. All these entertainers, they get these people, to come so they can pack a stadium for her. Whereas Trump, he could pack his own. He doesn't have to have a star.
Look at Wildwood.
Yeah, he doesn't have to have a star. He's the one that people are coming to see. They're not coming to see her because her whole campaign was talking about abortion.
Yeah, he's the star.
And they talking about women's rights. Like, women don't have a right to keep their legs closed. Women don't have a right to not have men in women's bathrooms and girls' bathrooms. I'm like, what happened to those rights? What happened to taking care of the kids you have, having enough money to go to the supermarket to buy food for the children you do have, not the ones you're trying to unalive. This is like ridiculous. And that's all. She couldn't even run on her record. And I have a problem with that. You're supposed to run on your record. So the next polls, they're about to close.
It was on the West Coast, 4 states, but 78 electoral votes at stake.
Protect
here.
our kids. That's right.
Washington State,
Protect
the
them.
remaining part of Idaho, most of Oregon,
state
and
you
now,
live
of course,
in.
California, with 54 electoral votes, the most in the nation right now. All 3 states on
Yeah,
the
well,
West
my
Coast
state
are
is a blue
completely
state.
Democratic,
They already
so we'll be
voted
seeing a lot
for
of those numbers filling in
Kamala.
Harris.
Place
We're
got
not
the
looking
most
to see an
votes.
upset tonight in those
California.
states.
Well,
Now,
California is
in
all
Senate
the
race, though, Democratic
weirdos.
Representative
All you
Adam
gays,
Schiff
all your
up against
Hollywood
former
is
baseball
all
great
is
Steve
Hollywood.
Garvey for the seat left open by the
They
late
control the
Senator Dianne
media,
Feinstein. A lot to look
what
for
we
there.
see.
California is home to quite a few toss-up House races.
Come on,
They
North
could eventually
Carolina.
decide control of the lower chamber. And right now you are looking at live feeds from inside both campaign headquarter watch parties there. Trump in West Palm
Yeah,
Beach,
California
Florida.
is messed
Kamala
up.
Harris is in
California is
DC.
destroyed.
Washington, D.C., our state's capital there. And the battle for majority in the House
No,
seats
we're not
is
from
up as
Delaware.
California results are starting to come in now.
But that's where my
Those
mom lived,
races
though,
could be
Delaware.
pivotal in deciding whether Democrats can't flip the House. And we do have some NTD projections for you. In the state of Oregon, still too early to call.
But y'all not even putting anything up. Talking about too early to call.
Projections, then they show
We'll
zero.
be updating
Yeah, how you show 0-0 too early to call? Oh, we knew that was going to happen. See, I told you 54. Well, we know that Hollywood was going to.
Very safely Democratic again.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing a lot more of the map filling in behind us for Harris.
Yes, Trump.
The state of Idaho, Donald Trump projected to win there 4 electoral votes, with less than 1% of the votes in there as well. That's the state of Idaho. And Washington, the state, not to be confused with the DC, Kamala Harris is projected to win all 12 electoral votes there. That's with less than 1% of the votes.
Yeah, it's unbelievable she got California, but
Washington.
you got Hollywood. Hollywood is
In
there.
Arizona, a lot of focus on that state tonight. Still too
Come on,
close to
Arizona.
call. That's with 50%
Come on.
of the votes in. 11 electoral votes at stake there.
Come
That's
on.
the state of Arizona.
No tax on
And
tips,
Georgia,
Arizona.
Too close to call. The Peach State, 16 electoral votes, 90% of the
Come
votes
on,
in.
Georgia.
Look at those numbers. It's still too close to call. Michigan also
Come on,
too
Michigan.
close to call. 27% of the votes in, 15 electoral votes there. And Nevada, too early to call. Less than 1% of the votes in, 6 electoral votes there. Lot to look at in that state. And Virginia
Come on.
also too close to call. Shaping up to be an interesting race in that state tonight.
I think it's going to
13
go
electoral votes
red.
there. North Carolina also too close to call.
Come on, North
86%
Carolina.
votes in so far. 16 electoral votes there. Lot to look for there as well. And Pennsylvania.
Come on, Pennsylvania. Pull it on home. Bring it on home, Pennsylvania.
Votes and 19 electoral votes. Many saying that is the state that could make it or break it tonight. The state of Wisconsin also too early.
Come on, Wisconsin.
60% of the votes in there. 10 electoral votes at stake. Trump with a very slight lead right there. And let's look at some Senate races. Wow, look at that. California special. The projected winner is
surprised,
Steve
huh?
Garvey. That's the seat Adam Schiff was running there, the Democrat. That's for late Dianne Feinstein. That's with less than 1% of the votes in. Quite a fascinating turnout right there. And speaking of the turnouts, let's look at this map behind me, the Electoral College map. Of course, tonight is all about that magic number of 270. Right now, Trump has 214, Kamala Harris 179. She's catching up right now. We're seeing more of these numbers coming in. A big batch just came in from California.
Of course,
right
y'all
here,
knew that was
54
going to
votes
happen.
there. Of course, all the yellow states still too early or too close to call. Speaking of too early and too close to call, let's go over now to NTD's Kevin Hogan at the data wall. Break down some of these counties that we're looking at. Kevin, everyone's looking at Pennsylvania tonight. That knife edge, those numbers keep going back and forth. What are you seeing in Pennsylvania that maybe could be early indicators?
Yes, well, we have 69% of the vote in, and again, this is shaping up to be a very close race, so you got to count all these votes. That's Trump up with a 4-point lead, but again, that could change as the night goes on. I'm going to direct your attention to the Philadelphia metro area right here. I'm just going to zoom in on this. So what you're seeing here is, we'll just drill in so this is a little bit easier to see the numbers. So these are the suburbs, these are the collar counties. You go through Bucks County. There's no change from 2020. So Trump's basically holding his own. He's down. Well, actually, pardon me. These numbers are changing every minute. So when I wrote these a few minutes ago, it's a little bit different. So Trump's actually gaining a little bit there, but then you move on to Montgomery County. You see Harris really driving up the margins, but I caution you, it's only 48% of the votes in. So it's really just too early to understand exactly what the makeup of those votes are. Now, in Chester County, Harris is doing a little bit better than Biden was. Well, at least that was when I wrote it. Let's take a look now. Yeah, 2 points more. So, going from an 18 to a 20-point margin. Again, this is crucial because this area is very densely populated, a lot of votes in there. And again, when you have a state that was decided by about 18,000 votes in 2020, every single vote is going to be very important. This is Delco. Again, this area, this is the collar counties. This used to be a Republican in the 90s, and even Nixon in one of his earlier presidential runs had to make a diversion in his motorcade to go talk to the Republican who was running the machine there. But since the 90s, this area has trended blue, and even from 2016 to 2020, it shifted blue. So if these hold up, then that means that Harris is able to make a lot of gains in those suburbs. But in Philadelphia, there's a big shift towards Trump. So again, Trump is way behind. That's over 50 points. But he's shifting about 7 points closer, cutting into that margin compared to what he did to Biden. And we saw from 2016 to 2020, Philadelphia actually shifted red. So again, it's a blue area, but it's shifted red. So we're going to have to see how those go throughout the night to understand a little bit more about what's happening. But again, you go right here, we're going to look through some of these bellwethers. These are predictors. This is a state bellwether, Northampton, which is a predictor for who may win the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as it's called. So, for example, right here, Trump is up. So that's a good sign for him. Again, 93% of the vote. So that's a pretty good predictor. Again, this is just one data point that we're looking at. The good old Northampton County, very, very important. Lehigh Valley runs through there, big economic engine, very populated area. Now, there's just one bellwether, but another state bellwether is Erie County. Again, now we have 49% of the votes in, so a little bit more from the last time that we checked in, but Harris is up there. So we got 1 and 1. And then that just goes to show you that this state is going to be very, very close. Center County, though, this is a national bellwether. We got 68% of the vote in, a lot to count. But the winner in Center County has gone with the eventual winner of the presidential race every single time except one since 1980. So it's got a good track record. And one of the times that it was wrong was in 2016 when they selected Hillary Clinton. And that's going to Trump by a few points. So he's got a little bit of a bellwether advantage right here in Pennsylvania so far.
Very fascinating breakdown for us, Kevin. And we do have an update to tell all of you. That surprise special election Senate race in California was actually won by Adam Schiff. Apparently AP did a mess up in their projection there, and so we are correcting that update for you. Now, Kevin, back to you. When it comes to, how close the races have been, what else are you looking for here? As I see you have North Carolina up, that's again a very close race. Again, 16 electoral votes here. Any early indicators?
Oh, well, what we're seeing is that at least the last time I checked this, these numbers are changing all the time. What we're seeing is, for example, Wake County, this is Raleigh. Harris, she's doing a little bit better than Biden's performance back in 2020. So she's gaining a little bit of ground. And then this is Buncombe County, that's Asheville area. And our hearts go out to all the people in all of Western North Carolina and Georgia that were hit by that hurricane and affected. Now, this area has gone a little, it's just shifting a little bit more blue, at least last time I checked. So Harris is really picking up some more ground in those deep population centers.
All right, Kevin, thanks for that update. And we will be returning to you throughout the night to see if any of those counties move and those states give us some results. But for now, Steve, back to you at the desk.
Thanks for that, Tiffany. And now let's go to Luis Martinez in Washington, D.C. for an update on the balance of power. Luis, first, what House races are you watching at the moment?
Of course, let me jump right into those House races. First of all, Steve, the balance of power, remember, it's 435 seats up for re-election. As of now, we have Republicans with 154 holding the line and Democrats with 101. Now, we look at the map of the entire country. Important races to look at, Steve. Let's go to the state of Arizona. There is the 1st District of Arizona, one of those toss-up races for this general election. David Schweikert defending his seat, and with 63% of the votes in, he's trailing behind Democratic contender Mish Shah. So that's a good indicator of how their voter preference is changing in the state of Arizona, with seemingly the Republican candidate here losing his seat with 63% of the votes counted. If we go to Arizona's 6th district, Steve, we have Juan Ciscomani, who won in 2022 with a healthy margin, trailing by double digits behind Kirsten Engel. So this is a big upset for Republicans. A large Hispanic population in the 6th district. Very interesting results that we're seeing so far. Another interesting race, because it's in a battleground state and it's a toss-up for the House, would be Wisconsin's 3rd district. That is Congressman Derek Van Orden, former Navy SEAL, who is defending his seat right there with 64% of the votes in so far, 3 points ahead the Democratic contender, holding the line for Republicans. Now, I want to talk about the Delaware state at large district, not because it's a toss-up or because it will determine in any way the balance of power in the House, Steve, but because Sarah McBride is projected with 88% of the votes in and more than double-digit advantage over the Republican contender, projected to win that seat, and she would become the first transgender person member of Congress.
It's he. It's he. His DNA is going to say it's a he.
Let's look at how the Senate is shaping
It's
up.
a he.
Remember, there's
It always
Democrats
will be a
defending twice
he.
as many seats as Republicans.
Swab his
Right now,
mouth.
Republicans
He's
with
DNA. He's a
48,
he.
And Democrats 39. The most important new information that we have here in the Senate race is the state of Montana. We only have 6% of the votes in Steve, but we have Tim Sheehy, former Navy SEAL,
He's a
ahead in
man.
the polls of John Tester. John Tester looking for a re-election in the state of Montana, but John Tester, even though he's overperformed compared to Republican candidates in the typically red state of
Don't
Montana,
forget to
has
share,
never been in the
like,
ballot
and
with former
subscribe.
President Donald Trump.
Thank
And with
you.
only 6% of the votes, we're seeing that difference. And well, let's go back here at the Senate map. And just to wrap up, Steve, very important to keep an update on the Senate race in the state of Arizona. Let's remember Kristen Sinema, independent senator, stepping down and opening a seat. And then we have Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego besting in the polls with 49% of the votes in Carrie Lake, the Republican contender who
Yeah, I
in
don't care if
2022
people
ran
want
for governor
They
and
make me believe
lost. So
what
those
they
are the
need
key
to
races that I'm
accept.
looking at in the
Stop
House
claiming
and the
something they
Senate.
aren't.
Back
That's
to you,
right,
Steve
I
in studios
agree.
in New York.
Entities, Luis
Play
Martinez, a
make-believe.
lot of data, Tiffany, coming out of that report right there. One thing he didn't mention was in Ohio, Bernie Moreno outperforming Sherrod Brown. A lot of people didn't know if he would.
And let's go back to DC for Kelly Wright, who is on Capitol Hill there for us. Kelly, what do you have for us related to the congressional race? Any latest updates?
Well, I think we just heard everything from Luis Martinez. I think what's really surprising, and Steve alluded to this, was the surprise win of Bernie Moreno, who, by the way, would likely be riding the coattails of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, in defeating the three-term senator there, Sherrod Brown, who was basically someone that people really had admired for most of his career. But I think what's really happening out of these congressional races, we're seeing the dislike for what's happening in our country, the tone and tenor. If you recall, 74% of Americans believe that we're on the wrong track. And they're
You're still
actually
trying to
showing up
figure
to the
out
polls
Dad's
and
things
voting and making
where
their
we
voices
live at.
heard. Look, here in Congress,
What
a
state?
lot of people had stated that Congress failed to really perform
Philly.
all that
Philly
it
in the
needed to do to
house.
help every American citizen in dealing with the funding of this government, as well as dealing with enacting laws that would help everybody. So because of the fighting that was going on within Congress, the American people decided, and it seemed to be deciding tonight, how they're going to fight, and they're going to fight with their vote. And that's the power of the American people, being able to vote for the person of their choice and really making a difference.
Thank you for
in
not
the way
voting.
they see the
We're
future and going
thankful.
forward for America.
No, he said I didn't vote,
All
but
right, Kelly
Kamala
Wright there
got
for
this,
us
y'all.
on
Yeah, I'm
Capitol Hill
glad you
in
didn't
DC.
vote.
Thank you so much for those updates.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't vote.
And
Right,
now
we're
to
on
our
the couch.
panel, we're joined by
Yeah,
Democratic
glad you
Senator Terry
decided to
Salas,
sit
former
this
US
one
Ambassador
out.
to Denmark, Carlos Sands, Doug Collins,
Oh,
former
he's the
Congressman
guy
from
from
Georgia, and
Florida
Ronnie
that just
Byro,
lost to
former Obama
DeSantis.
Regional Campaign
DeSantis.
Director and former Georgia
He
Congressional
looks like
candidate.
him, the
Doug, I
black
want to
guy.
start with you. We just got a really
He looks like
in-depth
him.
look at the balance of power,
Or
some
maybe he's
updates from
not.
there. You said earlier that, you know, the presidential and then all of the congressional
All
races,
right,
two totally
Philly.
different animals. What are some of your biggest takeaways?
I just noticed in the Arizona race, you had Dave Swacker, who's been in for since 2010, in a very tight race there. I think that shows a shifting demographic. The one thing that most people don't realize about Arizona is every congressional district hits Maricopa County. It's one of the interesting, if you didn't know this about America, every district hits Maricopa County. Everybody has a piece of it. So it's a really changing dynamic there. But when you see Swacker, when you also see Hispani there at the border, where Trump is doing so much better there, we've seen, and him behind in that race, it tells me something local there is affecting that race. We want to all of a sudden nationalize everything, and you can nationalize Senate races. House races are a little bit harder to nationalize. But as we're going through it, and why that makes a difference is even local pollsters and stuff get together. The big splash.
McCormick is taking the lead.
From Iowa predicted, 8 Trump's winning by 14, 15. I mean, we're not even close here. But here's one that I saw talking about the localness of races. Remember how everything's been going on about the Muslim community and the voter in Michigan? I just saw this on online. I haven't seen a person who's online. It said election day vote in a Dearborn precinct, Dearborn, Michigan, which is we have 332 Trump, 293 Stein, 81 Harris. I mean, that just shows you that that local issue is so vitally important to all of these. And we were talking earlier about when we got the Bronx, the Queens, the Bronx, 20 plus points shifted toward Trump. So I think that's where it comes in more as the local. That's what I mean by the difference in a national and a local race.
Rob, what do you make of this split ticket voting? Does it speak to the health of our democracy?
No, it really does. And just looking at some of the results right now, New York Times is predicting a 62% chance that Dems take the House. So that's going to be a check on power. And we're better off for that. I mean, we all can say that that's going to be bad because it's going to be, more of the same of infighting and things not getting done. But it's good to have a balance and a check on power. So I'm pleased with that. Of course, they're predicting 85% chance that Donald Trump wins. 89% chance right now that he takes the White House. And 61% chance that Republicans flip the Senate.
Here we go.
So,
They flipping it now. They like 48.
Be changing as we know it right now.
Need 3 more.
Still a long way to go yet, Carla. What is your read here on the balance of power?
Well, so I appreciate what you said about the Democrats taking the House, but as a matter of fact, if they do, let the impeachments begin. They will go to war with him and try to thwart.
Yeah, that's what you don't want. They're going to try to stop everything that he's going to try to do to help get this country back on its feet.
And this time, we are
Former
forewarned.
Senate
So if it does
candidate.
happen, there will be measure for measure. I'm sure of it.
Denny, we don't want to jump the gun too much yet. There's a lot of votes out there. States can still swing. But what is your assessment right now as to where the race stands?
It's increasingly likely that we're going to see President Trump again. And I think that's absolutely true. And I think it's going to pose a gut check to Democrats across the country, especially the people in power and the party itself, about what matters most to the average American. I think what happened, and you've seen what the Trump campaign has run on this, is that social issues are potent, right? And think about what happened after George Floyd died. The murder of George Floyd. Everyone started focusing on the issues of police brutality and also police reform. But yet, those issues got usurped by this very vocal minority on the far left when they started focusing on a number of different issues instead of that. So instead of actually caring about solving this particular issue that had universal popularity between Republicans, Independents, and Democrats, all of a sudden we started talking about they, them, Latinx. We started talking about all these other issues that weren't really important to the everyday American.
Defunding the police.
Defunding the police.
So to Carla's point, how do we avoid getting into a situation if there is a split Congress and Democrats take the House, that we don't wind up in a situation where it's just division and...
I think we need to have a vocal middle. We need to have a very loud, boisterous middle of this country where it's the folks that are willing to actually compromise and work with each other. And look, even if the House, the Democrats win the House, you've seen someone like Hakeem Jeffries, who's actually extended his hand and has worked with Mike Johnson. He hasn't bashed him over that. He's always tried to work with him.
Johnson is questionable though.
Create some sort of semblance of getting stuff done in the House. So you've seen it. So I do believe that even if the Democrats win, yes, you're going to have them play games, right? I don't hope they don't go down the impeachment road. We've seen it with Jim Jordan. We've seen it with those folks and Republicans. And think about it, like what happened to all those impeachment things, right? They all immediately dropped off once Biden stopped running for president. So those are the type of games that we don't want to see anymore. Every American, we're all sick of it. So let's
we need y'all to govern and stop making it personal while American people are suffering because of y'all decisions.
Things that actually matter. And hopefully this is a good gut check on the Democratic Party to actually focus on this stuff.
To his point, I really think a national conversation. What's important to the people? Let's talk
Well,
about it.
he was the only person that they had that might be a real man
certain things
that's
that
black.
Can't be dragged back and forth every 4 years. Like energy
He didn't
policy.
try to front.
Yeah, and he didn't come off zesty
There
neither, so
are other
I'm really
things that we should
happy
really
about
sit
that.
down and have a conversation, and I think
like
President
Megamind.
Trump, if he's successful tonight, can be the one to do that.
A very important discussion. I do want to return to it, but right now we're
No,
going to
I'm
host
just
to
saying that
Mark
that's the
McCullough,
first
senior editor of
person,
the Epic
black
Times
person
and host of
and I've
American
seen
Ballot
that
Leaders. These
sound like a
are
man.
hosted by the
Most black
Brownstone
men
Institute
are.
at West Hartford, Connecticut. Jan, how are people feeling about the reaction results so far, and who's your special guest?
Tiff, you know, it's kind of an amazing electric atmosphere here in West Hartford. Talking with the Brownstone people, they are really looking positively at the prospect of having, you know, people in the SMAHA movement, people in the health freedom movement, basically affecting some change in health and human services and other agencies that are related to there. But over here with me, I've actually got Charles Von Breitenbach.
Trump just got North Carolina.
And he is a former investment banker.
Awesome.
And so tell me a little bit about how you're feeling here today.
I'm excited. I mean, when I look at the Senate race in Pennsylvania as a predictor of where Pennsylvania is likely to fall, I feel like this is going to be the landslide we were all hoping for that will open the door to real reform, particularly in the health area as well as in just government spending, because we're out of control. We need to bring that in, and
Can't really see that.
I'm optimistic, but I don't want to, as they say, don't count your chickens till they're
Yeah, you can't see it, but
Well, yeah,
Trump
a
has
number of
230 and
people I've
Kamala has
spoken to here
179.
also are, you know, kind of, or it ain't over until the fat lady sings. They really want to wait it out before they feel confident about an outcome. But there are people that are kind of celebrating a win, all right.
North Carolina, yeah, Trump got it. It shows it right there.
But I want to see
They called it for Trump, North Carolina.
Pennsylvania and some of the other swing states. They seem to be trending really well for the Republican.
Come on, call
ticket,
Pennsylvania.
and that'll make
76% of
feel
voters
we're really
in.
there. I'll go to bed when they call Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Just before.
Well, Charles, it's a pleasure to speak with you, and sending it back to you, Tiff.
All right, Jan, thanks for those updates.
And coming up, we'll check in with NTD's Dave Martin about the latest exit polls.
Wow. It's gonna be
And that is a live look right now into both watch parties.
Commercial.
In the meantime,
Okay.
take a look at the Trump.
That's on the right is Philadelphia. They're in Independence Mall.
At the Republican,
I used to walk past there every day to my job. I wonder is my daughter out there.
Crying. Yo, I'm feeling so excited right now, guys.
I feel like celebrating. I'm like,
I want to go to PJ's. I want to go to David Buster's. Oh, guys, I'm so happy this country might get on its feet finally. But God.
Shall not be mocked.
And everything Trump has been through, I mean, it's not over yet.
And they still gonna be acting.
I'm feeling good, guys. This is looking really good right now. So let's just keep.
Philadelphia sucks. I'm glad they ain't
Philly's disappointing.
That's why he worked the suburbs, and like people that ordinarily didn't vote, especially like the Amish, and they all came out for him. You know, so they needed to come out because people are delusional.
Kevin said Democrats have a lot to think about the next 4 years.
Yeah, well, they did a lot to this country to retain power. I mean, open up the borders. They had a plan. The plan was to open up the borders, to fly these people in, to let millions and millions of people come in so that they would be their voting bloc. So they figured that the black people would still vote the way that we've been voting because, you know, we don't know how to vote differently. But they didn't expect for black people to drop off.
Pennsylvania is very close right now, but Trump is ahead currently. So we're in the final stretch for Pennsylvania, so we'll see what happens, but he's currently leading for it.
Yeah,
and
so
now, like they said, like Trump said, if he wins Pennsylvania, then it's a wrap. That he wins.
And the thing about it, he's winning in the other swing states.
Yeah.
He's winning, you know, so that's all of this is positive, you know, as far as, but they have done a lot to try to win. And I believe that they were behind taking him out. It looked like the Secret Service that they like was allowing him to perhaps be assassinated.
Oh, we got an angry Democrat here.
Oh,
you mad, bro? Aw.
Turn it back.
Back at the data wall with NTD's Kevin Hogan crunching the numbers.
Right now, North Carolina.
Things are shaping up pretty well for former President Trump. We're not quite there yet in North Carolina. very close. What are you seeing?
Well, we're seeing a good deal of the votes in, 89%. Again, you got to call all the votes in these very close races. But look at this. Former President Trump is up about 2.7 points. Now, if we go back to 2020, when he carried it, that's about 1.3. So he's up a little bit more. And then this is kind of looking a little bit more like 2016 when he was up 3.5 points or so when he carried the state. So we can just drill down into the state of North Carolina just to see how it's shaping up. So Harris is picking up about another point or so in Wake County. That's the capital Raleigh that you see right there. So she's really trying to make these blue areas more blue. She's doing well there. But in North Carolina, for some reason, these suburban areas that are these high growth counties, again, right outside of either Asheville, that's Buncombe County, or Raleigh, Wake County, you're not seeing her get the margins that she would have wanted to have. And part of the issue is that you have a lot of newcomers coming to the state of North Carolina.
Okay.
That's 400,000 in the last 4 years.
Wow.
So they could certainly
Newcomers.
affect the race, especially when you look at how close.
But they're not supposed to vote. Listen to this bull
Really
crap.
concerned about, okay, are these coming
Look
from
at
blue
this.
states, red states? Are they Republicans leaving blue states or vice versa? But it doesn't look like those newcomers were really able to shake up the race that much. What
Means illegal
Illegal
And then we're
immigrants,
seeing right now
newcomers.
That's what he
President
means,
Trump
folks.
Up by about 134,000
Listen to this
votes, with
bullshit.
roughly 89% of the votes in. Kevin, talk to us about some of these bellwethers that you've been looking at, and have they told the story that they have traditionally?
Well, that's a good point that you make. Now that we're here
Newcomers.
in North Carolina, you can just
They
take
have
a
no
look at
right to
Buncombe
vote in
County
our
right here. This
elections.
is
They're
a
not
national bellwether.
they're not
So again,
United
it's starting
States
with the presidential
citizens.
winner, but
They don't get to
if you look
decide
back in
our
2016
outcome.
with Clinton. So it had an error there. There was a deviation. But right now in 2024,
That's just so
Harris
insulting and
has a clear lead in
offensive.
Buncombe County, of course. And now you might say, well, that's just expected. But again, this has a track record in years past of predicting the winner. So you can just take a look at the margins and see how this is shifting. Biden had it with about 21
Trump gonna get
points,
the
and now
newcomers
Harris
all up out of
is
here
pushing
when he's
that
back
Yeah,
up
he
in
to
needs
office.
to.
26 points or 24
And that's an
points.
example of
So,
it.
she's again consolidating her
Gonna
votes
send them
in
back
these
home.
blue areas, but not quite making up those margins that she needs to hit in some of those other places. For example, in the outer rings around
Thank
Raleigh
you.
and so forth. But again, we have an update on Pennsylvania. So if you can see, if you've been tracking us throughout the night, we were looking closely at Bucks County because again, if former President Trump has a chance of flipping one of these collar counties that went blue in 2020 and 2016, it might be Bucks County, and that for that reason, it's that they had the closest margin in 2020. So as more of these votes come in, because again, these were big margins for Harris earlier in the night, but now at 52% of the vote in, you see it's only separated by less than a point. So that those margins are really stabilizing, and Harris isn't quite picking up what some might expect to be what she needs to do in some of these collar counties. So again, we're just going to have to wait on Pennsylvania until more of these votes come in to get a better understanding of how this race is shaping up. We're going to go back to you guys at the desk.
And we now do have some breaking news for you. Just in, former President Trump is now projected to win the state of North Carolina.
Okay.
That's the key battleground state of
Key
Georgia.
battleground
North
state.
Carolina also
Okay.
wins a key 16 electoral votes. Republicans have dominated presidential victories there for decades.
They
except
should
for
have after
former
that
President
storm
Obama's
and they
victory
didn't
there
come and
in
support
2008.
these people.
Trump won that state in 2016 by just over 3 percentage points and by just over 1 point in 2020. Right now, we're going to bring it back to NTD's Iris Tao, who is at the Trump headquarters. Iris, what updates do you have for us? What is the environment like there right now? Shaping up to be a pretty good night for the former president.
Yes, definitely. So the crowd here at Trump's campaign watch party in West Palm Beach is jubilant. They're cheering at every single call in favor of Trump that's being projected at the big screen right behind us. And especially just now, the Trump campaign announced that they have projected for Trump to win the state of North Carolina. The crowd burst into cheers. And of course, we know that the key battleground states, including Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, Wisconsin, while the results are still not officially called yet, Trump is leading slightly in these key swing states, and the crowd here is very excited every time upon seeing on that big screen Trump's slight lead as of now. Of the polling just right now, numbers are coming in. Meanwhile, we are also hearing, for example, more music being played in between different news segments here, starting to look more like an actual party. In the first beginning, the crowd was more cautiously or anxiously watching the results coming in on the TV screen, paying attention to the news, but now it's a blend of music and election results. And you can see the crowd here, a lot of people were dancing along the music and already starting to feel that sense of excitement. We know that Trump said he would come here around, let's say, 10 or 11 p.m. if things would go smoothly, but it remains unclear when exactly or really whether he's going to come here. But we do expect him to make a speech tonight about the current election results. And his campaign says that they would declare victory when they feel confident that they have already gotten 270 electoral votes, although that exact measure remains unclear. The press secretary for Trump's campaign has also said that he won't declare victory prematurely. So all eyes are on this watch party where we could have any official announcement anytime soon. Back to you.
And we'll be checking back in with Iris Tao throughout the evening at Trump's headquarters. In the meantime, we're at NTD's Data Hub with Dave Martin. Dave, a lot of talk and emphasis. We've been talking about the southern states, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina. We haven't heard so much from the blue wall, if you will. Talk to us about what's going on there. What voter trends are you seeing up north?
Yeah, definitely. I want to focus on those three blue wall swing states. I want to look specifically at age groups. Let's look at those age 65 and older. Let's start here with Wisconsin. Again, these are Wisconsin voters ages 65 and older. These numbers here are the margins of Trump versus the Democratic nominee. You see, 8 years ago, Trump had a 1-point lead here over Hillary Clinton. 4 years later, went up to 5 against Joe Biden. But now in 2024, it's now a 17-point margin against Kamala Harris. This is actually a trend for all of them, because look at this one. Michigan voters ages 65 and older, 2016, a 4-point lead over Hillary Clinton. It was down to a 2-point deficit 4 years later, and now in 2024, down to a 13-point deficit against
dumber they
Kamala
are.
Harris. Look at this one
dumber.
too. Pennsylvania voters, again, age 65 and older. Again, these are the margins of Trump versus the Democratic nominee.
He's talking about they're not going to tax Social Security and stuff like that, and they're voting against their best interest. There's age don't bring
with
common sense
Look
at all.
at one more age group here. Men aged 18 to 44. Now, a lot was made out of Joe Rogan's endorsement of Donald Trump. Kind of interesting. Maybe this worked out, maybe it's not. Let's take a look at men aged 18 to 44 here. We'll start with the state of Michigan. 2020, Donald Trump a 2-point edge over Joe Biden among men aged 18 to 44. 2024, that's up to an 18-point advantage, 57 to 39 in the state of Michigan. Let's look at another blue wall state. Wisconsin men aged 18 to 44, same age group, 2020, by the 2-point advantage over Trump. But now, according to the 2024 exit polls,
Don't forget to
Trump
like,
is
share, and
into a
subscribe.
54 to
Thank
44
you.
lead, a 10-point lead here for Donald Trump in the state of Wisconsin. Let's look at one more here. Pennsylvania, men aged 18 to 44, again, 2020, Joe Biden had a 9-point lead over Donald Trump.
They flipped it.
4 years later, Trump has turned the tables. He's got a 9-point lead over Kamala Harris among men aged 18 to 44 in the state of Pennsylvania. So, Steve,
The younger you are, the smarter. Remember the people in the video, they were 18.
We'll continue to update you with more demographics as the night goes on. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for those updates. And we do have some more NTD projections for you all. First up, the state of Oregon going to Kamala Harris. That's 8 electoral votes to the vice president running for president. 60% of the votes in for the state of Oregon. The state of New Mexico going also to Kamala Harris. 5 electoral votes there. 74% of the votes in that state. We did see Trump campaigning there last minute. Arizona still too close to call. 50% of the votes in so far, 11 electoral votes at stake there. Very close margins right there. Michigan also too close to call. quite fascinating there. We'll be interested to see the breakdown of those votes later. 37% of the votes in. You just saw those numbers jump again on screen right there. Virginia also too close to call. Fascinating night there. 79% of the votes in so far. And the state of Pennsylvania, all eyes on that state. Too close to call right now. Look at that nice edge. It's actually moving in the favor of former President Trump right now. We'll be seeing what those numbers say later tonight. 77% of the votes in. Wisconsin also too close to call. 10 electoral votes there. 68% of the votes in. A lot of focus on Wisconsin as well. The state of Georgia, the Peach State, 16 electoral votes. Too close to call as well. 91% of the votes in so
91%
far.
of votes in.
And some Senate races in Ohio, Bernie Moreno winning there. The Republican, he's the projected winner. 92% of the votes in for that state. New York District 22, now this is a House race. The projected winner is John Mannion. 84% of the votes in. This is going to the Democratic Party. Now let's look at the Electoral College map that you see on screen there. Trump right now with 230 Electoral College votes. Kamala Harris with 192. Those yellow states too early or too close to call still. And of course, Alaska polls have not closed there yet. It'll be a long night with those states. But let's bring it back in panel now. We have a Danny Silas, ambassador, former ambassador Carlos Sands, Doug Collins, and of course, Robin Byra. We just saw all those projections. Carla, what do you make of those numbers?
It's astonishing. I'm hearing that the New York Times is projecting that President Trump will win the popular vote. That's a landslide, and he would have a mandate from the people. It's very exciting. I hope it's true, personally, but also for our country.
And Denny, what do you make, especially the House race in New York?
I think it was expected.
Yeah, they
And
made
especially
yeah,
with State Senator
great.
John Mannion. He had tons of support. You know, I work in this state, you know, very intimately with the state house and city
Denny
council, so I
Salas.
know a lot of these guys. So that was expected for him to win. It does look like that Hakeem Jeffries will be the next Speaker of the House. Trump, like I said earlier in the last segment, looks like he's going to be next president of the United States again. By the way, first president to win non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland. So that is something to behold, you know, something again in American history. But look, I know his mandate is going to be making sure that you lower the cost of goods to increase manufacturing. Obviously, he wants to ensure that some of these old free trade agreements that actually harm
Which
the
she
middle of
would
the
never
country,
even know how to
that lost
negotiate or even talk
jobs,
about what
brings
he
those
just
jobs
said.
back by focusing on actually increasing production and growth here in the United States. So I think he is going to enact a lot of these policies.
And Doug, earlier we were talking about potentially, no matter who wins, if we move back towards that middle. Now, if Trump does return to the presidency, do you see him pardoning Hunter Biden as part of that?
No.
He probably. But
No.
Donald Trump, he probably could. Because it's really
No.
interesting. We can get in this.
Don't
now.
do it.
Everything that the left accused Donald Trump of doing, he didn't do.
He
didn't break the Constitution. He didn't go to war. He didn't do all those things. We get the
Every-
of it all the time.
They're the wolves in
And some
sheep
of that was
clothing.
in
They're
last
the wolf.
impeachment, the sham impeachment up there, that was a disgrace. And unfortunately, I think we're going to probably see it again. And Hakeem Jeffries, I've known, I've served with. We've done a lot of bills together. First Step Act, he and I wrote. The Immunity Modernization Act, he and I wrote. We did a lot of stuff. But yet in 2019,
Yeah.
the light went on in the Democratic Party that said we cannot take Donald Trump in no way, shape, form, or fashion. Now they're getting ready to have possibly.
I
have
told you
four
they're gonna
years in
fight
prison.
him, like try
So I
to
think
even
that's
make the
an
country
interesting
better. They're
But
gonna
going
fight
back
him
to
tooth and
projections, what
nail.
we just saw. Number one, it's interesting in Georgia. The Georgia Secretary of State has already said there's not enough for Harris to come back. I think Georgia will eventually get into the column. There's a couple of counties that need to go there. But then I want to throw something out on the table. And because I've started hearing this last little bit, I've heard people say, well, the Republican Party is losing the 65 and over vote. Okay, think about that though for a second. You're assuming the greatest generation. You're assuming the 65 and older vote was that older vote of the grandparents of myself, not my mom and dad. Republicans never have done well in the last 20 years with that 40, 50-year-old group. That was that group that came up that would be my parents' age. We were lagging in that group. So what has happened is the 65-year-old group is not the normal, what for years has been talked about Republican vote, those older voters. It's the 50-year-olds are now hitting 65. And guess what? We're losing the greatest generation on the other end. So the 65 demographic is a changing demographic. I'll point back to Latino vote tonight. That's the new Republican Party.
But Doug, to that point, don't you think also those older Americans are really the only ones watching legacy media?
Yes.
And the legacy media is pumping out negative,
Yeah.
93%
Yeah,
negative
on
stories
Trump.
about Trump.
93
It
negative.
does- you see, interesting
That's
is
how
one of
all the
places
mainstream
where you
media
see
is
on social media, you see others, or
93%
you have
negative,
comment.
whereas with
It's
her
the
it
only
was
place some of these stories were
93%
actually run.
positive.
And then when you saw,
And
well,
people,
this is
they're
actually getting
very
said, or this is
influential.
actually
That's what I
getting
said.
said, it's not being
They
reported on
influence the
this
people.
network,
That's how
it's
they
not being reported
brainwash
on other networks,
Philadelphia.
and even the cable networks aren't reporting so much. But I think that is part of what you see. They're also the only ones left that you still really can target with broadcast TV. For the, for us who, grew up with consulting, how do you move numbers? You do broadcast TV. That's moving away now.
Well, I want to add something that you just said about Latino voters. I think when you look at them as a whole, I mean, look, I'm Latino. I'm first generation in this country. My parents from the Dominican Republic, so we grew up with nothing. But we actually were able to achieve the American dream, right? My family and I, my siblings, we actually worked our butts off and we all did well. We are technically very Catholic. We're naturally pretty conservative. We believe in still that you.
That's not the Democratic Party now. That's not the Democratic Party
those
now.
types of, I guess, ideas and ideology still fits very well within the Republican Party, where Democrats kind of lost their way. And
Yeah, see, he's saying it. They lost their way. Republican Party fits more that criteria. I have no idea.
Oh, she said you're gonna come with a Republican. He said he's a Democrat.
Oh, he voted for
still
Trump.
has it within them to change and to focus on the things like you mentioned. And I've said this to like a broken record. To focus on the things that matter for everyday Americans.
He wants to be a
They lost their way,
Republican.
but the thing is,
He's
like,
talking like Trump.
Danny, the best thing you said tonight was that we need a vocal middle in the Democratic Party because the farthest left have hijacked the narrative. And that's just natural for any media cycle because the most
Mega
outrageous
Mind
things
tricked
they say
us
get the
all.
most play. But we need for the common sense Democrats to really get out there with a vocal message. I need the people like Nikema Williams out there with good sound policy that we can work with across the lines.
No,
Speaking
not
of the
her.
Latino
Not at all.
population, I think it's
She's
worth mentioning
ghetto.
right now, Ted Cruz
Oh,
has
that
won
lady.
Texas.
Yeah.
That gives the,
She's not a good
Republicans
example.
majority
Yeah.
in the Senate. With that
She
said,
doesn't
though,
represent
what
black
does that
women.
mean if former President Trump is the next president of the United States for his governing ability?
Trump all the way.
If you gave me a choice at the beginning.
They spent almost $1 billion, they said, or whatever. This was one of the most expensive races. Ted Cruz against the Democratic candidate.
That's all his appointments.
Yeah. They thought that he was like, they were outspending him by,
And you're gonna see, I
oh
think, a
my
very
God.
tight Republican Party as opposed to what you saw in 2017. I don't think it's gonna take 6 months to get cabinet appointees in. You're gonna have the cabinet appointees done fairly quickly because they learned, frankly, from Chuck Schumer, they learned how to, they say, look, we're not gonna play with this.
I got a question. Who do you think is going to be the majority leader then?
Doing the one who gets the most votes.
One more guy.
I think Spoon is probably if you're handicapping it early, it's Spoon. But never underestimate the fact that McConnell still has a lot of play in that decision. But Trump will have a lot of play into it after tonight.
100%.
It's thrown into a different run. So all I'll say is at this second, that's what it looks like. But Donald Trump look, he wins the popular vote and that number goes over 300.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a lot of say in that, in encouraging who that majority leader will be.
And just to be clear, Robin, there's still a lot of Senate races that are too early to call. As it stands, if Trump were to win the presidency, his vice president, which would be J.D. Vance, would be the deciding vote. Ted Cruz right now projected to win makes 50.
Yeah, that's wild. One thing that's gotten lost in the weeds that I think is important nuance is that in 2020, Joe Biden won 81% of the LGBTQ plus vote, and exit polling got us down to 67% for the Harris campaign, and that is a big shift.
Well, and this is an interesting part tonight. We've also talked about this. And I've said for both sides, we've gained voters that if we're sitting here 8 years ago, Carla and I wouldn't be talking about. Latino voters, the union voters, things like that. And you're sitting here talking about voters that have been, traditionally 80%.
No, this is NTD News.
The Democratic Party. Again, I speak to GOP groups all the time. I say, folks, one, you don't look like who's voting for us right now. So you've got to understand this. You've got to go out and there's no neighborhood that's not, that you can say is no Republican. And I think that's a message that is resonating. And Donald Trump's helped that. For what everybody says about him, the man knows how to resonate with voters. He just does.
And he loves them.
Yeah,
He loves
it's
the people,
genuine.
and it's the economy stupid.
Yeah, and Doug, you said something great in the green room that we were discussing endorsements earlier today about how effective they are or how not effective they may be. But you said something about the unions and how some of them stayed on the sidelines.
Sure
To do it. And the one thing, if I'm the Democratic Party, I would rethink about doing the bidding of all these unions, knowing that they didn't fully support me now.
Well,
Because if you think about it, how much did that hurt not getting the Teamsters union?
Right.
And then
Yeah,
especially the blue wall
But
states.
isn't it fair to say that might be the union's, logic about
It's the
why
economy.
they didn't support?
Sure,
the
it could be,
Democrats?
but if you think about Biden and all his policies, I think in a vacuum, I think a lot of
It was
folks
union.
very pro-union. He's probably the most pro-union president we have since like FDR.
UAW auto workers voted, wasn't it like 60, they voted and they chose not to, and, they endorsed anyway, and chose not to endorse.
Yeah.
It's, again, it's a natural realignment. And I'm a firm believer that when our country is doing well, everybody comes along. We've had a bump in the road of lessons. We came out of COVID and we went right into a terrible decision that threw us into recession, and also went away from energy independence, which also affects everybody. If you get to moving back there, then I think we have this chance to come back together in the middle. I cannot emphasize enough that before 2018, the election of 2018, this night 6 years ago, there was agreement across the board that I could work with Democrats in the House Democrats would work with us, because one, they didn't know if they were gonna get back in power. That's a motivator. But you saw bipartisan votes, and you saw Donald Trump sign legislation. As soon as 2018 happened, we fell into the abyss of the destruction politics of Donald Trump that then flowed into 2021.
A very important discussion, but we do have some more NTD projections for y'all. It is the race to 270, that magic number tonight. So let's see how that race is going. The state of Virginia, the projected winner is Kamala Harris. I was looking pretty close throughout the night. 83% of the votes in. That's 13 electoral votes there for the Democratic Party. Arizona still too close to call. Look at those numbers, those margins, very close. 50% of the votes in. We might not know tonight given the numbers so far and the voting laws changes there. Michigan also too close to call. Very interesting race there. Right now it looks like Trump is leading. Still too close to call though. 40% of the votes in there. 15 electoral votes in that state. And well, I think we did just call Virginia, so something's happening with AP on our board over there. But very fascinating night. Virginia was looking quite close tonight. Pennsylvania, again, too close to call. 19 electoral votes there. Very tight race. We've been seeing those very similar numbers in the polls leading up to tonight. It's that nice edge. Look, those numbers are jumping as we're speaking live right now. That is with 81% of the votes in right now. Wisconsin also too close to call. Very narrow margins there. 70% of the votes in. 10 electoral votes at stake in that state. Georgia also too close to call. The Peach State, 16 electoral votes. 91% of the votes in. Look at those very close margins. And there you have it. The Electoral College map as it stands right now. Trump with 230, Kamala Harris with 205. All those yellow states are what we're looking at as they, we'll see if those colors fill in tonight for one party or the other. And of course, in Alaska, polls have yet to close. So we'll be bringing you those updates as the night continues. Right now, though, let's check in with our very own Jack Bradley, who is in Pennsylvania. So I think, Steve, you're taking that one.
Yeah, well, no, to your point, Tiff, it's really fascinating. Still a lot of different paths. We're going to take a look. But yes, we are going to go to NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Pennsylvania, taking a close look at that state. Jack, what's the latest?
Well, like you said, it's definitely too close to call, but we've seen last time I talked to you, the margin was much wider. We had Harris in the lead, and now we have Trump slightly in the lead with a little over 80% of the vote now in. Election officials have said that because there's been slight delays in some, like Cambria County and then isolated polling centers across the state, as well as, the mail-in voting, how in Pennsylvania, they had to count the mail-in votes on the day of at 7 a.m. All of that, according to the top election official, is going to push that result that we're going to get out of Pennsylvania a little bit later than anticipated. And so here behind me is the tabulation center, where we just saw a wave of election workers leave here, and then another wave come in to do the night shift. So a lot more to look forward to over here. Steve?
Now, Jack, there have been a number of things seemingly delaying the voting in Pennsylvania. What are state officials saying about this?
Right. So what is delaying the vote over here? Like I said earlier, we had in Cambria County where the voting machines experienced a software malfunction. Of course, that was confirmed by election officials, and they said that it got back on track, but it did delay people voting. It wasn't scanning their ballots. So that was the countywide problem there. Voting had been delayed until 10 p.m. rather than the 8 p.m. Now, in isolated cases like where we were at, over just not too far from here in Philadelphia, there was an incident of people waiting outside before work going into the polling center there. About 50 people up in line. An election worker told me that the ballots arrived late, causing them not to be able to go in. About 1/3 left at that time. Some of them were allowed to submit provisional ballots. It just depended on the timing. Now, as far as what state officials are saying about this, they're saying that things like this happen in elections. So the state's top election official has said that this is a very, this is common. But there also have been unsubstantiated bomb threats that Governor Shapiro has addressed and said that they are not a concern to the public at this point. Steve?
In Philadelphia, thank you, Jack. Now let's go to Behind the Numbers with Roman Balmakov. Tiff and Roman, take it away.
All right, thank you for that. And yes, I am here with Roman Balmakov from the Epic Times. Roman, abortion's been a big topic. We saw that in 2022 with the Congressional balance of power there. The rat wave that we were promised didn't quite happen. A lot of it attributed to the issue of abortion. Tonight, though, abortion is on the ballot in several states. What is the latest so far on that?
Well, yeah, abortion is probably like I mentioned earlier in the earlier segment, is probably the most motivating driver in terms of all the ballot initiatives, getting people out to vote, right? And you're right, across the entirety of the country, there are 10 states with abortion having been on the ballot this election cycle. So we actually have a number of states who have already decided. So for instance, the state of Florida, they had Amendment 4 seeking to create a constitutional amendment for abortion, or like a right to abortion in the state constitution, and it actually failed. No. Well, technically, a lot of people voted yes. 57% of the people voted yes, but it did not meet that 60% threshold. So that's what happened in Florida. 57% of people voted yes, but they needed 60, and therefore there will be no constitutional right to an abortion over in the state of Florida. Now, in terms of the battleground states, there are 2 here in regards to abortion. We have the great state of Arizona with Proposition 139. So not enough of the votes have been tabulated yet for a result. However, with about 50% of the votes having been reported, it's 63% yes. So that's trending in that direction, very likely. I mean, obviously it hasn't been called yet, but you're seeing how it's playing out. Half of the votes have been counted, 63% yes over in Arizona. Nevada is the other battleground state, but as of right now, we don't have enough votes. The last I checked, it was 0% reporting in, so I'll give you an update on that as soon as it comes in. Maryland, which is question 1, where on the board is Maryland? Oh, it's right there. Oh, we went all the way from one to the other, skipping everything else. So Maryland was
long walk.
Exactly. Maryland so the question was, would you like to create a constitutional right to abortion? With 74% reporting, 74% of the people voted for. So this passed in the affirmative. And then lastly, over in the state of Colorado, they have Amendment 79.
Let's go all the way back over. We're getting our steps in, everyone.
Yeah, that's right. So Amendment 79 likewise creates a constitutional right to abortion. 63% of the votes counted. 62. That's interesting. They all seem to be kind of following that pattern. The number reported is the number of people voting in favor of it. Regardless, that's enough that has been called. So that's a 62% yes over in Colorado. The other states were still waiting. But again, the key question, especially in the 2 battleground states, Arizona and Nevada, will this have motivated enough people to come out to the polls, check that box for Harris to actually move the needle? We'll see. That'll be sort of a post-election analysis, but that's so far where we're at right now. The only, I guess, kind of surprise is Florida. Like, I think most people actually anticipated that to pass, but just a lot more people voted yes than no, but just not enough. So that's the situation there. And we'll bring you more as soon as we know.
Very fascinating breakdown. We were talking earlier about how every vote matters, right? As we just saw in Florida, that example where maybe if more had turned out to vote, we would be seeing a very different result tonight. Very fascinating breakdown as always. Steve, back to you at the desk.
Thank you guys for that update, and more polls will be closing very soon. Stick around, election night is not over yet. And there you're looking at live feeds of the two headquarters.
Look at those
Trump on the left, Vice
people.
President Harris on the right.
For some reason, they support this destruction that Kamala and the Democrats are causing.
Live look
It
at
truly
the White House,
amazes me.
1600 Pennsylvania Ave. That's for all the marbles tonight. Don't go away. We'll be right
But
back.
really excited right now. Really excited. I'm not going to do any talking. I'm not trying to jinx anything. You know, I don't like.
But what if you could whiten your teeth by
Oh, she
simply
looked pretty
brushing your
good,
teeth?
yo.
Now you can.
But yeah, I'm
With
not trying to
Smile
jinx
Optics,
anything.
the
I'm
teeth
excited.
whitening breakthrough
I don't want to
that
jinx
safely gets your teeth
anything.
white and keeps
But
them white
we gotta take
every
this
day,
home.
just by brushing
And
your teeth.
I think that Trump's gonna take this it to victory tonight.
I can see my white teeth. Simply add Smile
What
Actives
destruction
to
are
any
they
toothpaste,
causing?
and our patented
That's a
polyclean
great
technology
question.
activates
Since this
into
needs
a
to be
powerful
explained to you,
microphone
take a
that
look at
penetrates
New
into
York
the
and
enamel
illegal
surface
immigrants,
to
New York
safely
City.
lift and remove stains.
Take a look at abortion. Take a look at gas prices. Take a look at the economy. Take a look at grocery store prices. It's like this stuff has to keep being explained, which I'm fine with explaining it. But this is stuff you should know. You could look up yourself.
33% greater whitening power.
It's like people are for chaos and unfortunate events. Like that show, a series of unfortunate events. That's his country now. But when Trump get back in the office, that's not going to be happening. We're going to make America great again, like he did before. But yeah, really excited. 2 minutes until these next polls. These polls right here probably will seal the deal. These polls that are coming up in just 2 minutes. Pretty excited, but also a little anxious about this. But this might make Trump the 47th president of the United States of America. Yeah, I mean, hey, I feel a little scared too. It's like I feel like really excited, but also nervous, you know. But yes, I feel like confident. I'll say that I feel really confident. There go Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, side piece. That was his side piece, Monica Lewinsky. Yo, we had some crazy presidents, yo. That's like the only thing I know about Bill Clinton, about Monica Lewinsky. All right, Mom, it's about to come back on. She's just the one that got caught. Yeah, probably. No, we were talking about, they showed Bill Clinton. I was talking about Monica Lewinsky.
It's not on yet.
It's about to be. These polls probably will be the polls that make Trump the 47th president of the United States of America. But we have to wait to see.
Well, they need to. I want them to call Pennsylvania for them, and a couple of these other ones that they have the majority of the votes in. So.
Yeah.
Why did you switch it back to the commercial?
What?
You had to switch it back. Was you talking the whole time? It was like that was on? I thought you had it on you.
I didn't put it on me.
But you should when this.
All right, Mom, polls.
You don't want them to say you copyrighting anything. I thought you were talking.
And there's a live look into both campaign headquarters where all of their supporters are eagerly
So I wouldn't have
anticipating
walked
the
over
result.
there like that. I
Race
didn't
to
know I was on
270,
camera.
which will ultimately decide who is the next president of the United States. Hopefully we'll have that result for you this
Here we
evening.
go.
Polls are expected to close, as you can see, in just seconds. We're expecting the last poll closings of the night. Almost all of Alaska, except for a small part in all of Hawaii. We're not expecting an upset tonight. These are pretty safe states. And you're now looking at a live shot of both campaign headquarters again. Trump on the left, Harris on the right. And now we do have some projections to make. But before we do get to those projections, we're going to continue here looking at the live feeds, where everybody is holding out in anticipation of their candidate, Trump on the left, Vice President Harris on the right. What you see on the left-hand side is Trump's campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. On the right-hand side, you have the campaign in Washington, D.C. And we are projecting Hawaii to go to Vice President Kamala Harris. She will take those 4 electoral votes. With less than 1% of the vote in, she is projected to win. And in Arizona, this race here is a nail-biter. It is very close with 50%. It's about dead even
Why
right
it's
now.
close, but
In the state of Michigan, one of the blue wall states right now, former President Trump has a significant lead there right now, still too close to call with 45% of the vote in. And in the state of New Hampshire, it is still too close to call right now with 77% of the vote in. Vice President Harris still in the lead for those 4 electoral votes. In the state of Minnesota right now, Vice President Harris has gained some ground on former President Trump. Still too early to call, 55% of the votes in. State of Pennsylvania right now, the gap is widening even a bit more for former President Trump with 83% of the vote in, the coveted Keystone states. And Wisconsin right now, still too close to call. Former President Trump has a decent lead right there with 76% of the vote in. And in Georgia right now, 93% of the vote in, 50.7 to 48.4, still too close to call in Georgia. And right now you can see the electoral map right here where the states are starting to fill in. We just saw that Hawaii and Alaska have closed. Right now, this is where things start to get interesting, Kevin. They start to get fun. It's not so much hypotheticals. Things become a little bit more real when it comes to the path to 270. What are some of the most probable paths right now?
Well, exactly. So I do not have a crystal ball, but if you take the margins in each of the counties in these 7 swing states, again, we don't have any information on Nevada just yet, because the last time I checked, but we were able to see that former President Trump has a little bit of tailwind behind him, so things are looking fairly good. So one possible path to victory is he takes the blue wall states, that's a big bump, and he's up in North Carolina, and Georgia's very, very close, but it's looking favorable, at least at this snapshot in time. Again, you got to count all the votes. And Arizona. Now, we don't know what's happening in Nevada, like I said, but that is more than enough to put him over that 270 threshold. Again, what we're seeing, at least at this point in time, is a lot similar to 2016. What is not similar to 2016 is how former President Trump did very, very well in Florida, a double-digit lead with 97% in, and that's unlike how he just barely took the state in 2016. Now, let's just put these back as toss-ups for just a moment to illustrate another possibility that we're seeing here. Harris still has a path to the White House, again, because there are not that many votes counted in Wisconsin. It could be a toss-up still at this point. So she can sweep the blue wall, and that puts her at 270 if she gets the blue dot, and she can also get Nevada, a little bump there. So that's one way. That's a logical path that you can imagine that she would go in and take the White House. Now, we can look at some of these more detailed analysis.
I do have a question, Kevin. Yeah. So, right now, if you were to take away, say, 2 of the closest battleground states, Pennsylvania and Arizona, does former President Trump still have a path without those 2 states?
Well, Pennsylvania and Arizona is, well, we have a projection for North Carolina that's going to Trump, so we'll just leave that as red. But for example, if you left Pennsylvania and Arizona out of the equation, former President Trump would either need to, for example, take Georgia and then a couple other blue wall states. That would put him over the top. Or, for example, if he weren't able to get Wisconsin, he could still find a path out west somewhere. Again, if it's Nevada, maybe a little unlikely based on the fact that Democrats held it for the last 2 elections. But we're going to have to see what the voters this time around are doing. But he could also take it if he has Arizona. Now, Harris, let's just reset this for a moment, because again, you have very, very close races. We'll just leave North Carolina as red. Harris has a few different options here. Again, if she picks up Nevada, that makes things a little simpler, but she's probably going to need to go for some of these blue wall states that have trended Democrat, but again, Trump took it in 2016. So if she's able to get some of these, and then, for example, Georgia, this is going to be a really close race. Wouldn't be surprised if some of forced recounts happen in this election. Then you can see that just edges her over that 270 mark to take it.
Kevin, are there any states that we could drill down into on the county level where, say, right now, the vice president is trailing, where she's hoping to get some votes swing her way?
Well, I'll just take you right now to Wisconsin. So, okay, we have 76% of the votes in. And again, when I just crunched the numbers, that was a few moments ago. These numbers are changing all the time. But you see Trump has about a 4-point lead right there. Again, a lot of votes to count. But if you break the state up, you start to realize that there are a couple key battleground areas that are going to be decisive in this election, and one of them is Dane County. It's not a battleground in the sense that Trump could win it, but there are swingable voters there. He's got to do good margins. And for example, former President Trump is showing that in Madison, in Dane County, he's got about a 2-point improvement over his performance in 2020. So that's shifting in his direction. So that's very important because the Dane County margins were much more to give, to decide the race. I mean, almost 81% of the swing from 2016 to 2020. So extremely important competitive area. And then you look at Milwaukee, again, this is a Democrat stronghold. We're just dividing up the state right here. Former President Trump has gained 5 points from his 2020 performance. So that's really big swing. And now if those margins are going to hold, that's going to be really good for him. So let's just go around. We're going to carve up the state a little bit more detailed. I mean, you can see, for example, that the suburbs around Milwaukee are going to be extremely important. They call this the WOW, Washington, Ozaukee, and Waukesha. So right here, you have this bow area, they call it. Trump is actually increasing his margins, and that is 9 points. So again, very big shifts. Very early in the night, you still got to count all the votes, but it's extremely, extremely important for Trump to hold those margins if he wants to stay competitive in the state. And then this is the Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago zone. This is the BOW, they call it. This is also very competitive. Again, it's Trump country, it's red, but a lot of swingable voters, very important battleground. And in the BOW, that's where Trump is upping his margins 9 points. And in the WOW, it's just 1 point. So we'll stretch that and we'll put that 1. But still, that's a very important swing for him. Now, when you go out to, say, for example, western Wisconsin right here, this is a really competitive area. You got 1 in 7 of the Wisconsinite voters in this area, and you got a lot of media influence from, say, the Duluth or the Twin Cities. So if there's a Walls factor, it's going to show up here. But in western Wisconsin, you see former President Trump improving his margins 4 points. So this is very important for him. So if you look at all the areas, we just covered the whole state, you saw all that red. That just means that if those margins hold, that's a good sign for former President Trump because he's doing better than Biden did against Harris in all these different regions.
And Kevin, you did mention the Waltz factor. There's been a lot of discussion within the Democratic Party if Vice President Harris should have maybe went with the governor of Pennsylvania. Maybe we can take a look over staying in the Rust Belt of Pennsylvania and look at some of the counties there and see what is left and how that race is shaping up on the county level.
Oh, absolutely. So in Pennsylvania, you got 84% of the votes in. Top line numbers show Trump up 173,000 votes. That's a sizable lead, but again, you got to count every vote. He's up about 3 points. So this is definitely looking in his favor. We'll get to the bellwethers in a second, but we're just going to carve up this state to get an understanding of how these competitive battlegrounds are shifting in this election. So, for example, you have the Latino belt right here. So this goes all the way down from Reading, from Hazleton and Luzerne County. Trump is performing better in this area by 4 points. So that's an extremely good shift for him. So that's a very competitive area. If the Latino vote is shifting for Trump, you would see it right there. So that's pretty consistent with what we've seen in some of these exit polls. And actually, look, as we're seeing this live, you can see that Bucks County has gone to Trump with 58% of the vote in. So like we were saying, if he has a chance of winning any of these collar counties, it would be Bucks. Now, a lot of votes to still count. But overall, when you just crunched the numbers a few minutes ago, Trump is up 3 points in these collar counties. He's up, let's see, in Philly, that's 8 points. So again, that was shifting red from 2016 to 2020. So these numbers are really favorable for former President Trump. And then you look at the Pittsburgh zone, you got Allegheny County. Again, it's the same story. Trump's up a point, and in the rest of the state, he's up 3 points. So that's the whole state that we've covered. So in all these battleground areas, he's improving on his margins against Harris that he had with Biden when the state was decided by just about 80,000 votes. So essentially almost a tie, basically. But now we're seeing a much different story here. So this is very favorable for former President Trump.
Kevin, in some of our previous segments before election night, we were going over different hypotheticals, previous years, and I remember there was one state that was kind of popping out, and it was right in the middle. It was the only blue one. It's not blue right now.
Yes, so this is the county, this is Center County right here, so we just circle it with blue, just because we've seen it blue earlier in the night, we see that it's red right now. So again, this is a national bellwether, it's an indicator of who may take the White House as a whole, not necessarily the state of Pennsylvania. They got it wrong in 2016 when they picked Clinton, but look at this. Trump is up about 4 points with 81% of the vote in. Still a lot to count, but that's a pretty good indicator for former President Trump. Just because you got Penn State there, you got a diverse mix of a lot of voters. So look at this. Like I said, bellwether. It went with Biden in 2020, and then in 2016, it was also blue, went with Democrat, but it got it wrong, and that was one of the only deviations going back to 1980. So that's a very good indication. You got a couple other bellwethers in this state, and for example, you have Northampton County, like we talked about earlier. This is a state bellwether. Doesn't indicate who might win the national race, but the race in Pennsylvania. So you got Trump up about 5 points, but then Erie is also a state bellwether. He's down about 4 points, so they're tied 1-1 in the state bellwethers in Pennsylvania.
And to these, Kevin Hogan, excellent job covering a ton of ground here at the data wall. We'll be back with you, I'm sure, momentarily. In the meantime, let's toss it back to Tiffany at the desk.
All right, thank you both. And now let's go to Luis Martinez in DC for an update on the balance of power. Luis, any big updates for us from the Senate?
A very big update. Let's look at what the balance of power in the Senate is shaping up to be. And with the latest information coming into our data hub, we have here all the 100 seats. Republicans are leading. They already have the majority, 51 seats. And that was, let's go to
Republicans got the Senate.
The map of the country. That is because the Nebraska senatorial race has been called for the Republican candidate here. The independent candidate was giving Republicans a scare the last week with this race tightening, but as we can see, Republicans has claimed the Senate seat of Nebraska. We also have here, we look at the Rust Belt, those battleground states that are very important for the race to the White House and also for the Senate. First, Ohio. The polls had Sherrod Brown ahead all throughout the general election, the campaign season. But, this is most likely what Trump being in the ballot does to down the ballot races. Senatorial candidate Bernie Moreno, the Republican, is ahead and with a healthy lead with 95% of the vote in. And it's been called for Republicans. Pennsylvania also. Throughout the entire campaign, we had Bob Casey leading in the polls, but right now with 84% of the votes in, we have Dave McCormick leading in the state of Pennsylvania for that open Senate seat. Same goes with Michigan. The entire campaign, we had Congresswoman Lisa Slotkin leading the race to replace Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow. But now, with 36% of the votes in, we have former Congressman Mike Rogers, also former chair of the House Intelligence Committee. And in Wisconsin, again, a similar situation where what we're seeing is that before November 5th, we had Democrats leading in the race, but now on November 5th, late hours of the night, we have the Republicans leading in the race. So very important updates. Republicans have, as we saw, control of the Senate, 51 seats so far, and we are still waiting on other 4 races that Republicans are leading in them right now. So as of the latest projections, here we got those other 4 races that I was mentioning. Republicans could take 54 Senate seats. And lastly, Tiffany, I want to look at how the balance of power in the House of Representatives is shaping up to be right now.
Someone said it's all rigged.
Seats that are up for re-elections, and both parties seeking that magic number of 218. Republicans are holding 176 and Democrats 138. 8. And we should pay close attention to the
Yeah,
the
it's
races
all
here
rigged.
in California. In 2022, there were 5
Yeah,
races
if
that
you're a
Republicans
Kamala fan,
flipped
good
to
luck.
GOP control that gave them control of the House. But now in 2024, those races are looking very differently. If we go to California's 13th district, the current Congressman John Duarte is behind in the results with only 38% in. If we go to the 22nd district of California, we actually see David Ballot with only 41% of the votes in, holding the line for Republicans. And in California's 45th district, we can see here, there we go, 41st district, we see Michelle Steele, Republican incumbent, is trailing Derek Tran. And we also mentioned before how Brandon Williams in the state of New York lost that race, Tiffany. So in the race for control of the House, Democrats seem to be flipping the ones that they need to flip in New York and California. But in the Senate, Republicans have already reached that majority, that magic number of 51, and are now on a path to reaching 54 Senate seats. Back to you in the studios in New York.
All right, Louise, thanks for that breakdown of the balance of power, especially those Senate races there. We do have some NTD projections and some important updates for you all. First up let's look at, there we go. Republicans are winning the Senate. That is the projection. We did just hear that from Louise as well, breaking down the states there and the results, those margins, some of those quite surprising to a lot of people in studio, especially here. We'll bring it back in studio really quickly for panel reactions, but that is a big one tonight. And Republican Senator Deb Fischer is projected to keep her seat in Nebraska. That gives the GOP at least 51 seats in the Senate. So we are seeing the Senate flip from a Democrat to Republican tonight. The GOP already flipped 2 Senate seats earlier tonight in Ohio and West Virginia. And bringing it back in studio here at the desk, we have former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark, Carl Sands, political strategist and attorney Dante Mills, political strategist and attorney Gerard Felitti, and Robin Byro, former Obama regional candidate, and former Congressional candidate. Thank you all so much for being with us on this historic night. We're having some reactions at this desk to some of those Senate races. So Dante, I will start with you and what the numbers for Bob Casey are telling us about tonight.
Well, Bob Casey is a very popular political figure in Pennsylvania. And if you look at the polls that were out and tracking that, he had a sizable lead over McCormick. The fact that McCormick has a lead now at this late hour, but we're looking at the percentage of the votes that are counted, to me that suggests that the votes that are still out may be Democratic. Because if the polls match at all, then those Democratic votes are still out there, unless Trump just generated more people actually going to the polls than participating in those voter polls beforehand. But the fact that Bob Casey is down by that number means to me that some Democratic votes are still out in Pennsylvania. That may mean that Vice President Harris numbers come up and they may track together. If Casey can pull it out, maybe Harris can pull it out. But if you don't see Casey gaining ground, then I think former President Trump carries the state.
Carla?
Sure. So it looks to me like Dave McCormick has been tracking just a few points behind President Trump all along as we did the polling. But from what I see, it looks like Dave McCormick is my next Pennsylvania senator representing me in the Senate. So congratulations to him.
Of course, we did say Gerard Felitti. This is Doug Collins, of course, former congressman. Doug, I want you to jump into the conversation here. We know we might not know some of the states, but given what we do see, the numbers so far, what are the paths to victory here?
I think the path to victory is just what we've been talking about. I think you're going to get Georgia called pretty soon. You got Alaska already. It's going to be for Trump. Pennsylvania is going to be the sort of the key, as it always has been. Michigan, Wisconsin. I think it's interesting at this late hour, especially with everything that's been said about Donald Trump, that he is leading right now in Wisconsin. And as just was shown on your note, he's leading by +9 outside of the Milwaukee. He's actually increasing that lead, which is, again, if you were to listen to a lot of the mainstream media and the polling reporting, this was just not a path that was attainable. That blue wall was going to hold. Michigan, he's leading Michigan right now. Pennsylvania, and I agree with what you were saying about the Democratic votes out there. Sure, there are Democratic votes out there. There's not 100% Democratic votes out there. And I think that's the key that you're looking at in these states right now. We're at the point now where we're all getting late, we're all getting tired. This is coming down to simple math at this point. You have a finite, Rob and I were talking about a minute ago. If you've got 10% of the vote left, you figure out how many of those votes are left. So if it's 100,000, you've got 150,000 vote lead, it's over. You can play with it all night long. You can think about it, you can pray about it. You ain't gonna conjure it up. It's not gonna get you more than 100,000.
Remember we did this math 4 years ago, and 4 years ago.
Mega Mind. He got that big old brain, he gonna argue.
The votes are actually counted, the ballots are actually counted, and we were surprised. So all I'm saying is let's hold off on making determinations. We don't want to be surprised. It is tracking to where we see that President Trump is kind of holding the line.
Well, I can't surmise votes that may not ever actually be there. So that's another issue.
Well, Robin, on that note, is there a path for Kamala Harris? Of course, some of those states are still yellow behind us. They could turn blue.
Well, it's true, but
brought that up in the
she's been
name of
underperforming,
Jesus.
all over the country actually tonight, and that is what I've been saying for weeks to the
He says
campaign
she's
and
been
to my people,
underperforming.
my friends within the campaign, is that they've got to get on they needed to get on message about the economy. They could have talked about the fact that inflation was down from over 9.1% to right now 2.44%. They could have talked about that. They could have talked about the fact that unemployment was down below 4% for the first time for 2 years in a row since 1960. I never heard them boast about these numbers. What I heard them talk about were wedge issues. That's not what the voters were hearing about tonight in the exit polls. We needed to be on message, like I told them over and over again, and talking about the economy.
I think the Democratic Party understands, they hope they understand, that they could not beat former President Trump talking about the economy. He's better at the economy. He is. We have to say that 4 years ago, the economy was in a better position. We have to be honest about that.
Oh, he admitted it.
Huh? Would be a little fatter.
Yeah.
This is not the American country, give you the America you want to live in. That's what their message was, and they hope that that would carry the day, although the economy was the number one issue. It seems as if the economy is going to hold up. And it's just the way that our parties operate right now. The Democratic Party has to reconsider their approach to the economy. They have to think manufacturing, bringing jobs back, not giving people kind of trinkets and trying to trick them into votes. That until that changes, they're going to have problems when it comes to the economy.
I mean, he is
And
a
if
smart
Americans think that's the number one issue, they're going to have problems in all these
I think when the story is written to this election, after a couple years, I think you've hit what you just hit, and I think it started going backwards for Harris the day she gave the economic speech, and everybody said after that economic speech, huh? You're gonna tax unrealized income? You're just making up crap at this point. You're making people feel good. And it went back to what I've seen before, and what you just hit, is it was playing off the haves and the have-nots. We're gonna blame this group, and our economic plan was not how do we bring everybody along, it was just saying, here's what the problem is, and we're gonna fix it, and you'll get better maybe. I think that's where it's gonna come, but I mean,
But Congressman, I gotta tell you, she didn't even have an economic plan for half of her campaign.
She
There
talked
was
about price
you could go to the
gauging.
website,
Price
you could go to KamalaHarris.com, and there was no policies on there for half of the campaign.
But could it be this? And again, we'll disagree here, but we'll loving, as I always say, we can agree, disagree, and lovingly just do it. They had nothing they could run on. No poll showed anything that Biden Harris, even Joe Biden when he was running, was popular with the American people. The economy wasn't popular, the inflation wasn't popular, and immigration wasn't popular. They had nothing to run on of substance. So they had to go, to my opinion, they had to go to a more nuanced attack that just ain't working.
But can that be a referendum on President, if he becomes again President Trump? Can he look at this and say, because my economic policy is solid, but it still took all of this election was still this close, should I just treat people better? Right? Should I just
Y'all trying to kill him and somebody he needed. Y'all trying to kill that man, lock him up, put him in jail, try to take his fortune. You talking about can he treat them better? Are you really what?
So we need to really, think about the reality.
So he's been targeted by the
But
government.
here's the thing, the out of control spending during the Biden administration and the Harris administration, and the fact that they dismantled every one of his good policies, they have to own it. It is hung around their neck, and this is why they lost.
Megamind, he brings a lot of, they need somebody on the show like that. Because the rest of them are like,
The path that we may be seeing playing out right now is not attainable We saw what happened in 2016 with the New York Times sort of having to write an apology. Are we back in that territory right now where there's going to be some serious egg on
Trump,
people's
Trump,
face?
Trump.
Well,
Woohoo!
it's just impossible to gauge the impact that former
Is
President
anyone
Trump
watching
had
from
on
another country that's
because
concerned
you have
about
issues
our
that he's
election?
phenomenal at, but then you have issues that just turn people completely off, and you don't know who's going to show up or which issue is going to be more important. So it's a guessing game. You can't count on any polls with Donald Trump because people are afraid to say they're voting for him despite the fact that they know there's a benefit to voting for him. I think he created that situation. And we can try to blame it on the media, but we can also say,
demonize.
we can also say,
we got
President
watching
Trump,
from
when
New
you become
Zealand.
president, can you not name call? Can you just stop it? Right? We can just say that and it's okay.
Can I just stop here? And
You're from
I'll give
Asia,
you,
watch.
I'll meet you halfway.
What?
If the Democratic Party
We got
would stop
Asia, New
calling every
Zealand,
Republican presidential candidate Hitler,
Canada.
they've done it everybody since Reagan. Everybody. Mitt Romney's Hitler. Now, you may not like Donald Trump, and you may even say he's outlandish, but when you're calling Mitt Romney, H.W. Bush, George Bush, Ronald Reagan, everybody Hitler, it's gotta stop.
I'll
So
give
don't
you that.
hand me this.
Wow,
we gotta
they
get
called
them language.
everybody?
You better
I
than
didn't
Donald
even know
Trump. When
that.
you're calling me Hitler.
But
I thought that
that
Trump owned that with them.
Clearly, very high emotions. Very
Yeah,
high
let them
emotions.
go at it. Make a mind.
Right
You
now.
know how to rile people up.
Let them
On that note, though, we do have to go over to Kevin Hogan, who's at the
see
data
that.
wall.
Yeah, you got to go back to
Kevin,
watch
some
Megamind.
counties for us. What are we looking at tonight as those
Yeah, that's
numbers
a
come
good
in?
movie.
Hi, Tiff. Hi, Tiff. So right now we're looking at Arizona. As you can see, this is a very close race within
Trump
a point
from
margin, and that's
from
with
New
51%
Zealand.
of the
All
vote.
right.
This race is going to be very close, is what it seems right now. So we're going to have to make sure that every vote is counted. And again, don't have a crystal ball, but what I can do is take the votes that we have as a snapshot and give you an idea of where the electoral wins are going based on how these candidates are performing in the different battleground regions. Right here, you have Native American countries. So you got Apache, Navajo.
Oh,
tribes
right,
in this
Native
area. So what we're
Americans.
seeing, well, just at this point, Vice President Harris is picking up 10 points in this area collectively. Now, we don't have any data from Apache County. That's why it is gray, but overall, she's picking up 10 points over Biden's performance. That's a really good sign for her. Now, we're going to move on and we're going to talk about Phoenix. So this is Maricopa County, right? So we're just dividing up this state into all the different areas. Look at this. When you drill down, you see that Harris is up. And again, this is what I calculated a few moments ago. These numbers are always changing. But she's up about 2 points. And then you go back to 2020, that is very similar to what we saw with Biden's performance. So it's almost basically a wash that you're seeing between these two. So we'll just put a 0 there. That's a wash in Phoenix. And then in Tucson, this is Pima County, very important area to look at. What's happening down in Pima County and Tucson? Well, then you see Vice President Harris picking up 7 points there. So again, these are very, very populated areas. Obviously, Maricopa County is the most populated, but Tucson has a lot of votes. So that's very important. But what you're seeing here is that former President Trump is picking up 5 points in the rest of the state. So again, very, very early, you got to make sure that all the votes are counted. But what it's looking like right now, if the margins in all these counties hold, and again, we don't have Apache County, but that's looking like former President Trump is at a slight advantage for this state. Now, we're going to go to another state that has not a lot of votes counted, relatively speaking, and that is Michigan. So we are tracking this very closely. You got a 6-point advantage to former President Trump with 53% of the vote in. So very early in the night, you got to make sure that you count all these votes. I just want to take you right down to Wayne County. This is Detroit. Now, again, only 23% of the votes. And we've seen over the night that there have been some outlandish margins early on. When more votes start to come in, they stabilize to something a little bit more reasonable, like what you might expect. But for example, when we carve up this state again, you see that in Detroit, Harris is not quite performing the way that she needs to, with former President Trump gaining 12 points over his performance against Biden now with Harris. So again, that's a very good sign for him, but it's really too early to make any predictions as to exactly whether or not those margins are going to hold. And then you take a look right here at the Detroit suburbs, right, for example, and you can see this is, these are some really, really affluent areas, college educated, and you have Oakland County in there, for example. Former President Trump is up 2 points compared to his performance in 2020. So again, this state was decided by just about 150,000 votes last time. So any marginal gains that he can make are going to be crucial. Now, we're going to zoom out a little bit here. We're going to talk about the Upper Peninsula in Michigan. Again, a very important battleground, largely Trump country, but you have Marquette County in there. So we're going to look at the UP right here really quick and see what's happening. Former President Trump is gaining. He's gaining about 1 point. So this is really, really important. And again, you can look in at some of these counties, like for example, Marquette County. You can see that he's down about 10 points to Harris. You know, we saw something similar. You know, Biden had about an 11-point lead. So you can see right here that as this state starts to come in, you see some areas that are shifting a little bit more to the Republican, but we're going to have to watch this very closely. Back to you guys at the desk.
He's talking Monday Night Football.
Check in with NTV's David John
Threw
at the
him off.
state election headquarters in Atlanta. So David, how are things looking right now in Georgia?
Well, 91% of votes are in, and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just held a press conference an hour ago. He said former President Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead right now, just short of calling the race. But he did say that this election is a success for all the Georgians who voted, and he has done everything he could to ensure the election is fair and secure.
I have led the effort to ensure only American citizens vote in our elections. And why I fought for election security, to have photo ID for all forms of voting. I ran on that, and I delivered. I've also led the effort to clean and create the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country by joining a multi-state partnership to ensure voters only vote once. And to those who try to interfere in our elections today, I have a message for you. You messed with the wrong Georgia. Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work. We'll meet you and beat you next time as well. Counties around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout. That is because I have led the creation of strong partnerships with law enforcement from the national level down to the local level. I stand here today ready to defend every legal vote, regardless of the results.
He also said the 2 polls in Fulton County that received the bomb threats and had to be evacuated, they were still able to meet the 8 p.m. deadline to report their early voting results. Also, Georgia had a record turnout with a total of 5.22 million people voting. He's going to hold another press conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Back to you.
David, excellent reporting. Unbelievable. 60 bomb threats in the state of Georgia where people were going out to vote. And election night is still yet to be over. We'll have more updates and analysis for you in just a moment. But first, you're looking at live feeds of both the Trump and Harris headquarters right now, as well as the White House.
Bomb threat, this is like crazy. They trying to stop people from voting.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time.
I didn't realize the commercial was on.
Does anybody need insurance?
Yeah. They don't want him to win, sad. Leading Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania right now. Oh, that's amazing. They said 60 bomb threats? Is that what they said? 60? How crazy is that? On election day. See, that's why they be like trying to encourage people to do early voting, because there's so much corruption going on in the election. But, you know, it doesn't matter because, you know, but God. So it's just so disheartening to hear, you know, the things that are going on and all the election interference.
Joy Reid is snapping. She's trending right now.
Joy Reid is trending.
And she's blaming women for how the election is going.
Well, you know what? She's something is wrong with her. She act like she has mental illness. She doesn't seem like...
She said black voters came through for Harris, white women did not.
So she's having a meltdown. Black women are just, Lord jeez, they like the worst of the worst. Like they don't even know what's best for them. They're so busy trying to think they higher up on the food chain than black men that they can't even see when they're being used. You know, it's like they're too smart for their own britches. It's like, you know, they think they're so smart that they're dumb.
Someone said Joy Reid is going to get sent to a mental institution.
You know, it doesn't make any sense. Like once you've been bamboozled and lied to over and over again every election, like when do we wake up? When do we realize that we need to do something differently? When does that happen? That you keep getting promises every 4 years with the same results? Nothing. Not a damn thing. So now they got immigrants to replace black people, and they done dumped them in black neighborhoods to top it all off. And we like, give us more of this. How dumb can you be? And these are the smart ones.
About 120,000 votes ahead. That is critical because again, you have 93%
We're never going to
of the
wake up
votes
as a
counted.
people. It's
Look, you
just
have
never
really high
going to
turnout in this
happen.
election. You got over 5 million voters. Look back in 2020, even that had record turnout. You have just under 5 million. You had about two and a half each for each candidate because it was very close. But so this 120,000 vote lead, again, you have to count every single vote, but that's going to be pretty hard to overtake for Vice President Harris. And the reason is, if you got 93%, you got 5 million, you got 350,000 votes remaining, she's going to need to carry a significant percent of that. And I'll leave it to the decision desk on when they call this race. But she's going to need a very high percentage of that, relatively speaking, because we're talking about 50-50 or so here, then to overcome that lead. So now, one of the indicators that we're looking at is just the amount of votes that are counted in Fulton County, for example, the most populous county in the state. That's 91%. So you're not seeing anything out of the ordinary where you have a county that is leaning very heavily Democratic that is not counting enough. I mean, 93% in Gwinnett County and 89% in Cobb County. So that's really the story here, is that you don't have like any major area that we're waiting on a bunch of votes for Harris. You're kind of just seeing these margins holding. And then, for example, you even go out to Chatham County. This is out in southeast Georgia where Harris made that bus tour trip. She's up 19% over Trump. And look, for example, that was about 19% in 2020. So we're seeing a very similar situation there. Nothing really out of the ordinary. And it's just basically a very close race. And you got to count all those votes.
Kevin, Fulton County came under a lot of scrutiny from 2020. Under the microscope this cycle, how much is left in Fulton County to count, and how is it performing compared to previous years?
Well, Fulton County is extremely important here. Let's jump up to 2024. So Harris has about a 44-point lead in Fulton County, and then you go back to 2020. That's about a 46 point. So she's not really performing as well as Biden did. It's about 2 points more favoring Trump. So that could be one of the reasons why statewide you're seeing, and then we'll bring it up back to the current. You're seeing former President Trump with this sizable lead, relatively speaking, and it's because this Atlanta metro area didn't quite show a break for Harris as much as it did for Biden, again, at this snapshot in time at 93%. So the bottom line is, this is a very close state, but things are looking favorable for Trump, at least at this time. We're going to go back to you at the desk.
What were y'all doing?
Panel. There we had Kevin Hogan breaking down the state of Georgia, some of the trends there. Dante, do you think, based on
like
what
y'all
we're seeing
breaking
right now,
down
the
the
numbers coming in,
studio.
is there still a path potentially for Vice President Harris in Georgia?
Here we go.
But I will say, I don't mind holding off until you're absolutely sure.
Yeah, you don't
Because
mind.
if you announce early and you get it wrong, it will be a problem. People will, then the questions come in. Well, what happened? Why were these votes not counted? So I'm a fan of holding off until you're absolutely sure. But looking at the numbers and the way they've come in, the percentage that's left, I don't think she can win Georgia. I'm okay with us not calling it. But if we're being realistic, former President Trump has Georgia in his pocket, and we'll see if there's still a path overall for Vice President Harris to win this vote.
And Ambassador, we are getting a feed right here into the headquarters and the watch party for the Trump headquarters. It does sound like people are enthused there. What do you think the feeling is right now in the Trump universe?
So I think people are still hopeful. I don't think they know they have it. We have to see a little more. But I think that they see that he is most likely the next president of the United States. And it is, I mean, after everything he's been through,
Yeah.
when he would always say to his supporters, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you.
That's
I'm
the
just standing in
truth.
the way. Every little
That's
man
the
and
truth.
woman who feels vulnerable to the
They were
power of
coming
the
after
federal
us.
government and that weaponization understood and appreciated that. So I think that there's a great deal of relief, but also girding ourselves because we know that the opposition is so vicious.
Wicked.
Obviously, Robin, you're tapped into Democratic circles right now. You know, you guys were kind of sort of alluding to this possibility earlier in the night. You read the tea leaves. What do you think is the, I guess, sentiment right now among Democrats?
Like I said, it's sort of a mixed bag. They're happy that it looks like the projections are showing that we're going to take the House, so that there will be a check on this administration. They're taking some heart in that, but obviously it's going to be a huge disappointment. But the caveat is that they were expecting this because this happened to us in 2016. This happened to Trump supporters in 2020. We've all collectively been through this together at some point, so we
Not
know
like
and we
this.
appreciate what the
That
others
guy
are
always
going
wears
through.
that suit.
I
He be at all
hope
Trump
that you can
rallies.
extend
I guess that's why he
Democrats some
does it.
grace,
That brick suit.
Republicans, and we will hopefully extend you some grace. We'll get
He
through
stands
this.
out.
We went through 4 years of Trump. We can do it again.
That's the
So,
straight.
that's-
On that note, we are
Get
hearing
men
that
out of
Kamala
women's
Harris
sports.
is
Get
not
men
gonna
out
be
of
making
women
an appearance
bathrooms.
At the Harris Watch
Yeah.
Party. Dante, given that, what do you make of that?
Well,
Women
again, I was
rights.
just in contact and had some communication with some people in the room, and it's a somber mood. They haven't given up hope yet, because we all remember 4 years ago when we went to sleep thinking there was one result and woke up realizing there was a different one. And that's why I also don't mind these states not being called right now until we know for sure, so we don't have those seeds of doubt planted. But it's somber in that room. I think they're realizing that it's a very tough path. I don't know if it can happen.
Don't
I will
forget
say
to
your
like,
point, we
share,
will
and
have, it looks like the
subscribe.
Democratic
Thank you,
Party
you
will take the
guys, for
House,
spending this
which
time
they
with
have
us.
not
We
had,
appreciate
for
it.
the last
And we
4 years.
appreciate the
And
super
that,
chat.
Hakeem
Thank you so
Jeffries
much.
is his time. He's been
We
in
love the
preparation for
support.
this a very long time, and he seems like one that would be
I know
able
my
to work
daughter's
with the other
somewhere
side
in the
if that's what it
huh?
comes down to.
It's
But I can tell you in the
Philadelphia.
room right now with Vice
Your
President
sister
Harris,
probably
I
there.
think the realization is starting to set in that they have a very, very thin line. And thin path
She
for
better. No,
this
you're not.
election.
You better leave her alone.
And Doug, with one of the points that Kamala mentioned, you know, former President Trump often says,
Look at
"They're
them.
after
Talking
me,
about
they're after
Kamala.
you, I'm just in the way." We saw recently the reporting about not the squirrel, right, getting euthanized for apparently rabies. That was a precaution, as well as don't forget the raccoon of Fred. Now, we did see the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire saying they're going to endorse former President
Come
Trump,
on,
and some of the comments
Team
were saying they'll do
Avengers.
it for peanut.
Come
How
on,
much
Team
of an
Avengers.
impact do you think this
Comes
squirrel
with
is
Trump
having
is
on voter
Elon
turnout when we
Musk.
are talking about
J.D.
potential government
Vance.
overreach?
Well, unfortunately,
Tulsi.
more people know about that I'm amazed that do
Byron
know about being
Donalds,
as well. But I think it goes back
Vivek.
to basic
Who else is
Republican
on
principle.
Team
I don't want a
Avengers?
government that's so big that they can go
Yeah, I
into
said
somebody's
Elon.
house and take a raccoon or a
Tulsi.
squirrel out that is being pets and been on the internet for
Why are you always
months
talking about
now.
Tucker?
What about the basic human principle of who
Why are you
has
talking
a
about Ben
squirrel and a
Carson?
raccoon?
Oh, you're Ben Carson, yeah. Oh, don't forget Kennedy. Yes. How did I forget? Yeah, he's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Bobby Kennedy. Oh, Mike Pence left that shit. He jumped overboard a long time ago. Yeah, Mitt
I don't want
Romney.
a government that big. I want a government small enough to do what it's supposed to do, not what it's not supposed to be doing. And I think that's just the bigger. And we laugh about it, but there's a bigger principle here as you look at it. What is the what was the purpose?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Look,
I could see Vance and Tulsi running next election. Yeah, that'd be a nice ticket there. She's a real soldier. She a beast. I could see her being president.
Marginalized than what we already see.
Please take chemicals out of our food in Jesus' name.
I think you got a new time coming in.
I'll vote for no
I think
Trump
most people
besides
forget
Tulsi.
in 2016. Because I was
Keep
in
out
Congress at the time.
tampon
One of the
Timmy.
biggest things
That's
in
right.
2017, most Republicans
Imagine these
were
two
wondering how much
morons
Donald
being
Trump
in
would actually work
office.
with the
Lord
Democrats.
help us.
That was a big concern, actually. They said, well, is he going to, because he was an unknown quantity in the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
And they said, will he actually, negotiate with Nancy Pelosi? Will he actually work with Chuck Schumer?
And the interesting thing was, in that first few months, he actually tried and was turned away.
Yeah.
And then it got bitter with the FBI, with Mueller, and then we went into impeachments, and then we went into everything else.
So can you go back from that?
Now, well, and I think possibly we can, because again, I go back to something with all of everything that happened in those 4 years, which everybody knew the 4 years. He didn't do the things that they said he was going to do.
None
he
of
didn't
it.
get into wars.
Because
He
they
didn't tear up the
lie.
Constitution. He didn't suspend rights. He didn't do all these kinds
He
of things.
didn't prosecute Hillary.
And when
He didn't lock
and
her
Biden,
up.
when the court said he couldn't do something, he quit. Unlike an administration we just had. So I think this is the thing that, again, there
I don't know if January 6th agrees with that, but.
but
Pelosi should have had the National Guards there. That was on her watch.
And by the way, as a defense attorney, they could prosecute these cases a lot further than what they're doing if they wanted to. They're using.
I heard him,
So I
but
think
that
the
was
other
under
thing is they
Nancy
can prosecute whatever they
Pelosi.
prosecute, but I'm going
Trump
back to the
asked her
president
2
of the
days
United
prior
States,
to
who
the
was
people
told,
coming
"You
there to
cannot
get the
do
National
anything."
Guards there, and she didn't.
And he said, we're not going to do, we're not going to have this house thing. You can't do it. We're going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Oh,
Trump
so
never
someone
did
came
that.
out to speak.
Ever.
He probably
He
told
never
them because
did
she's
it
not
all.
going to come
So can
out.
he walk it back?
Look at
Because
that. She's not going to speak.
You ever have to walk anything back?
Well,
She's doing what she always does. She should at least came out to
cry.
Yeah, no, she should at least came out for the people that's been out there all this time.
From the time he went down the escalator, they were spying on his
Oh, they
campaign
all
and then
raised
illegal
it.
in the White
There's a
illegally.
feed right now that we're taking a look at where.
Yeah,
Kamala
she should
and
at
Vice
least have
President
greeted the
Jeff's
people that
supporters
came out
are
to
actually
support her.
leaving and exiting the watch party there. So this could be the strong indicator as to where things are heading. And
Yeah, they were just totally one security inspection.
We are also hearing word that former President Trump will supposedly be speaking at 1 a.m. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. And
Yeah, see, that's what you do, whether you win or
Now, when it
lose.
comes to
But
his
why have all
speech,
those people
from
come
the
out and
government,
support you
what are you
that you
expecting?
at least say
1
something?
o'clock, I think he'll
You
come
know,
out
we're
and
gonna
say
take
that
this
it
up
looked pretty
tomorrow.
good.
You
I
say
think we're gonna be- I don't
something.
think he'll declare victory. I think, but it'll be a speech saying, look, we're all where we need to be. There's a few more states that need to come.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be a positive. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to doing
Yeah,
this.
Trump
And
kicking
look,
ass
there's a lot
thanks
of
to
sides. I
Biden.
think Robin
Biden,
expressed
look,
that. We both
Jill,
both
his
sides of
wife
this.
said it all
You
when
know,
she
we-
came out
you
with
know,
a
we
red
won
suit
races, we
on
lost
from
races.
head to toe
I think here in a
today.
few minutes, I think he'll indicate, yes, that we're winning, and we believe we're going to win. And I think that'll be the first step toward it, because now we'll begin the process of transition.
And if I may, I'm hearing that these Pennsylvania counties that we're maybe gonna try to pause the counting, the RNC has forced that they continue to count and don't pause, which will give Republican voters a little more confidence that just because
Yeah.
it's getting late, they don't have to worry that there's gonna be.
Of course they are,
dysfunctional
so they can
happen
mess with the
before.
ballots.
And there you see on screen the two different headquarters. The
Look at
Trump
this.
one, you see a lot
That's
of
how
gangsters
she's an
happening there.
independent small. That's a historic
It does
site.
look like
She should have
Hillary
came out and
so,
spoke to
there
her
you have
supporters.
two different moves right
Look at
there.
this. Take them, they flag, yeah.
But
Oh,
Rob, what's your point?
YMCA?
Can't play that.
Yeah, that's Trump's song though.
I know. Actually, with no sweat. This is like, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. Those people are out in the cold. I mean, it's probably cooler now, and they're out there in the middle of the night. A lot of people have to go to work the next day, and they came out there to support her and not to even make an appearance because she's there. Her, Barack, all of them right there in the city. They all there. They came out for her victory lap, so they're there. And for her not to say anything at all is just, it shows the difference between her and a president, a real president. That's ridiculous. They took their time and now they all got to make their way home, probably not getting home till around 2 o'clock in the morning. And it just should have said something. I would have, you still want to tell your supporters, thank you for coming out supporting us, but we know it's going to be a late night, or say something to soften the blow. Or that guy came out and made an announcement. And I guess he was like, y'all need to just go home. You know how they kick you out the club. Like, you got to go home. You got to get out of here. So that's what they did.
Thank God.
Joe Biden said they wanted Joe Biden. He was right. He like, I ain't going to her watch party. She got all my voters.
Two people have been trickling out pretty steadily. Some of the people that were saying there, it's just time to go home. It's getting kind of late. Some people, were just waiting to hear. They're not quite sure what's, the results are going to come in a little bit later. They're just kind of going to go home and wait it out. Check in a little bit later and see what's going
They
on.
wanna hear
But also there were some emails going out saying that if there was no clear winner, Harris will not be showing up tonight. And indeed, it was confirmed by the co-chair of the Harris Conference.
Yeah, Harris HQ went out there and spoke. Is why everyone's leaving.
We know.
He told everyone to go home and said she won't speak tonight.
They already made that announcement that she wasn't going to speak. Didn't you see the announcement go across that Harris is not going to speak tonight, but Trump is?
Fairly active, but as far as from Harris, we'll have to wait and hear from her tomorrow. Back to you.
Wow.
All right, Jason Blair out there in DC for us. Thank you so much for those updates, and let's bring it back.
Don't forget to hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
Carla, during the RNC, when former President Trump spoke, days after the first
now he's going to speak
assassination
one.
attempt on his life,
Thanks for putting this on. You're welcome.
Not half of America. With tonight, if it does turn out
we
the way it looks like it is,
appreciate your support.
Later,
Thank
you.
you.
See a return
it is
to
late.
That kind of language.
I think he's been using that language all along. He's been talking about making sure that America is the land of opportunity,
that was TCH,
restoring the American dream,
Say
making
hi.
America strong again, making America safe again,
Very much
making
appreciated.
America wealthy again, making America healthy again with the help of RFK Jr., making America energy independent again by
yes.
the baby drill, making America great again. That's been what he's been saying. Not just part of America, America.
I have to just jump in and say, that's not what he's been saying all along, and we know that because in that week after the assassination attempt, he was different. And we hope that it would last. And
what is wrong with this guy? This mega head, he is just a sick. The man almost, they had 2 assassination attempts, and they continue to call him Hitler, a fascist, every name you a threat to democracy. They never stop their rhetoric. The mainstream media, 90% of their reporting is negative when it comes to Trump. And listen to this fool like Trump is supposed to do something differently.
Yes. He will more than likely do better for the economy because he has that track record. He's a businessman. He has some great ideas how to get us moving again.
Once that lady said they get God out of her rally, that was it. Thank you very much. God heard you, Kamala.
What he did, he had the best policies probably in the history of our country. Better than Ronald Reagan, and I was a Reagan Republican. I'm now a Trump Republican.
Tell him.
No new wars. First president in 82
Yeah, because he's talking smack to me. We thought he would change. Y'all tried to kill that man. We know that it appears that they were behind it. How in the world are we supposed to believe that the FBI, the Secret Service, and them are that unprofessional? How are we supposed to believe that this little young guy flew a drone, but they didn't know to fly drones and all this? It's just look, that was a setup.
Thing after thing after thing he was doing. He had the opportunity.
Yeah, Megamind needs to go back to Hollywood. Poor Trump. That man is trying to make America great again out of these funds. Oh, thank you, busy boss lady. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. We appreciate the support. We hope that you guys are subscribing too, so you can come back to the channel when we put stuff out. Megamind is just tripping.
And I'm thrilled that he has won tonight.
When it comes to the change that we saw, that Donald
look at this. That's just look at them.
Arguing though that came out because of
they definitely tried to kill him because he's actually for the middle class. So we really low class for real.
The media would cover
crazy. Kamala, huh?
Maybe skewing, if you will.
Because Pennsylvania is too important. They could. They're already tampering with Philadelphia. They talking about all these machines broke down and all that. That's what they do.
That's just not the way it's going to be. And look, I'm going to continue on your point. Okay.
Look all that news media out there, and they went home. Look at that. Y'all see all that news media?
Okay.
Look at them, all out there waiting to cover, and they had the people leave. That's like no respect.
That's the model I want for them.
Oh, they want to be a monitor. Huh? Let them be a monitor, guys.
Being a sore loser.
He gives a speech in Philadelphia.
Let's see. Can I be a monitor? That one.
is bad. That's what he said.
Seen this person
And all you MAGA Republicans, extreme
Well,
MAGA
if they not good, we
Republicans,
always could take them off.
don't understand. Go back to Obama, who we always lift up. When he found out that Paul Ryan had an economic plan
on
that
top.
he didn't like, the first thing he did, and if you don't believe it, go to
She's being a
Frontline,
sore
look it up,
loser.
it's on PBS special on
Did you
Frontline,
make
you can
her one?
see it, they did a background. He runs the microphone and said, that's a small vision for a country, not the country that I know. And only small people who don't love America basically would put a plan like it. Paul Ryan's sitting in the audience. That's not being nice. That's not being inclusive. When you have a Democratic Party who said that we're always for those in prison, those in jails, our underprivileged, our minorities, those who are being treated by the mass incarceration in our country. It was not Obama that fixed that. It was Joe Biden who actually started it in '92. And when the First Step Act was signed, that I wrote along, and Hakeem Jeffries, my main Democrat, it was President Obama that signed that. It was not him who signed it. It was President Trump who signed that. When we had HBCUs, the historically black college universities, coming to Washington every year to beg for money, they came to see Donald Trump, and Donald Trump said, why are you here every year? And he said, let's put this permanently in the budget. It was Donald Trump who put that permanently in the budget. I would not care, like Robin said earlier, if
That black man sitting up there should be saying that. That's how we are.
And did not do and did the stuff that he planned to do. The problem is I don't want a speech of happiness, and then when you get in office, be exclusive. That's just a problem that I have.
But I want a healthcare plan. We were promised for the entire Trump presidency that one was always 2 weeks away. We have to have a healthcare plan before we repeal Obamacare, okay?
Well, I mean, right now you still got, here's the thing.
And
You've still got massive issues with healthcare system in this country, and I've just seen 3.5 years of ignoring by Biden.
But I don't want to do away with one before we have a replacement.
And we also went through a full presidency of President Trump where he did not repeal the Affordable Care Act because he didn't have anything to put in his
Well,
place.
let's take a step back for truth as someone who's actually in the room.
Look at the difference between the rallies. Look at Independence Mall, Philadelphia, and look at his rally. It's just incredible. You're welcome.
We did how we did Medicaid and have block grants to states in which states could actually use. New York could use their money, how Georgia could use their money, and we actually proved that it actually could save money. So don't hand me
we
this.
must
There
have missed
wasn't a
someone.
plan. It came up when I voted on it in the House. So don't say there wasn't.
But what
It got
was
stopped.
done during his presidency where we can say now that he's going to do something completely different?
Well, the same
What
thing
is
happened
wrong
with
with this
Joe
guy?
Biden, and the same
Ask,
thing- the
what
same
would you
thing
ask
for- By the
Kamala?
way, I'll give Democrats credit for one thing. Democrats stick together even on bad policy.
Yeah.
They put us into inflation. with a
Yes.
$2 trillion
Tell 'em.
COVID relief plan that was told by Lawrence O'Brien or the liberal economists that was going to put us in inflation. You stuck together and gave it to us anyway. You stuck together and gave us a new Green Deal. You stuck together to give us the first executive orders were to open up the border and to decrease our energy independence. So I
Wow.
agree with you. There's places
We're producing more oil
Tell
than we
them.
ever have.
Tell them. Made us dependent on the rest of the country. I mean, the world.
We increased energy production. We're now energy independent, which
No,
we
we're
were.
not energy independent.
Listen to him.
Yes, we are. We're producing more oil. We're producing more oil now than we ever have been. So you can't say that these issues are being ignored. There are some problems, and I said as far as the economic policy, there's some changes that has to be made. But
We're
you
not
can't act as if
independent
Donald Trump didn't
with
have a chance
oil.
already. He's president for the second time.
That we are not.
Let me ask you right there. Will you give him credit for actually taking the overpopulated, overcriminalization of our minorities in this community and actually pardoning people? Will you give him credit for that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Give him credit for pardoning 30,000 black people.
This black guy's not doing.
He should be saying that. That's how we. That's why I don't know we'll ever wake up.
Still doesn't give him credit for it.
You have this white man telling this black man. I mean, this is, and he's fighting him.
We sit here and we're honest with each other. And we have issues in this country that the American people are dying for solutions on.
That's
and
right.
We need it. I don't mean that figuratively. I mean that in the sense of figuratively saying we've got to have this work that we're actually yearning for. that Republicans and Democrats can do that together. And if we do have a split government, it's gonna have to be more than, I would love to know right now that the Democrats say, look, we got nothing to impeach him on. They've already tried to do him on everything else.
Yeah,
They
they
all
even
promise
try to
us.
impeach him twice. I mean, now that, like, it's just incredible
And
what
with
this
that,
man has
we are
been through.
seeing, this very expectant crowd in
Look
the
at
Trump
this. See,
campaign
Trump don't do
headquarters
people,
right
even
there.
if
President Trump is
he
former
wasn't winning,
President
he
Trump is
wouldn't do that
expected
to people.
address his
He
supporters
doesn't
from
treat
his
his
campaign
supporters like
headquarters
that.
at 1 a.m. Eastern.
She
so
wouldn't
we're
have the
just about a
decency
minute
to,
here.
I would be
Keeping in
angry.
very
I'm out
close
there
eye on
and you
that
won't
and
even
bringing
come
that
out and
as
say
soon as she
something
starts
to us.
speaking, so stay with us. We'll have
Those
a
people
lot
were
more
expecting
in
to
just a
see
few
her,
minutes.
not for her to hide in a
We're
hotel.
close to statistical significance.
But they should be used to that. That's what she does all the time.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on.
Okay. I don't know how you guys feel about the election thus far. I mean, it kind of started out a little shaky to me, so.
Yeah, someone said, I'll be honest, it blows my mind that even one person in America voted for Kamala. That's
Yeah, it's mind blowing that people are actually voting for her.
It shouldn't have been close at all.
Not at all. It shouldn't even be a fight. I mean, good grief. What else do she need to do to this country for people to wake up? And now Trump, he's inheriting their mess. Now we got all these illegals in this country, and a lot of them are criminals, that he's going to have to deal with, because when they start acting up, they're going to expect him to take action. They're going to blame him for their actions, not the previous administration. They're going to blame him for what's happening in the country when they caused this problem. I already see that coming.
Trump has 246 now, and Kamala has 210. He won Georgia.
Oh, yeah, they gave him Georgia? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had to give him that Georgia. She wasn't going to win that. Yeah, they're going to blame Trump for the migrants. They're going to, when they start being more destructive and disruptive, especially we don't have any more money to give them or take care of them, they're going to,
Yeah, and Rita said from Sky News, she said if Trump can pull this off despite the relentless media campaign against him, despite the Democrats outspending him by a huge margin.
Yeah, they outspend him by a huge margin.
Despite the third world style lawfare, it'll be the greatest victory in modern political history.
They did everything for him not to win.
Everything.
But he knows more about government this go around. He said when he was elected the first time, he didn't know anybody. He didn't know anything. And he had to trust people, that really weren't the ones you should have trusted. So he said with some good ones and there was some bad ones, but how that goes.
And Tiffany Meyer.
And welcome back. You're seeing a live feed at the Trump campaign headquarters watch party. There, a very expectant crowd as former President Trump is expected to speak any minute now. We'll be keeping you updated as he comes on stage. We'll be bringing you that speech. We do have some important projections for you and some important updates to make. So first off, as you see behind me,
yay!
Donald Trump is the projected winner in Georgia. He's getting all 16 of those electoral votes. That's with 94% of the votes in. Next up, we have
Georgia.
Again, that's the Peach State. A lot of focus on that state tonight. A lot.
It didn't change, so she's
state. It looks like he's winning all 16 of those electoral votes. Of course, a lot of focus is still on Pennsylvania and all the other swing states that we are still watching for tonight. On that note, let's go over now to NTD's Kevin Hogan over at the data log to look at some of these swing states that we are still waiting on. So Kevin, break us, what are you looking at in Pennsylvania? It does look like it's on that nice edge. Any more indicators so far?
Well, yeah, we can start here in Pennsylvania. Definitely going to get to Georgia in a moment.
Outspent the heck out of
we have to look at again. We've been talking about this all night. That's the collar counties. These are the suburbs of Philadelphia. As you can see, former President Trump managed to, as in this snapshot in time, 69% of the vote in this county, flip Bucks County. So again, this was in Biden's column and Clinton's column back in 2016, so in 2020, Biden had it by about 4 points. 2016 was a little bit of a closer matchup, but then now, at least with 69% of the vote, former President Trump looks like he may have flipped this, at least in this time. He was down in Feasterville, which is just outside of Philadelphia, campaigning. So it seems like maybe that has paid off. But the point is that this whole area, these collar counties, have shifted to Trump 4 points over what Biden was able to do. So Harris is lagging a little bit behind, and that's kind of the big story that we're seeing in Pennsylvania. One other big point that we need to make here is that you have these collar counties, you have these bellwether counties. Northampton, you can see they're all red, Center, and Erie. These are all in Trump's column right now. You got 98% of the
All right,
votes in
Erie.
81% in Center with a sizable lead, about 4 points. Again, it's not whether or not you can win a county per se, but when that county is a bellwether, that can be a big predictor. It's a national bellwether, and we see that former President Trump, at least at this point in the night, has more of the popular vote than Harris. So that could be an indicator. And then Northampton County, 98%. Trump has about a 3-point lead. So now we're going to zoom out a little bit. We're going to go to another battleground
Look
state.
on his phone, Trump
with the
win.
so-called blue wall. This is
Will
Michigan.
win.
So
Trump
when we
will
look at
win. That's
this,
what I
we drill
put
down,
in
we're just going to mark
this.
that county for a second.
That
just
Trump
to
is
change
going
the
to be
color
our
scheme a little bit.
47th
Harris is
president of the
picking up
United
a little
States
bit
of
of
America.
steam in the Upper Peninsula, about 0.4. Again, this is always changing. But as a few moments ago, I just crunched these numbers. So that's looking a little bit better for her, even though that is Trump country for the most part outside of Marquette County. But one really important area that you have to look at is Southwest Michigan. This contains Kent County, which we'll look at in a second. But this whole area is going to Trump about 5 points. So again, very competitive area. That is indicating that Trump is picking up a lot of steam. Again, this state, for example, only has 60% of the vote in, so it's just very early. You got to count all those votes, definitely. But right now, former President Trump has about a 6-point lead. And again, if all the counties' margins hold up for him, that can translate into a similar lead at the end of the night. But it's very, very early to tell. Now, let's go over to Wisconsin here. You see this. We're going to drill down just right into Milwaukee for a second. This county is extremely important. Democrats have to have very high margins. You see Harris
let him go
with a
over.
66, pardon me, a 35
You did that last time. We
point
already saw
margin,
the announcement.
but that has shifted to Trump over Biden's performance about 6 points. So again, that's just showing a little bit of a disadvantage that Harris has in that area, even though she's picking up a lot of the votes. Now let's zoom out for a moment. Again, we just talked about Georgia. Let's zoom in here. We have the exurbs. So this is the Atlanta area that you're looking at, and there's a lot of people in these exurbs. You see they're red because it's Trump country, but Harris
That's where you're
is picking up
he's
about
on the
2
outside
points
of
over the
Atlanta.
Democrats' performance in 2020. So she's eating into Trump's margins over there collectively. But as a whole, in the state, the rest of the state, outside of the Atlanta metro
already
and
won
the
Georgia,
southeast coastal Georgia, Trump is gaining about 4 points over that very close race in 2020. And then also in the Savannah area, we have a little bit more votes are coming in. We're just going to touch on Chatham County right here. That's about an 18-point spread for Harris, very similar to what we saw in 2020, 18, 19 points, 21 points. So that's very consistent. But overall, we're waiting on more votes to be counted because only 85% is in. But overall, Trump is picking up a lot of ground in that area. Now, there's another state that we have to look at very closely, and that's out west. That's Arizona. Now, this is a very interesting situation that we're seeing because, again, only 51% of the vote. You got to wait until all the votes are counted. But look at this. At least last time I checked. So the only 5% of the votes in, this is Apache County. Joe Stein is on the board. So that's 5%. So Harris is coming in third right now. But again, you expect her to pull ahead after a little while. But at least at this stage in the night, you see a third-party candidate making some ground. But in 2020, Biden carried this, so we're just going to have to see what those voters say.
23%
Very fascinating breakdown. A lot to watch
Black
for, as you
voted
mentioned
for
it,
Donald
Kevin. Thank you
Trump.
for that. And we are getting word that Harris is narrowing the lead in some of the states, and we do have some more entity projections. So we'll bring you those numbers right now. So in the state of Nebraska, well, District 1, Nebraska's a special one. Donald Trump is the projected winner there. So that's one electoral vote. That's with 74% of the votes in. And in Nevada, still too close to call. A lot of attention on that state tonight. 6 electoral votes there. That's with 75% of the votes in. In the state of Alaska, also too early to call. Kind of interesting there. It's expected to go to Trump, but 3 electoral votes on the line there. 15% of the votes in. And Arizona, as Kevin was just mentioning, too close to call. Be interesting to see how those numbers come in with just 51% of the votes in. Again, 11 electoral votes at stake there. Michigan also too close to call. 60% of the votes in there. 15 electoral votes at stake there. New Hampshire also too close to call. 88% of the votes in there. And Minnesota, too close to call. You see Harris there leading slightly right now, 65% of the votes in. 10 electoral votes in that state. Pennsylvania still too close to call. The state that everyone's watching for tonight. 19 electoral votes at stake here. That is with 90% of the votes in. And Wisconsin, also too close to call. 86% of the votes in there for that state. 10 electoral votes on the line in Wisconsin. And there
Don't
you
forget
have
to
the
like, share, and
electoral college
subscribe.
map. Trump right now with 247 electoral votes, and Harris with 210. All that yellow you're seeing on that map is still too early or too close to call. So a lot more for you tonight, but Steve, take it away back at the desk.
Thanks, Tiff. And now to NTD's Iris Tao, who is at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Iris, how are things there at that party right now?
Thank you, like a script.
Here is increasingly excited.
I thought you went to bed.
Right behind me, all of them are now gathered right in front of the stage, waiting for former President Trump to eventually take that stage and give a speech tonight. There's easily
Trump.
Woohoo! And some people were just moved from Mar-a-Lago.
Oh yeah, Robert F. Kennedy.
County Convention Center earlier tonight. We know that Trump was watching election results at Mar-a-Lago with a smaller group of friends and family, including Elon Musk. And now
I hope that Byron shows up. I'd like to see him. Well, I mean, Barron.
Already here as we're waiting for that moment. Meanwhile, the crowd here is already in celebration mode. They were cheering and clapping, not only during the TV screen playing, for example, projections of Trump winning certain states, but also whenever there's music playing, they were really dancing around and really partying here, already celebrating a victory that they are foreseeing. Meanwhile, just now we know that Georgia was called and Trump is winning there, and the crowd here bursting into tears. And the big screen also played a part of Harris's campaign. Coach Harris
thank you
Vice President Harris
so much, like a script.
her watch party in D.C. and the crowd here also cheering that as a celebration. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign said earlier that Trump would not declare victory prematurely, but it's really up to him. And with Trump now flipping Georgia and going on to win North Carolina.
Yeah, yes to woman, no to Kamala.
Needs to now win Pennsylvania.
There go Tucker, your boy you keep talking about.
To get that 270 electoral votes, but he also has another combination of paths that he could potentially take as well, which is winning Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Michigan. So right now, with the current statistics seemingly in Trump's favor, it could very likely be a natural celebration party right here.
Trump.
The words that Trump could be coming here very soon. We saw people just putting up that glass of the teleprompter. So any moment.
But that's good that he's not like doing like the other candidate. I mean, I just think that was really unprofessional. That was lame of her not to even make a showing. All those people came out there to see her. All that media was out there. It was unbelievable.
We have Democratic strategist Denny Salas, Theron Bond, Democratic political strategist and campaign manager in local politics, and political strategist and attorney Gerard Felitti, and retired Lieutenant Colonel Darren Goff, co-founder of the Restore Liberty and county chairman
I just think
of the
that was
Republican
just
Central
really
Committee in the state of Montana.
Disrespect to her supporters.
A lot going on here. It's really shaping up to be an historic night. I guess, Darren, welcome to the panel. Talk to us about your state of
yeah,
Montana.
it just proves what we've been saying. You're right.
Senate race.
Yeah, we are. Last time we looked, it was about 20 points difference between soon-to-be Senator Sheehy and retired former Senator Tester.
You know who's watching. You know who's watching our elections? President Putin, President Xi, President Yeah, they're watching. They most definitely didn't want Trump in office because they ready to make some moves on the United States of America.
2 of them are attempting to change the rules of elections into something more of a
that's facts. They watching this election closely.
Not doing well either. But
the legal immigrants. They're going to Plan B, running high.
And that's going back and forth between 2 points in favor of it passing and 4 points in favor of it passing, but there's a long ways to go still.
And you can see on the screen right now, there is a live feed into the...
Yeah, I won't have any sympathy for her at all because that was just wrong not to come out and just, give a wave or something that your supporters, I would have been mad to be standing out there like that. And they just went home like with their tail between their legs. I mean, she didn't even,
Gerard, I want to get your legal
even if you came out and said something for a few minutes, just anything.
wins the race, what happens to all of the legal challenges that he's
Okay,
facing
so
right now?
he's getting,
Well, some of the
Elijah,
legal
we gotta
challenges
remove
will
this
remain.
guy.
What he's dealing with in New York State, for
That
example,
one
and in Georgia, those
made
are
a
state
monitor.
cases. He has the Justice Department has
Okay,
no control over
get him
those.
off of here.
However, it is
'Cause-
likely that there will be some kind of agreement to stay those cases.
Yeah.
I don't see a current president, a sitting president, continuing to be prosecuted while he is in office. So most likely those cases would be stayed for 4 years
He might be a
until
little
Trump is out of
challenged.
office.
If somebody gonna
In
time
terms of
him
federal
out, then
cases,
it's a-
Trump can appoint someone
I don't
as
know.
Attorney General.
Yeah.
There is the opportunity there to make these cases end. And I think that is an off-ramp that he's likely to take.
And Kieran, you know, Tiffany raised the possibility to the congressman. Could we potentially see a
I don't know, but when you
pardon
have other
on
people,
behalf
you
of
gotta
former
be
President Trump to Hunter Biden, and then therefore maybe something reciprocal in some of the state cases?
I don't know, but nothing is off the table. You don't know until
Somebody
you get
else,
there,
like,
and
I
you
don't know
never
what he
say
was
never.
saying.
I think
But that-
anything
you don't
is
want that.
possible, as we've seen with the back and forth from tonight, and I think that's certainly the same thing to say to see if Hunter Biden will get pardoned or
Said he
if
trusts
we
your
will
son.
see
He
some
knows.
of,
Yeah, he knew.
President
I'm
Donald
sorry.
Trump's
He's taking
charges
over you
just
like
kinda
he said, trust
go
your
away
son.
quietly.
And
He
Danny, do
knows
you
how
think that
terrible
that
the
would
internet
be a
community could be.
potential,
He's a bright kid with a
step in
great
the right
future ahead of
direction
him.
from
You
bringing
raised
the
him well.
country
Thank you so
together?
much. Yeah, he was telling me
I think
no,
it'll
no, and
depend
I
on how stubborn
he's like,
Senate
don't
and
do
New York
it.
Attorney
And when
General
he went and
Assistant
sat
James
down, I did it
with
anyway.
respect to state cases.
Yeah,
She already said to a reporter that if Donald Trump wins,
He lasted out a
I'm
good
going to
10
skip
minutes.
this big conference that's going on in Puerto Rico. Starting literally in 2 hours, and I can fly in there.
Your
But she's
Spidey
gonna skip
senses
that
was on
so
point.
she can focus on the case.
Yeah, he didn't
But
last
if
long.
he lost, he was going to go to Puerto Rico. What does that tell you? You know, so it depends. Are you doing this because of real case, or are you doing this?
Yeah, you guys give me a sorry
And
time you
I think
guys
she's gonna
start
have to make
chatting.
that argument, depending on
This
you know
makes me
what
feel
how
so
Trump is going to
happy
treat these legal
after
cases.
everything
But we'll see.
Trump has endured running for
Given what Denny just laid
this
out there, Gerard, when it comes to
re-election
these cases,
and
we've been
to
hearing, some sides,
now
both sides, if
getting
you will, in
what
some
he's
cases
been
talking about lawfare. If
putting
we
his
step
life
back
on
a
the
bit
line
here,
for. It feels
you know
so
what? We saw
great.
also
It
with the
feels
pandemic
so
a mistrust, if you will,
just
of the
satisfying, and it
WHO,
makes
the
me
health
really
system,
happy
and now this
and
distrust, if
stuff,
you will,
and
of the legal
appreciative,
system,
and of
if
course
you
what
will,
he's
also
going
the
to
election
do to
system
help
after
this country get
2020.
it back on the right
Talk to us
track.
about what this means for the
But yeah,
American
this is
people
just
if we do have those
this
levels
is really
of distrust.
unbelievable.
Well, I think
So
that's the
there
problem.
are
The distrust
American
we have stems
citizens
also
that
from
know
elections themselves
that
and whether or not
we
can trust
can't
the
we
vote,
can't
whether or not
endure
they're being
another 4
conducted
years of
fairly.
this
We saw that
nonsense.
4
Besides
years
Mega
ago. We're
Mind.
still worried
But
about
you know,
that
we don't know
this
what they're
year.
going to do
And I
before
don't
they
think that's
leave
dissipating.
office.
But
You know,
in
they can
terms of
do all
lawfare,
kinds of
Yeah,
things
and
to
they're gonna
change the
fight
laws.
everything he tries to
Once
do.
once he's sworn in, they coming for him.
And for good or for bad, there are a substantial number of people who believe that the charges being
But I'm
brought
glad
against Donald Trump
that
are
he's
politically
there.
motivated, that he is being charged
I mean,
and
you
prosecuted
know,
when
talking
other
about making
people
women
in
feel
similar
safer.
shoes would not
Yeah,
be.
I feel
And
safer
it's not
already.
even a point anymore of whether or not that's the fact. That is what so many Americans believe, that it foments mistrust.
Use much of
And
his
we
time
can
trying to
certainly
help
get past
fix
that
our country. I
mistrust,
love
but
the
that will
fact that
take
he cares about the
restoring
people
a
and
sense
isn't
of
trying to just run
decorum
for the
across the
problem.
nation, especially
And
in
Trump doesn't take a
politics,
salary,
in
just in
order
case
to
people
come
don't
together,
understand
which
that.
we
He's
must.
one, I think, of 2
And
presidents
Darren, taking a
that
step
never
back
taken
here,
a
we're
salary.
seeing
So
a lot of changes
he's
in the
not getting paid
Republican
for
and
all
the
of
Democratic
that he's
parties, if you
going
will,
through.
where you almost have
He
that
doesn't get
reversal,
paid
right? You're
for it.
seeing a lot of
He's doing it
unions turning
because
out
he
for the
wants
Republicans. You didn't see that in
America
the
to be
past.
great
You're
again.
seeing all these different changes. A lot of earlier former ambassador to Denmark,
Now
Carl
I
Sanders,
can't
saying,
wait till
the
we get
Republican
Joey
Party
Biden,
is
Kamala
becoming
ass
a
up
big
out of
tent
office.
party.
Yeah,
What
you're
are you
right.
seeing
I
in
think
terms of
Trump
that
will
and
be
how
ready
that
this
might
time
be
because
feeding into the
he
results
didn't
we
see
are
all
seeing
the
so
evil
far
that was coming his way, how
Yeah,
they
I think,
manipulate and use it.
earlier
But he's
described
smarter
this
now.
as a
Yeah,
tribal
no
where you're
problem.
landed. And there's a
Stefan.
lot of different parts and
Yeah,
pieces
he
to this,
doesn't
small
care
groups,
about the
large
money.
groups.
Yeah, he said,
And
I
you
don't want
really
your
see that
money.
magnified on a
He
national
doesn't need it.
stage
What
by
he's doing
seeing
is, he's
Robert,
being directed by
on
God.
the
You know,
stage with
God
Trump,
is
and by
involved. He's
seeing the
using
Joe
him, huh?
Rogan endorsement. And as you
Yeah, he gets
continue
the
to
money
see
back. He doesn't
multiple
take a
different
salary.
people
So he's
on a
working for
national
free to
scale
go through all this
and
bull
even
crap.
in smaller scale, all
It's
kind of coming
unbelievable.
behind this
I'm glad they
populist
got the
movement
Senate too,
of
Republicans.
the small business.
Yeah, they needed the
working
Senate, at
man
least the
and woman.
Senate. I wish,
And
well, the Democrats
really,
had the House
it
and
kind
the
of looks
Senate
like what the
when
Democratic
they
Party
came in
always
office for
claimed to
2
be,
years. So if they
but
wanted
it's
to, they
really
opened the
not
border, so they're
anymore.
not gonna close the
And that's
border,
been
they open, but I'm
recognized by the
saying they
voting
had
electorate.
control to do
And
whatever.
following tonight's results, if as we await more results.
Yeah, that
How do
media
you
was at the
see
wrong
perhaps the
campaign in
Democratic Party
Philadelphia.
changing, if you will, if they get that message? If they do win the House,
They
it
had to
looks like
lead
they're
with no
gonna get that
story.
balance of power, if you will, that check on
Yeah,
the
I'm having a
balance there.
great night.
How
I
do you
can
see
sleep,
perhaps what might
that
change?
if
a great question.
I
and
wouldn't be able to go to
100%
sleep if
agree.
I felt like I was
And
going
I
to
said
wake
this
up to
earlier,
him
we
not
have to go
winning.
back
I
to
would have
the
just
working
been
class
sick to my
roots.
stomach.
Like this used to be the
It would have been a
party.
nightmare.
Also used to be a
And also,
party
I'm
of
really
hope where we tried to
appreciative
build
of
up
Laura
every single
Trump.
American to make
She
sure
did
they
Yeah.
a
reached their
lot
full
of
Leah
great
potential.
Laura
work.
made
We got
sure
to the
that those
point
polls that they
where
had
we
lawyers,
felt like the
they were
status
smart, they were
quo
very
is
strategic
okay.
this time
That's never
because they
been
knew
within
that they
America's
were going to have to
DNA.
protect
It's
the
always
voting
been
polls,
about
even though
achieving these
illegal still
great
voted, but
goals,
they kept
setting
it down
men's
to a
moon, setting up all these different
to a
things.
lower number.
And we don't do that anymore. Like I'll give you a perfect example. In New York State, for example, New
Yeah.
York City, instead of focusing on improving the educational system, where we've seen
317,
is slow
that's my
degradation
number.
over the last 20 years, instead of
It's on
saying,
here.
hey, we should
Don't forget
deliver this
to
great
like, share, and
education space to reach our full
subscribe.
potential, we're stating, oh no, we need to offer stuff for trade school to focus on this other stuff. And it's not, and it's
And
not
it's amazing that
they're looking
93%
down
of their
upon
reporting
those
was
type of jobs.
negative
It's
for
me
Trump.
saying, why are we trying to
93% of
set the
negative
bar so
reporting
low?
regarding
And
Trump.
that's what's been
That's,
happening with the Democratic Party, I think, for a little while.
they're making an announcement.
And we lost our way. And I think we have.
And Theron, what are your thoughts on this?
I don't agree with that because I think the path to education does not necessarily mean colleges and universities. I'm a firm believer that you should learn something every day in whatever environment you show up in. Some people are just not what we refer to as traditional students. Some
They
people
must
learn
have.
trades.
No, they must
This
have
table
won
that we
another
sit at,
state.
somebody had to build it and
We
put
don't
it
care
up.
what you're saying,
That's
lady.
somebody learning a trade.
We
There are
don't
people
care.
who will do those things, and we have to have those people a part of our society and appreciate them.
Yeah, those jobs
for
are going
who
to the
they are
migrants
and
now.
what skill they prefer to learn. And so what we have to do is begin to
Okay.
accept people and meet them where they are and figure out
They
how
must
those pieces
declare
fit into the grand scheme of things, the overall big picture. And that's
90%
what the
of voters
Democratic
in
Party doesn't do a
Pennsylvania.
good job of. We tend to isolate people that don't look like the status quo, that don't fit this particular mold. And the reality is that the party as it exists today does not look like a particular mold.
Okay,
Right
lady,
now, we'll bring
shut
your
up.
attention to the screen.
Thank
on
you.
your
Let
screen
her
right now.
shut
You see
up.
the live feed of the audience at the Trump campaign
All this
launch
going
party
on and
there
she
in West Palm
talking.
Beach, where former President Trump is expected to arrive any moment. By the sounds of it, he may have already arrived. We're keeping a very close eye on the building right now at the party, and we will surely cut to the former president when he starts to speak, if and when. In the meantime, we do have Lieutenant Colonel retired Darren Gaub with us. Darren, there were many campaign ads on both sides, one of which that stood out that the Trump campaign was really hammering home was what they were calling
He
a botched,
outworked her too.
evacuation
He did
of
like 4
Afghanistan.
rallies
I think
yesterday,
everybody
flying
here
all
knows
across the
that plane
country. He
with many
outworked her.
civilians just hanging off of it.
And they
We know
talking
what
about
happened to
that.
the 13
Did he
former
have the
Marines
stamina?
who
I mean,
died
nobody
there.
outworked Trump in this election.
Served multiple tours there in combat in Afghanistan. How critical do you
He
think
told
that was?
Kamala
What
that
does
J.D.
free
Vance, that was
election, if
his
you will,
plane
former
that she was
President Trump
riding.
made
That's gonna be his
on
plane.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Great question. First of all, we need to always remember the 13, regardless of what side of the political spectrum anybody comes from.
What I'm
The
fearful
problem with
now
what
is
happened
if
in
the
Afghanistan
Biden-Harris
at that time
administration
was
just
that was
greenlights
it
every.
was a large fire that was lit quickly that spread not only to there, but the next thing you saw,
Yeah.
as anticipated
We
by
do,
some
they
of us,
don't.
was that Russia would invade Ukraine.
They said what I'm
After that, there'd be
fearful
a fire lit in the Middle
is
East,
the
and that would,
Biden-Harris
who knows
administration
how big
just
that's going
greenlight
to
every
get.
migrant
I mean, you're
paperwork.
essentially
Then
looking
we'll
at,
have to
you're
still be
already
stuck
in
with these
a World War
migrants.
III, and a lot of this is
And we'll
because
have
of
to prove
America's
they're
display
bad.
of weakness,
Yeah,
a lack
hopefully
of
Biden
leadership,
doesn't
a
do it
lack
because
of
Biden
effective
is not,
foreign
I
policy
don't
at
know,
multiple
Biden is
levels,
like,
and that is a tangible
you
thing that
know,
anybody can
hot
grab
and
onto
cold.
and
It
see
depends
it
on
right in
if
front
his
of
wife
them.
wearing that red
America's
suit is
past.
any indication. I
So
hope
what
that
can
he
Trump
doesn't
do?
do what they want him to do since
One
they
of the things
taken
is
the election
military
from
thrives
him.
on leadership. And when you have
I
great
hope he's
leadership, you
mad
have
enough
great
not
organization,
to do what they want him
and they're
to
ready
do.
to fight and win wars on behalf of this nation. when you have poor leadership, as we have for quite some time now, and this is not just in the White House, it's at multiple levels through there, then
Oh, he won
your
Pennsylvania.
military suffers.
He won Pennsylvania.
Where you see
Trump
that at?
I
being
see
in
it
the
on the
White
screen.
House
They gave him the
has
check
a long
mark.
ways to go to fix that, but he's the right guy to do it, and he should be given that.
I want to expand
They
on
said
that.
Joe
So
Biden. Now they
we've
told me Joe
talked a
Biden
lot
was still on
about,
the
the
ticket.
conflicts in the Middle East over past shows. And, we've heard from former President Trump, he hasn't really said what he's going to do in terms of Russia or Ukraine. He said he's
I
going
don't
to
know
end
if it's
it within like
official or
24
not.
hours, even
Did they
before
finish
he
counting the
is
votes?
in office. So right after supposedly he gets that final vote there.
It's not on. It's not.
But
What
we're also
about
seeing
on
the tensions
Look
in
on
Asia,
Twitter.
the
See if it's
Philippines, around
trending.
Taiwan. Whoever is next president does seem like it will be former President Trump again. They're
Yeah, but
inheriting
Joe
a
Biden isn't
lot.
running the country.
A
Well,
lot
yeah,
of
Joe Biden
conflict, a
been
lot
stopped.
of
He's never been
tensions.
running the
How do
country.
you see
Actually,
a
we found
Trump
that out.
presidency, if that is what we're
Has
going to
been
see,
Kamala doing everything
navigating all of
because
that?
Well, the
he was
challenge for a
yeah
President Trump is that he's not inheriting a coherent
from
foreign
dementia.
policy.
Yeah,
Everything that Joe
she
Biden
made
has done,
decisions. We
Biden
did a
inherited
State
as
of
a
Union
sort of
address. You could see
patchwork
she
of
was over
dealing with
topping him.
immediate
Like, you better
crises
say
rather
what you're
than
supposed to say.
strategic thought-out vision for what America's role needs to be,
He won
whether it's with
Pennsylvania.
Taiwan, whether it's with Israel, or whether it's with Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is, to Biden's
Yeah,
credit,
it's
is
not
the one place
saying
where
on
he has been
screen.
strong, where he has been supportive of an ally or at least American interests in that region. But what Donald Trump needs to
Pennsylvania
do
was
is
called.
first of all,
Yes.
a team to figure out what the
Oh, I
heck is
can't
going
wait
on
for
in the
him to
Department
come
of
out.
Defense, the State Department, who the key players are,
That's
and
what
how to
Kamala went
establish
home.
that dialogue
Well, I
that he
saw it
needs
on
to
their
in order to
screen.
get things done. Because he's inheriting a State Department that is a mess. He's inheriting a Defense Department that has been turned upside down by Biden Harris. So the first thing
Somebody's
he
saying
needs
right
to
here
do is to find
Pennsylvania
the right
was
people for the
called.
job. Now, he had Mike Pompeo. That was a great Secretary of State. I don't think that he will be serving in this cabinet. But we need someone of similar capacity in order to guide us. And I think that what we will see with Trump is a renewed commitment towards our allies, and explicitly so, which is something that perhaps
Y'all
we've not
know,
seen so much in
y'all,
the last 4 years.
we blessed for him to be president. That lady wouldn't be able to do
Donald
anything with her
Trump was
freaking.
in
No,
fact
Pennsylvania, no,
reelected,
they didn't call
emphatically
it.
is
It's
president, we know it's
91%.
certified, all those things. How much leeway Republicans
Yeah, I don't
will
see
give
that
him?
was
How much
called.
time will they give him to fix the problems that they perceive in the current administration? Will they give him, 3 months, 6 months, a
Oh, lady,
year
shut
before they
up.
say okay and hold him accountable if things
Just
do not
stop.
go as they perceive they should
Hold him
have?
accountable for this mess. It's gonna take a miracle to get anything done. And then with the with the Democrats having the House, he's gonna have to fight them. She needed. What would Kamala, who calls it, do? So sick of this with our people.
Move things in the direction that they perceive they should have
Okay.
been.
We don't need to hear nothing else she has to say. She's annoying me. She's annoying. Come on, Trump.
Charlie Kirk said Fox News is just called Pennsylvania.
Fox News called Pennsylvania. Yeah, that has CBS though. They think Fox News is on his side. Let's see what he
Also,
says.
still been pretty good. And I would give credit to all the previous administrations to make that strategic shift. Now, obviously, the Middle East is a little bit different. We know what the conflict looks like there. So I'm interested to see exactly how that is going
Life's
to
a
be
script. I like that.
That's going to be a difficult one unless maybe all of a sudden sees a light and decides to negotiate. But we don't know.
Let's go, Trump, baby.
What we will see is if Trump is in
Come
fact
on.
elected, we will see. I think the dynamic between Iran and Israel is.
I can't believe the other candidate, they all went home.
Because they know, everyone knows.
That was so lame. I just can't get over how lame she is.
And will not cut military aid to Israel. So that is a strong message of deterrence to Iran and to its proxies. They have another 2 months to do bad things before Trump is back in
Yeah,
office.
they have 2 months to do very bad
We don't know
things.
what the long-term consequences of that will be, because America does need to strengthen its relationships the same way we did with the Abraham Accords.
91% of the vote is in Pennsylvania now.
Not just military money.
But do you think the Abraham Accords have actually suffered because of what's happened in the Middle East?
I certainly think they've been on pause, but I think that the
If he wins the popular vote, then that says everything. If she doesn't even win the popular
People want
vote.
peace. People want prosperity. They want their families to be safe.
Yes.
And they're looking for an opportunity for this conflict to end so they can go back to business as usual, which is making peace.
And turning our attention just briefly to the screen once again, you're seeing a live look into the Trump campaign headquarters and the watch party there where former President Trump is anticipated to give a speech. He was asked earlier today when he was casting his vote in Palm Beach with the former First Lady if he had already written any type of speech, and he replied, "I just got back at 5 in the morning. I haven't had time."
Yeah, wow,
And, you know,
5
these
in the
are-
morning,
This
because
was
he
a
was,
horse race, and
where was he at?
still not decided.
Michigan, doing that
Did he in
that
fact
fourth
have a
rally?
speech ready? Maybe he's modifying it a little bit, one way or the other. If he's not giving a full victory
Yeah, he was
speech,
in
perhaps
Milwaukee.
he's tweaking it to accommodate just more of a victory lap, and then we'll see something in the coming days once the votes are
Okay, I already said
official. And
Trump
he
does
has
have Pennsylvania.
officially reached that 270.
I know you said Fox News. What
We did
is?
see at the watch party filing in the likes of Tucker Carlson. We were talking about potential
Look at
cabinet
Michigan.
appointments earlier. We saw RFK Jr.
64%.
He has been floated as a possible HHS secretary. There has been some pushback over that, whether or not he would actually be Senate confirmed. Now we're seeing there is going to be what looks like to be a pretty healthy majority in the Senate. So that could actually become a reality, not needing Democratic votes. Bringing it back, into the studio discussion. Denny, what do you make of, the likelihood of a Trump presidency? And then, you're going to have to get a lot of those appointments placed.
This is what they fought hard. This is what they were fighting against, Trump becoming president. Look at God. Look at God. They did everything to this man. That's what made me become a Trump supporter. And today I just switched parties when they couldn't find my address. Unbelievable. I didn't even put in a change of address, so I vote all the time. Got to the polling place, and now they couldn't find my information. Oh no, they changed my address.
Comes to actual following health policy, but I believe that's the type of position that you're going to see someone like RFK get. And I do believe that Trump is going to have the folks that he prefers, and he's going to expend the political capital.
The people are going to have to speak up for Trump and demand of these politicians to do what's the best interest of American citizens. So when they push back on him, we're going to have to push back on them, the Democrats. We're going to have to push back so he can get things done.
Vice President Kamala Harris, some really powerful celebrities, Oprah Winfrey, Bruce Springsteen, Beyonce.
Name them. Usher, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B,
and right now,
Eminem.
Shake up the way they look.
It was like entertainer. I never seen the entertainers have to try to get someone elected like that. Not on her own merit.
I think endorsements bring awareness. They bring in a base, but endorsements aren't votes. They aren't humans. They aren't people. People cast ballots, endorsements don't. And so it's about how you use that endorsement to translate that into a vote and turnout and so forth. And I don't know that really happened in the best way possible. Oprah admits she was an independent, which means somewhere down the line she's voted for Democrats and somewhere down the line she's voted for Republicans.
We don't know one Republican that Oprah voted for.
Some people in, but it didn't. But when we talk about Vice President Harris and her campaign, she did not do everything possible to win. That is just the truth of the matter. There was so much more that she could have said, so much more she could have done.
More word salads, okay.
Could have been better. Her messaging could have been better.
Look at this.
Her appearances could have been better. The state she visited, there was
her
so
black
much
voices could have been better. Her Latino voices could have been better. Her preacher voice could have been better.
I've run some Hail Mary campaigns, so I know exactly what that looks like. And you hope for the best, and you try to do everything that you can. But in this case, she didn't. And if she had been a more visible vice president with a better track record, she would have had a stronger foundation to start on, which should have lifted her up significantly should she decide to run for president, which here we are, and she did, but it didn't bode well for her, and all those things wrapped up and together were not the right recipe for her to get the win. And now here's what Democrats have to contend with overall. Not only have we lost the White House, we've lost the Senate and the House. So Republicans have carte blanche to do what they want. And they don't have to operate in a bipartisan
They
manner,
lost the
even
House.
if we want them to, because now they have all the
Thank
power.
God if they
And
did.
they will do what they want with that, and that's something that Democrats have never
Oh,
done
please, no,
well.
I didn't see the
When we
Jamaican
have the
accent
power
too.
and leadership, we
She had a
don't make
Jamaican
the most of it,
accent.
and it has always been to the
That's
deficit
terrible.
of our party and to the American people who believe in Democrats to get things done.
I have very strong opinions about why I believe she lost, and I said this a very long time ago. There's one data point that I would share, and I think it tells the story right off the bat. And I share this with some folks already in the green room. When Obama ran in 2008, the day after the DNC, up until October 1st, he only took 2 days off from campaigning. Kamala Harris, from the day after the DNC till October 1st, she had more than 50% days off. There's one adage defined by 2 words that holds true in politics. You have to show up. You have
Trump
to be out.
outworked
You
her.
have
Like
to
I
talk to
said,
voters.
he
You have
outworked
to
her.
define yourself. That whole month
Even the
was
last day of
perfect.
campaigning,
And I'll
he
get back to the
outworked
Trump
her.
campaign. They took a
She was
page
busy
from
having
2012
parties.
election when the Obama campaign defined Romney when he was still in a very difficult primary, even though they knew that he was eventually going to win. But they spent a ton of resources actually defining him, and they did successfully. Throughout the whole month after the DNC into September, instead of Kamala going out there and telling her bio, which is a very attractive bio, instead she let the Republicans and Trump campaign define her. And she was not showing up. She wasn't talking to people. And the thing is, even if she didn't have any
Because she
policies,
couldn't
that's
talk
fine.
without a script or a
Voters would have
teleprompter.
said that.
Because she
Okay,
didn't
they're
know
like,
anything.
"You just got this nomination." You could have just flat out said, "Listen, I'm working that out right now."
And right now, we are taking a live look into the Trump campaign headquarters where the former president is expected to arrive at any moment. And as soon as he does, we'll be sure to cut right over it to his speech. In the meantime, former President Trump, for the first time,
He wants
appears
them
to
probably
maybe
to
and
call
possibly
Pennsylvania
win
in time.
the popular vote. He's sitting right now at 53.6%. Entities Kevin Hogan is standing by at the data wall to take a look at the current situation.
And this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had
Kevin?
Yes. Steve, so this is Entity's official map that we have right now of the Electoral College. So as you can see, Trump is picking up North Carolina and Georgia. We still have a couple swing states out west and in the blue wall that are toss-ups. Harris is picking up a congressional district in Maine. So now, if you walk with me here for a moment, if we were to give Alaska to Trump, which is very likely, of course, and then also one congressional district in Maine, what does that leave? That leaves a 19-point gap between Trump and the White House. So if he were to take the big one in Pennsylvania, that would put him at 270, and he would be the next president of the United States. Now, what we're seeing here, again, these are a couple states like Michigan and Arizona have still a lot of votes to count, so those are a little bit early in the night, but basically what we're seeing is that Trump has a lead in these areas, and it looks pretty solid based on the margins in all the counties. So it is very possible that former President Trump could do a sweep of all the swing states and get 312 electoral college votes, being much more than the needed 270. Now, let's reset this here, because again, we do not have a clear winner at this point, so let's just go back and give one of the congressional districts in Maine to Vice President Harris, and also the blue dot, which is the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska, and that includes Omaha, to Harris. So there's still a lot of leeway in terms of how this could all shake out. For example, Harris can still find a path to victory through the blue wall and then some. So if she's able to carry some of these big states here, she's just short. She would still need Arizona and Nevada. So she'd need to do a big sweep. Pardon me, she wouldn't necessarily need Nevada because we hadn't filled in the states of Minnesota, which are basically coming in pretty soon. So if she's able to pick up, again, we divvy up these electoral college, these congressional districts. Harris would need just the blue wall, and that would put her in great position. 270, again, no faithless electors. That would be enough. The rest of these swing states would be a bonus for her. But now, again, we're going to fill this back in just for a moment, and we're going to look at some other of these possibilities. So if former President Trump, if he takes one of the blue wall states, it's just not enough. But if he takes the rest of them, other than Pennsylvania, that gives him a chance. Same thing for Harris. She could do a similar thing if she were to pick up some of these blue wall states. and pardon me, we're gonna divvy that up just right. So if she takes a couple of these blue wall states, she looks out west, what does that give her? She leaves her just short. Again, that's with Minnesota. So she'd still need Pennsylvania in this scenario in order to push her over the top. Now, we're going to look at some of these individual states that we haven't had called yet, and we're going to find out exactly what's happening inside of them. And let me just bring up the current totals. So we're going to go to Pennsylvania, for example, right now. So you got 93% of the vote in. All eyes are on Pennsylvania right now. We got a lot of indicators that former President Trump is doing very well. That's 3 points that he's leading. That's a 200,000 or so vote lead, very commanding. He's got the 3 bellwethers of Erie, Center, and Northampton County, which is very good for him. And again, according to this snapshot, and we have 78% of the vote in Bucks County. He's flipping this from when Biden carried it and from when his former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton carried it when we ran against him in 2016. So that's extremely crucial, and what we're seeing is that 3-point lead. If these margins in all these different counties hold up, you see Trump taking the state with about 2 points. So that's a very realistic possibility. We're going to be watching that really, really closely. Again, now Michigan, it's a little bit of a different story. You see a little bit more gray on this map. We're going to go down here to Wayne County and look at Detroit area and see what's happening. You only have 30% of the vote in. So again, that is just very small numbers. You got to count every vote in a state that was decided by about 150,000 votes last time. You see Harris up with about a 16, 17 point advantage there, and she's a long way away from what Democrats would need in that very populated area. Again, Biden carrying it with about 38%. So Harris is, let's see what that is. That's about 17%. That's just not enough. But again, we've seen margins be very outlandish early in the night, and then as more votes come in, you get about 50, 60%. Those start to stabilize into something a little bit more reasonable, what you might expect based on historical data and the polls, for example. Now, Kent County is an extremely crucial battleground. You got 94% of the votes in. Harris is winning in Kent County. And remember, former President Trump carried this in 2016. So that could be one indicator that Harris is doing fairly well in this southwestern part of the state, in this very, very important Kent County. Now, you look up, again, Leelanau County. This is another county that flipped from Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020. So how is Harris performing there? Well, she's got about a 10-point lead, and Biden carried that with about 6 points. So again, very strong performance there. We're going to have to see how the state shakes out. Now we're going to go back out. We're going to move to Wisconsin. Okay, so we're bringing up current. Former President Trump with 88% of the vote in. He's up about 4.5 points in Wisconsin, and that's, the state is very, very closely decided in the last couple elections. So we have to look more closely at Dane County to see if Harris is getting the numbers that she needs to get. So with 93% of the vote in, she has about 183,000 votes ahead in that county, and President Biden had about 180,000. So similar performance there. That could be a good sign for her. However, as more votes come in, we'll probably know a little bit more about what's happening in this state. Again, because we just checked it a moment ago, and that was a 6-point lead for Trump. Now it's down to 5. So again, this state, or pardon me, it's a 4-point lead that we're seeing right now, and it was pretty similar to what we saw a moment ago. But it is possible, again, if all these counties hold their margins, that Trump can take it with 3 points. So again, a complete sweep of the swing states is not out of the question for Trump, but also Vice President Harris could still make a lot of ground here because, again, these states have not been called. We're going to go out to Arizona for a moment. Some very interesting things that you're seeing. Okay, again, 51% of the vote. Trump is up about a point. Remember, back in 2020, this race was decided by about a quarter point. I mean, you're talking just 10,000 votes, shaping up to be very, very close again. We're going to drill down into some of these counties. This is Native American country here. You're looking at Apache County. There are only 5% of the votes in, but Jill Stein, a third-party candidate, is outperforming Harris early on in the night. But you might expect if Harris does anything similar to what Biden did in 2020, then you have very high margins, upwards of like 34 points. So again, we're just waiting on a lot of these votes to come in from other parts of the state. You got to look at Maricopa County. This is where a lot of the battle is going to happen because this is the most populated county in the state. And again, this includes Phoenix. So Harris is up about 2 points with 55% of the vote in over Trump. Look back to 2020, that was a pretty similar situation. Biden had about a 2-point lead. And again, that could be tens of thousands of votes in advantage. And so if Harris is able to hold on to that, it could give her a pretty good foothold in this state. However, if the margins, again, when all these different counties, you just crunch the numbers, that's putting Trump up about 1.5 points. So again, it's not out of reach whatsoever for Trump to take it. Now, you look at this, very interesting. This is Nevada. We finally have some votes to talk about. 77% of the vote. Trump's up 4 points. So again, Democrats carried this twice in the last couple elections. And now you're looking at Las Vegas here. This is Clark County. We're going to zoom in on this really closely. This is the big story right here. You get 80% of the vote in. Harris is only up 2 points. But again, you look back in 2020, Biden carried this county by about 9 points. So Harris is really going to have to drive up the margins there, because 2 points probably won't be enough to allow her to carry the state, especially considering how, again, we'll go current, how you have Washoe County, where Democrats hope to tie if they can run up the numbers big time in Clark County, but they're not doing that. So here, a tie probably won't be enough to allow them to carry the state. Again, you're looking at Trump up about 0.2 points, so it's basically a tie. But what happened, so in 2016, that's basically similar. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was up about 1 point, but then Biden was able to carry Nevada.
I wonder how much long it's going to take for them
4 or 5
to
points up in Washoe County.
call
So
Pennsylvania.
Nevada, again, if you look at this state right now, you're seeing Trump pulling ahead a little bit, 40,000 votes. But if you have all of these counties hold their margins, you can see Trump feasibly ending up with about a 4-point lead over Vice President Harris. Back to you at the desk.
The 2 a.m. and entities, Kevin Hogan has not lost a step. Excellent reporting over at the data wall. And we're going to go to entities, Dave Martin, who's at the data hub, for an update.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I want to take a look at some national exit poll numbers. Now, no Republican has won the popular vote in 20 years. That was George W. Bush in 2004. It was, as we've reported, Donald Trump has 51% of the popular vote right now. And looking at the national exit polls suggests that actually could hold up here. Let's looking at them by gender. Here we go here. National exit polls here, male and female. Again, red is a Trump lead, blue is a Kamala Harris. Each has a 10-point lead in their own gender. So let's drill down and actually look at elections past and see if there's a trend here, starting with male voters across the state. Now again, these numbers here are Trump versus the Democratic nominee. 2016, he had an 11-point lead among men nationally over Hillary Clinton. 4 years later, that was at 8, down to 8 points. And now 4 years from that, it's back up to a 10-point lead over Kamala Harris. Well, how about female voters? Again, this is across the U.S. Again, these numbers here are the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump. 2016, Hillary Clinton had a 13-point advantage nationally among the women. 4 years later, Biden increased that to 15 points. Now in 2024, though, down to 10 points here for Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at another demographic here. Let's go with income. Specifically, U.S. voters with above a $50,000 a year income annually. And again, these numbers here are the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump. 2016, Hillary Clinton actually trailed by Trump in this demographic by 1 point. 4 years later, though, Biden had a 4-point lead among those with a $50,000 or higher income. Now Harris has a 3-point advantage among this group. Well, how about the reverse? U.S. voters with less than $50,000 income here. And these numbers here are Trump versus the Democratic nominee. Look at this. 2016, he trailed Hillary Clinton by 12 points. 4 years later, it was down to 11 points. And now in 2024, he's got a 1-point lead here over Kamala Harris. And this is actually the bigger demographic. Let's take a look at one more. How about those with a college degree? Again, this is national voters here, and these numbers here again are the Democratic nominee versus Donald Trump.
You're supposed to be,
now,
the dumber you are.
Hillary Clinton had a 10-point lead over Trump. Among those with the college degree, Biden up that to 12 4 years later. Now Kamala Harris has this up to 16.
Okay, where they cheering? Is he out there?
But if we look at the reverse
He's
here,
coming out
without a college degree, and this is nationally, and these numbers here are Trump versus the Democratic nominee. He had a 7-point lead here over Hillary Clinton 8 years ago. It's up to 10 points here in 2024. So some very interesting numbers here nationally. Steve and Tip, back to you guys at the desk.
Really excellent reporting at the Data Hub from entities, Dave Martin. As you can see on your screen right now, the crowd is getting ready. You can tell former President Trump appears to be ready to take the stage. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this any moment and bring you there as he comes out to give some form of speech, whether it's a victory speech or not. We are seeing the possibility. Some outlets we have not yet called Pennsylvania, but some have, and that would be a very close step to securing the 270. So perhaps he's waiting to see if that is the case, and that could be why we're seeing the crowd celebrating right now. But at any rate, we will take close. We're going to bring the conversation back in studio. Gerard, this could potentially be the first time in nearly 20 years that the Republican nominee has won the popular vote. What type of statement would that be?
I think that statement is a repudiation of where the Democratic Party is today. It's not just about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. It's the direction the party has gone, or both parties have gone, and Republicans seeing that Democrats are uncompromising in a lot of positions, whether it's getting bills through Capitol Hill, or whether it's social issues that have been pushed to the forefront, or immigration. We've all talked about that. I think that this shows a dissatisfaction of the failure to compromise while Democrats have had control and the ability to move things significantly. And it's not just
they move things in the wrong direction significantly.
These are things that I've been hearing a lot, and especially in the last 2 weeks from people, from voters. It's not just the issues that we've all talked about. It is the social issues, and they have moved people to go out and vote.
And Denny, on that note, if anyone was interested about what the cheering was about, that's because other media outlets are calling certain states for the former president. That's why the crowd is very excited, and that's why a lot of them are filming. Does not look like the former president is out just yet. We did say he was going to speak at 1. It's now almost 2. He does like to, keep everyone waiting. But Denny, too, what Gerard was just pointing out there in terms of the popular vote, what do you think that means for the Democratic Party? What changes might we see?
I said it earlier, they need a strong reset. They need to focus on the working class. They need
Christ
to
is
focus
King,
on actually creating
Jesus is
economic
Lord.
opportunity. They have to focus on ensuring that people can
God
afford
is still
a first
sitting on
time
his
home.
throne.
They can achieve the American
God
dream.
is in
They can
control.
ensure that immigrants in this country that want to raise their family and send their kid to a good public school so they can get an education. It is those basic ideals that America has always promised. That's exactly where the Democratic Party needs to go. And they're not there anymore. They haven't been for a little while.
They're not taking care of America
and
first.
Listen, I'm a strong Democrat. I always will be. I grew up in New England. I'm a Kennedy Democrat. I'm a Obama Democrat. And I've always been that way. And these are these ideas, these hopes, this ideology that actually lifted you up.
Are you sure you're not
haven't done that?
A Reagan Democrat?
But it's like one of those things like you used to have a common sense that was ingrained within the Democratic Party that actually focused on helping small businesses. You heard Obama when he ran in 2008 and 2012, they did not stop just focusing on small businesses. I remember the lines we used to say 95% of jobs that are created in America are by small businesses. Did you hear any Democrats say that at all this election cycle? It's things like that actually moved the needle and actually spoke to voters and spoke to American people, saying that I see you, I hear you, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure we can make your life better.
I think he will be.
Where was that?
Not anything like what his detractors have.
And that's what it's disappointing. I'll be honest with you.
And as the night is getting late, I'm going to shake things up a bit. Darren, we've seen that, Pew Research, that nearly half of Americans get their news from social media app. TikTok, obviously, very, very feisty topic there. Now, 52% of TikTok users say they regularly get news from the app. That's up from 22% in 2020. We've seen President
people
Trump kind of flip-flop
go
on this
social
issue,
media
right?
because mainstream media is too biased.
President Biden now said he was going to ban it if the app doesn't divest from its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, where a lot of the concern is coming from. Although ByteDance is saying
then Biden went on there and subscribed.
Willing to part with the algorithm, which ties back to the MSS or basically their CIA, FBI in China, which is where a lot of the data concerns come from. What do you make of you know, what Trump has said about that. What are we gonna see with TikTok?
Okay,
Is,
Trump.
we do see a
Get
return
tired.
of
You
former
want to get
President
out
Trump.
of here.
Thanks for the easy question. No, this is one of those cases where there's legitimate arguments on both sides of this, because there's the free speech side of it, which says make an educated choice, and that's the key, is educated, and then you assume your own risks. And then there's the other side of it that says,
Thank
well,
you.
this
Life
is a
is
national
real.
security risk because we know where the information is going. And that's going to be an interesting balancing act. I think he had some pretty decent ideas when he started talking about how they could divest of that side of the business and then turn it into something more all-American than anything else. But this is just one example. That's just TikTok. It's not the only thing, because now you have to ask, if that's a risk, is the monopoly of Google, or near monopoly of Google, the same risk, just in a different way? Is that true of other social media or digital platforms? That's going to be a question that's going to take this country longer to answer than the next 4 years.
It does seem, my team went out and interviewed people and was first asking them if they like TikTok and then if they were concerned about their data being on it. And a lot of people were like, oh, everyone already has my data, whether that's like, Google.
Yeah, but China
Meta,
has
Facebook,
it
Instagram
now.
was under Meta, all these different things.
That's
where
run by
I
communist
guess
China.
in general, we are used to that. And it goes back to those predatory practices, if you will, where a lot of these apps, that's how they get their money, to target you with ads, and then they get that money and they really want that data. But when it comes to that national security standpoint, Gerard, given how interconnected the world has become now, how do you see that issue playing in? Whether that is the TikToks of the world, those types of apps, whether that is,
So
Google
they just
and
had
these
Mark
other tech
Rubio.
giants.
Well, the danger is when you start to normalize a message online that is anti-democratic, anti-American. And I think that is one of the bigger risks of TikTok and other entities that are controlled by foreign powers, essentially, is when you see content, you're not necessarily looking at content that is made in America by American standards. It may very well be made as an agent of a foreign government, and that's never disclosed or reported. So when you're getting information, you think you're looking at a harmless video, but essentially you're starting to get a normalized vision that is contrary to American values. And over time, that changes the demographic. That's how they attempt to influence elections. That's how other countries attempt to meddle in our affairs. It's by normalizing their views. And TikTok, social media is the best way that they have to do that. It's in all of our pockets.
And on that note, bringing it back here, of course, tonight it is the race to 270, that magic number. We have some entity projections for you. New Hampshire going to Kamala Harris, that is with 4 electoral votes there, 88% of the votes in for that state. Maine District 2, 1 electoral vote there. Donald Trump getting that 1 electoral vote with 58% of the votes in for that District 2 of Maine. Again, very fascinating state right there in terms of, the breakdown. We're also going to see what happens with Nebraska. And there you have it, the Electoral College map as it now stands. Trump with a lead right now, 248 electoral votes. Harris with 214. All of that yellow on the map is too early or too close to call. They're seeing there Alaska is probably going to go to Trump likely, but still too early, I guess, to call there. And back here you see the inside look at the Trump campaign watch party headquarters, where the crowd is still waiting for the former President Trump to make an appearance and give that speech. It is now basically an hour after he was supposed to speak. Given that, Denny, let's bring it back in studio here. As the night progresses, when it comes to possible, paths to victories and balance of powers and what we can expect, what types of legislative changes might we expect? We were talking earlier about potential RFK Jr. getting that cabinet position. Is he going to get appointed? That type of thing. What type of changes can we expect if, of course, Trump does become president and looks like the Republicans will take control of the Senate?
Okay, I take President Trump at his word. I do believe that you will see some sort of effort for mass deportation for any illegal immigrants that are here. I will also expect to see some sort of effort to really either use American military to crack down in cartels in Mexico. I expect that he will target some sort of legislation in order to lessen the amount of regulation it is to, expand small businesses. I expect him to try to get rid of taxes on tips. I think there's ideas like that I do expect for him, that he passionately spoke about while he was running in this campaign, that he's going to enact. Because we saw it, when in 2016. everything that he said he was going to do during the campaign, he actually did it. So I take him for his word that he's going to try to do all these things. So, but I will say this: it does look like Hakeem Jeffries will be the speaker. So we'll see. What type of effort for any legislative changes will happen, but we'll see.
And on that note, speaking of the balance of power, let's actually go to our DC studio where NTD's Luis Martinez is standing by. Luis, what does that balance of power look like so far?
Of course, Tiffany. Well, we've already said this earlier, but it's important to note again, Republicans have taken control of the Senate. As of now, they've secured 51 seats. They flipped West Virginia here with former Governor Jim Justice defeating the Democratic contender. And then in the state of Montana, we also know that Team Sheehy is ahead in the polls. Only 30% of the votes counted, but is at least sticking to what the polls were saying before November 5th, that Tim Sheehy was going to be helped by Trump being in the ballot in that Senate race in the state of Montana. Now, interestingly enough, Tiffany, if we go to Arizona, we have Ruben Gallego, a Democratic congressman, that has a healthy lead with 51% of the votes in the state of Arizona counted over Kari Lake. But in Nevada, that you'd see Vice President Harris leading in the polls before. We see almost a statistical tie right here. 75% of the votes counted, both at 47%. It's in the decimals, the difference in the Senate race in the state of Nevada. And well, of course, what we're seeing here on the Democratic side, the independents, the caucus with Democrats, that's Angus King in Maine and Bernie Sanders of Vermont are keeping their seats. Also interesting to note, New Jersey, Tiffany. This isn't a toss-up, but this is the Senate seat left open by Senator Bob Menendez when he stepped down after his indictment. And Andy Kim, the Democratic candidate, won there, and he's going to become the first Korean-American senator in U.S. history. Now, let's look at the House of Representatives. Let's go straight to the map. Well, first of all, here are the seats that are thus far secured of 435. Republicans have 188. They're getting closer to that 218, the magic number.
It's actually light in New Jersey.
63.
I know the last election we supported his campaign. He's
very interesting races that we've
he
talked
really cares about the people and does his job well.
Tiffany, I want to go straight to Pennsylvania's 10th district because this is really interesting now that we're all paying attention to Pennsylvania, whether it's going to be called for former President Donald Trump or not. There's a toss-up race that was critical. We talked about this earlier. It was a bellwether. That's Pennsylvania's 10th district. Scott Perry, before November 5th, was 9 points behind in the polls against Janelle Stelson. And now at 98% of the votes counted, we have Scott Perry ahead. So there's something to be said here about former President Donald Trump being in the ballot and also polling errors, because if we also look at the Senate races in the Rust Belt that were all behind, the Republican candidates were behind, and now we're seeing them ahead. Now, I also want to, Tiffany, mention California. At the beginning of today's coverage, we talked about how there are 5 races that in 2022 Republicans flipped to GOP control from Democrats. And now Democrats are trying to flip those back in order to regain control of the House. This is how it currently stands as of right now, but in 2022, that map was redder. As you can see over here, the areas in California, the votes are still coming in, but 2 years ago, this area was...
You got immigrants there now.
It's getting lighter red.
Yeah, and Gavin Newsom said it's against the law to ask anyone for ID or they could be arrested. So
let's go over
they're
here
voting.
To the state of New York.
Not surprising.
In New York, we had four House seats that in 2022 Republicans flipped from Democrat control, and now Democrats are trying to flip back. So far, 2 have already been flipped from Republican to Democratic control. Let's look again at the map. 2022, redder areas.
Okay, Trump.
It's turning blue. That's the 4th district and the 22nd That's Democratic Gillen defeating Desposito, and Democratic candidate Manning defeating Brandon Williams. So let's go back to the House balance of power. As of now, it looks like Republicans have the lead, but as we just reviewed those really critical races in California and New York are flipping in the way of Democrats that only needed to flip 6 in order to regain control of the House. So just again, the Republicans have control of the Senate, and Democrats are flipping the seats that they need to in their path or in the road to recovering control of the House of Representatives. Back to you, Tiffany.
All right, Louise, thanks for that update and the breakdown of the balance of power there. Back to our panel now. We do have a new old guest. Dante is back. Dante, we haven't heard from you in a minute. What are your thoughts on how the...
God, if they don't call
We're
this
still waiting
thing.
on Trump over an hour later, although, you know, he does like to keep people waiting. So, but given how the
No,
night
he
is
doesn't.
shaping up so far, the reason a lot of the crowd there at the Trump campaign headquarters keeps cheering and jumping up and down and filming is because other media are projecting and calling certain states. So we, as you can see, have not done that yet here. But given how the night is shaping up, you know, what are your thoughts right now?
I think that the Democratic Party has to reevaluate themselves. I think that's what this means. We talk about the popular vote, and it's a wide margin for the popular
Mega
vote
head
in
is
a long
back.
time. I can just imagine the congratulations walk that Donald Trump is going to take, knowing that he did
mega
something
mind.
that hasn't been done for a while. I think that means that America is moving on from being coddled, right? No longer can you, as a Democratic Party, say, we're going to take care of you by giving you little trinkets or by making promises.
Oh, doing
We have to
nothing.
change people's
Like the
future.
black community doing
Because the
nothing
Democratic Party, the people
for a
in it,
black
gave their
community.
leaders their future. But it's still the same as it was before. And that's just not going to work anymore. So I think this is an opportunity for a hard reset. It came at a cost, right? But this is an opportunity for a hard reset. Reevaluate, look at your economic policy, see what you can do to change people's future, whether it's a different approach to economics, and then try again in 4 years and see where we stand. We do know that if former President Trump, if this carries through, which it looks like it will, he'll be in the White House. He can't run again. So there will be 2 fresh faces, we assume, in 4 years, and we'll see what the policy is then. And if this election came down to the economy, will the Democratic Party present something that can challenge the Republican Party as far as being the best party to help people put money in their pockets when the economy is concerned?
And we are hearing that Trump's speech is now supposedly 2 minutes away. So of course, if that happens, we'll tune into that. Zooming out a bit here, Darren, we've been hearing throughout the night, you brought this up earlier, what World War III looks like. Given all the regional conflicts we currently are seeing often, you talk about, you and I have talked about before, about, say, unrestricted warfare, a different type of war that China, communist China wages, different from what we see here in the West as war, which is more kinetic, what you're seeing maybe with Russia, Ukraine, that whole thing. We did hear from Senator J.D. Vance appealing to the Gen Z vote recently at a town hall, urging them to vote so that we don't see that World War III in a possible draft scenario. When it comes to, you know, what World War III looks like in this day and age, you know, how is that going to impact our daily life? And if Trump does become president, how is he going to balance his new policies with battling something like that?
2 minutes, right?
Yeah. Clock's ticking.
Yeah.
As we await Trump.
I think there's a sound argument to be made that you're already in a version of World War III, and it's not just that kinetic part that you mentioned. It's not what we would call force on force. And war has always been more than just 2 lines of forces lined up against each other and going at each other. There's the diplomacy side. There's information. Which is propaganda. There's the economics. There's lots of different parts and pieces of that. But the reason why I say we're in a World War III now is just because the scope of the conflict in the Middle East and with Ukraine, and the scope of the effect on economies throughout Europe, here in America. I tie this, by the way, to our southern border that's just been wide open for the last 4 years, completely unchecked, and the policies before that were working fine and could work fine if they just put them back in place as they're supposed to be. So all of this looks like some version of global conflict. Some of it's hotter than others. And really, the Chinese Communist Party threat to America is not so much that they're going to line up a navy and invade Taiwan or invade the western coast of the United States, worst case. It's the ideology of socialism and communism that's infested inside of our colleges and some of our industries, where they've been taking our technology and removing them and using them in China, which is affecting our economies, which is affecting our culture.
Right now, we should let the viewers know that NBC News and CNN have both called Pennsylvania. What that means is former President Trump is that much closer to clinching the presidency. All he would have to do is technically win Alaska, which is all but certain. Those 4 electoral votes would then put him to 270 or 271, and he would be the next president of the United States. And as you can see on the screen there, he is also leading in all 5 remaining swing states. So it's really now just a matter of when he comes out on the stage. It's highly likely that he will come out and give a victory speech. We may see that in just any moment right now. And to Darren's previous point, talking about the Chinese Communist Party, it raises a very serious question. There were reports that the Chinese currency took a really serious crash as soon as the former president won Florida. And so what this means for the global landscape and for other countries has some serious consequences, China being the U.S.'s greatest adversary.
This has
right
been
now,
like,
I just want to reiterate that former President Trump,
he
CNN,
did with Alaska.
and NBC have both called Pennsylvania. We still have not,
Trump,
not, but it is highly likely that he is the next president of the United States.
Oh,
What he's
praise
gonna have
God.
to your point is, he's going to have to decide. The war is more than just two
Hey,
sides,
everyone.
sidelines of
We are
two
really
trying to
hanging
against
in
each other.
there. How
It should
many
be done.
people have to get up in the morning, or well, have to be in work in the morning? Because this is like, this is taking forever, but it's like a happy time. And imagine going to work and, your co-workers, wanted Kamala to win. I wonder what is the temperature, going to be at work. So, as far as I don't really care what they think. I'm just glad that Trump, we could say it. I'll say Trump won. So, but it's going to be crazy, like on your jobs and, where people like, they got to go back to their colleges and these hired, educated people that felt as though that Kamala was a better choice. So I question their degrees because, they missing something. But it's going to be interesting, the result of this, how people reactions are going to be. So hopefully that we can come together as a nation and, everyone just know that it's still another election in 4 years. But I'm just glad that Trump is like winning, but there might be some people with attitude tomorrow. Later on today. Let me get this back.
The biggest concerns from the porous border are not the
You
people
ready
who
for them
actually
tomorrow? I
came here
can't wait.
seeking better opportunities, but it's,
God bless
it's
everyone
the
tonight.
unknowns who
God
walked in, who clearly
run
are
the
tied
show.
to
Yes, he
terrorist
does.
organizations, to criminal
Yeah, they're
organizations,
gonna be.
which
I
don't
said
look much
Alaska will
different than
finish
terrorist
it.
organizations. I mean, Tren de
It's
Aragua
Trump.
and
Lula
ISIS
said the
don't
same
act much
thing.
different in reality. So that's my
Who's
concern,
gonna
is
win?
even out
Trump's
of
gonna
10
win.
million, let's just say 10 to 15,000 of those were people who were here to do very bad things.
Kamala, you're
That's a
fired.
big problem
That's
in this country,
it.
and we
Trump.
have
That's
to
what Trump gonna
clean that
say.
out first.
Kamala, you're fired.
You can talk about fentanyl pouring across the border, also from the
Bring
northern
a
border, coming back
pacifier.
through Canada into
Nobody
the U.S.
cares.
The precursors originate from China and Wuhan. If
Yeah,
we
when you
remember
hear that
that
music,
city
it look
from
like
the
they setting the
pandemic.
stage up for him
And
now.
with, the opioid crisis, if you will, in the United States and the sheer number of lives that has taken.
I gotta give me a
mugshot
mugshot shirt.
In terms of modern
Yeah, he a
warfare,
felon. I want one of
is
those
that
shirts.
demoralizing effect where a lot of people I've spoken to, they did lose people to fentanyl, whether that was a Percocet pill, looking pill that was laced with fentanyl. People are losing their children to it when maybe
Yeah.
they just wanted to be able to sleep, get through a stressful
And it's
time in
coming in
college,
through
be able to
Mexico.
study for
China's
those
supplying
exams.
it.
That impact on people, you're seeing that also play out in terms of the recruitment numbers for the Army, where they're struggling to hit those numbers. Many
Trump,
young
baby.
people, not all of them, of course, but many of them are saying they don't see America as a country worth fighting for. You could see that type of a thing where an adversary like Communist China doesn't have to get into that shooting war.
There go
They just sit
Vivek, some of the
back and watch
governors
us
out there.
destroy each other, really expand on those partisan points and that divisiveness. Given that environment that we are seeing, how do we bring this country back together so that our adversaries aren't the winners?
Well, I think it comes down to kind of the way I grew up is my brother and I fought like crazy. But if someone got in between us, that's very bad for them. And so we're going to disagree across the aisle. But I think we need to be able to make sure that we have those disagreements among ourselves, in our own borders, among American citizens, to come to the best solutions we possibly can, and not let anybody else step in between us.
How people are going
Because
to
they
take
want
this.
us divided, because us divided
I got
is a
angry
house that's much
family
easier to
members.
knock over.
And
I
right
know
now,
during
in case Kevin
Thanksgiving,
Hogan is
I think it's
standing by
wise that
at
we don't
the
even talk
data
about
wall for an update.
They're
Kevin,
gonna have
what can you tell us?
attitude.
Well, what we're looking at is the big battleground prize of Pennsylvania. So you see at 95% of the votes in, that's a lot. There still are many votes to be counted. Former President Trump is up about 3 points. That's about 193,000 votes. It'd be very difficult for Vice President Harris to overcome that, but we'll get into those numbers in just a second. But here's the real story. You see that former President Trump has flipped Bucks County, again, with 88% of the vote in. That went to former Secretary of State Clinton in 2016 and Biden. But he's able to overturn this, and he improved on his performance against Biden, 6 points now in this matchup against Harris in Bucks County. But it's a similar story. You got Montgomery County, he's up 4 points from 2020, 7 in Chester, 3 in Delco, and 5 in Philadelphia, and that's a lot of votes right there. So this is primarily what is driving former President Trump's push in Pennsylvania. So now when you do the math, and again, we haven't called Pennsylvania yet, but some other media have. So you look at this, you have about, let's just say you have about, I did the numbers a few minutes ago, these are constantly updating. You have about 6.6 million votes cast so far, and if, so the remaining, if you have 94, 95%, you have about 370,000 votes left. So what would that mean, given that Trump has a 193,000 or so vote advantage, 194,000 votes? That would mean that Vice President Harris would need to pick up 76% of the remaining vote in this state. Now, that's not impossible, but that's a very hefty toll, and there's no reason to believe that there is some county that's just not reporting a lot of Democrat votes, for example, because, for example, if you just look at Philadelphia, we're looking at 650,000 votes that have been reported back in 2020. You had a similar number, maybe a little bit more, 700,000, 730,000. So it's not that you have a very low vote count in this particular area or any of these counties that is going to give you a lot of those votes. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Vice President Harris to overcome that lead that you see here, Trump with almost 200,000 votes ahead in the critical battleground of Pennsylvania. And as we mentioned, if Trump were to take Pennsylvania and Alaska, which Alaska looks likely, and a second congressional district in Maine, that would put him at 270, giving him enough to take the White House. Now, let's go around a little bit and explore some of these other states here. We're going to zoom in on Michigan. This is at 70% of the vote, so a little bit more is coming in as the night is going on, but still a lot of votes to count. Now, we saw very low margins for Harris in Detroit earlier in the night. Again, this is Wayne County, but now let's see if they have come in. We only have 30% of the vote in, so that's much less than the state as a whole. But just from that vote count that we have yet at that point, that's a 17-point lead for Harris. Remember, Biden carried Wayne County, that's Detroit area, it's very diverse, big black vote. You have the Arab American vote as well in Dearborn and also in other places in Wayne County. So that's about a 38-point spread that Harris would need to get in order to repeat Biden's performance. It's just not what we're seeing. So that could be a result of a couple things. One, just the fact that there are so few votes in and this margin hasn't really stabilized because we're not seeing the full picture. Or it could be of the fact that the Arab Americans, which many of them are Muslim Shiite Lebanese, who may not be so happy, of course, about operations in Israel going into the northern border, into Lebanon, they might be just staying home and not giving Harris that turnout that she needs in this county. But again, you look at Kent County, this is another crucial battleground. Harris is up about 4 points, and you look back to 2020, Biden was carrying this by about 7 points, so not quite performing as well there in Michigan. And again, this is just another state that we're looking at. Now, Wisconsin, we're going to go here and bring this current to the race tonight. Harris is down a few points in Wisconsin. Again, this state has been decided by just a few votes, a few thousand votes in the last couple elections. So you got 90% of the vote in. What she needs to do is she needs to have really, really big turnout and big margins in Dane County. Look at this. She got
Dude, it's over with.
About 48.
It's over, dude.
There, but she needs to get that needs to be a little bit more like, for example, 47 or so percent. And so she's not exactly panning out exactly the way that she would probably want to see things happening for her in this evening. But then now we also have some more data coming in out west, which we should look at in Arizona. For example, when you have 52% of the vote in, and former President Trump has a lead of 27,000 votes, it's just way too early to tell because a lot of these votes are still yet to be counted. I'll give you an example. And again, Maricopa County, that's Phoenix. That's the most populated county. We've been looking at that. But here in Apache County, again, you see a third-party candidate on the board. Harris hasn't gotten up to the second or first place yet. So this is where she's going to need a lot of these margins really big. Again, Biden carried this by about 34 points. So it's just not what we're seeing yet at 5%. So it's just a snapshot. But now Maricopa County, that's the big story here. Harris is up a couple points, about 2 points or just under 2 points. She needs to get, Biden had this, he carried the state and he had about 2 point lead there. So it's going to be coming down to the margins in Arizona, really close to call. But again, all eyes are on Pennsylvania to see what happens there in the remainder. And this is probably going to be what decides this race. It could be maybe an early decision that happens out of Pennsylvania, especially considering what happened in those Philadelphia suburbs and the city of Philadelphia itself. Back to you at the desk.
You're dumb.
Hogan, excellent reporting at the data wall, breaking down all the numbers where it appears all but certain that Donald Trump will be the 47th, 45th, and now the 47th President of the United States. Bring our discussion back in studio here with our panel. I want to go to Gerard and kind of talk about something that Dante brought up earlier, which was what the Democrats need to hit the reset button and really, focus on the
Trump,
economy.
what time
and
you coming
economic
out?
principles.
It's gonna
Do you
be
think that
3
this
in the
election,
morning.
Gerard, was a referendum on Bidenomics? And I think we should all discuss too. We're kind of forgetting about President Biden, who just shortly dropped out of the race not too long ago. Would he have ultimately had a better chance, or was this a referendum on Bidenomics?
I actually don't think this was a referendum on Bidenomics. Bidenomics was a caretaking economy. Biden was not meant to be the future after Trump. It was meant to keep the country safe and steady and on course, get back on course. I think that if anything, this is a referendum, and I say this having spoken to many, many people who are diehard liberals, but voted for Donald Trump. It's social issues. It's not just the economy, it's the social issues. And specifically, I know that this is not popular to say, it's gender in the classrooms. It's not having control over what your kids learn in school. It's being force-fed a way of thinking that most Americans who voted for Donald Trump don't agree with. And that's where the reset needs to come. It's an understanding that the Democratic Party cannot just have these ideas and not compromise. They need to listen and take into account how other Americans are taking this. And when we see this repudiation, it's not just of Bidenomics. Economies come and go. Economies are affected by external factors as well. Biden did not do the best job growing the economy. Inflation was a disaster. But it's also the social issues that Americans care about, and I think that's what these polls reflect.
I think it's interesting, though, how the Republican Party tends to cherry pick where they want the government involved and where they don't. They want the government involved when it comes to gender in sports. They want the government involved when it comes to what children read in the classroom.
Wow.
And they want to also govern women's bodies, but these are three different things. Yet they also don't want the government to regulate their businesses. They don't want the government to.
Okay, that's enough for your insanity. We don't need to hear what she has to say because she's stupid, literally stupid. She's trying to talk about men and women's sports like it's okay. Drag queens reading to children is okay. I mean, she is totally like this country. People like her are so lost and ungodly, and she's going to compare that to like it's the same thing. It's ridiculous. It's not the same thing. Talking about controlling, the government gave the states back the decisions regarding something like abortion. And I don't know why that's such a, like, you would think every woman in America is just running to have an abortion or something. Like, that's like the main issue for women. I think the main issue for women is keeping men out of women's sports, keep men out of women's locker rooms, keep men out of women's bathrooms. How about that? I mean, women need to eat. How about women have to take care of the kids that they didn't unalive, that they have to feed them and take care of them. When they go to the supermarket, they need money to buy groceries. How about that? I mean, it's so sickening. They're getting them. I'm really tired of them saying they're trying to protect women's rights when you're not protecting women's rights at all. And let's hear what Mega Mind has to say.
Avenue that you pursue, you want to have the choice to be able to do that. Now, when we talk about sports and including people in other sports, I think that has to be regulated because you want fairness to still apply. But I think the Democratic Party has for a while been known as the progressive party when it comes to social views, and that's not a bad thing. It's okay to let people be who they are, but at the same time, you do want to respect people who are already comfortable where they are and not force your will.
They make an announcement.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, okay, Mega Mind, you have to be quiet, Mega Man. Okay, I'll quiet you, cause we have to quiet you, Mega Man. Is that him? Okay, no. Is that Trump? Yay!
Elect now. I don't know if we can officially call him that, JD Vance.
All right, they're gonna buy. Oh, Barron is there. Look at that. He showed up. Yes. They're gonna family.
Now just officially called Pennsylvania. The state of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Former President Trump has now won, getting him that much closer.
Okay, we can't play that music, can we? Okay. Sorry, you guys. We have to look at them. Oh, the whole family is there. Look at, is that Dana White? And yeah, that's Dana White, right? I'm surprised Joe Rogan's not there because he did throw his support his way. They look so much alike, Joe Rogan and Dana White. They look a lot alike. I mean, a lot. They have the same head, bald head, I guess. They go JD Vance. And wow, look how tall Barron is. You know he's the tallest person on the stage, that's for sure, for sure. You did it, Trump. You outworked her. You outworked her. You outworked that woman. Look at this. This is a beautiful thing. Beautiful. What you got to say about this, Obama and the machine? You know, this is what they didn't want to happen. They knew they couldn't beat him. That's why they tried to lock him up. They tried to assassinate him. I mean, you can't fool the American people. We just know that they had a lot to do with what was happening to him. Let's see. Yeah, they still playing the music. Trump likes listening to the entire song. This is wonderful, beautiful thing. Oh, there go the traitor, Mike Johnson. He's shady. You gotta be careful with him. Yes! President of the United States of America, the 47th president. You did it. And JD Vance, you inherited Kamala's plane. Like you told on the tar pit. You said, that's going to be my plane, so enjoy it. He called it. Look at them. They're all there. You ready, Trump?
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like
45th and
nobody's ever seen
47th
before.
President of the United States.
And
Yes, I stayed up for you,
frankly,
Trump.
this was, I believe, the greatest
Thank you,
political
Jesus.
movement of
Thank
all
you,
time. There's never been
Jesus.
anything like this in this country. And maybe
Thank you,
beyond.
God. Jesus is Lord.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because
God
we're going
wins.
to
God wins.
help our country
I need to
heal.
get that
We're gonna help our
t-shirt.
country
God
heal. We
wins.
have a country that needs help.
Jesus will
And
always
it needs help
win.
very
Yes.
badly. We're going to fix our
Jesus
borders.
is our
We're going to
Christ.
fix
Yes.
everything about our country.
Amen, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
We made
Hallelujah.
history for a reason tonight, and the reason is
Thank
going to
you.
be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is
Yes.
now clear that we've achieved the most incredible
We did it.
political thing. Look what happened. Is this?
Go ahead. Yes.
But it's
Yeah,
a
God
political
always
victory
beats
that
evil.
our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank
See you
the
back,
American
Chef.
people for the extraordinary honor of being elected
Yes,
your
yes.
47th president.
Yes, I'm ready to go out. I wish it wasn't like the time it is now. Look, I want to celebrate
And every
this.
citizen, I will fight for you, for your family,
Yes, he will.
and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body,
He
I will
means
not
that.
rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that they
Thank
deserve.
you,
This
Jesus.
will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Yes.
And in addition to having won the battleground states
Let's
of
go.
North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
We did it.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Wow. Won the popular vote. You see that, Kamala?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Yes.
And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And
Yeah,
sometimes
children
we
will have
did
a
2 or
future
3
in this country.
and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Whoa! Whoa!
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
He need to
I
go.
want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States.
All right.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he?
Yes.
You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know the enemy camp
He didn't say it like
certain
that.
networks.
He like, you better.
A lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely
Destroys them. Yeah. He destroys them.
Say a couple of words, sir.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're gonna have a great 4 years, and we're gonna turn our country around, make it something very special.
Praise God.
Lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that
Now
back.
Kamala could get her
We're gonna
word
make it the
salad
best it's
to
ever been. We can
back
do
to
that.
San
We just,
Francisco.
if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're gonna have to seal up those borders, and we're gonna have to
Yes.
let people come into our country.
Seal up the border.
We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
His campaign manager, yes.
Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice thing, we call it the ice thing, right? Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty.
They
It was
feel like
going 10,000
Kamala,
miles
you're
an hour.
fired.
It was
She's not
burning
coming
like
back.
hell. I said, what happened to your paint
Good
job? He said, we've
riddance,
never made a
Kamala.
paint that could withstand that kind of heat.
Good riddance.
And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon, that's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die, they had no communication, all the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink, is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's
They're
very
stealing
good.
from people.
I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson! Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something.
Listen, I can't wait to see all the news
We're
later on.
gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are
say, Kamala, you're
fantastic
fired.
people, and we can add
That's what you
a few
say.
names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American.
Everyone came together.
Muslim American. We had everybody.
All
And it was
Americans came
beautiful. It
together.
was a historic realignment.
All of
Uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know,
Yes.
we're a party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except when we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom.
Yes.
Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Wow.
901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Yes, he did. You won. For a reason.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it.
Yes.
Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
God bless you, Trump. He's president. Wow. Can you believe it? I was really worried. Thank you so much, Red Fox the Post. Yeah, I am so happy. I mean, I was really nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I was so nervous in the beginning. It just looked like no, we weren't gonna come through. Pennsylvania was gonna let us down. When we went there, it was just like they had it all sewn up, the Democrats, but God. But God, I wish Barron would speak. That would be kind of nice to see him say something. But it's great. This is what God, the will of God, and I am so happy that it worked out like this. We would have been, that's why they left and went home. She didn't even see her supporters. That is so, look, now everybody's trying to say hi to them. She didn't even, had the decency to the people that supported her like that, not even to address them like she's supposed to, and thank them for supporting her and being there and standing with them. She couldn't even do that. Pitiful, pitiful. Didn't deserve to be the commander in chief, that's for sure. But this is wonderful. I'm so happy. Now I can rest. Now I can sleep. And I know Thanksgiving is going to be kind of funny. My family is like, oh God. I know a lot of them wanted Kamala to win. So I'll try not to kind of, you know, just, have that, I guess, happiness about it. Well, I know my daughter's she's having a fit right now. So they campaigned really hard for her to win. She's a Delta, and I know her sorority and all of them. And she's totally in politics. So I got her involved, but I switched sides this election. So, you got to go with what's right. You have to go with what's right. More a candidate that aligns more with God. So the Republican Party at this point, they align more with my values. So anyway, I just wanted him to say, Kamala, you're fired. If he could have closed like that, that would have been it. But I guess he can't do that because you have to. You want the unity, and you don't want people all upset and everything. They're gonna be upset anyway, but you want to just keep the temperature down because he's the president for all people. It's not like half a country, it's for everyone. And that's how all, the people that we elect in office at that level, they have to be for all Americans, for all of us. So anyway, you think he's going to say it? I wish he would. Kamala, he won't say it, I'm saying it. Kamala, you're fired. I'm not going to do it loud like that because it's kind of late. But anyway, you guys, thanks for joining in. I can't wait to see, what's written, the Washington Post, New York Times, all that hatred, all that, one-sided, agenda that they had to bring him down. Everything was like, against him, and he still prevailed. And he's right. You would say for a moment like this, God had you. When she mocked God and said that they were at the wrong rally, she was right. Jesus was the wrong rally. You didn't want his name mentioned. That's the only time she had spoken without a script, unscripted. When she got that demon, got so angry, it just jumped out of her mouth. Yeah, they partying now. See, that's what I feel like doing. See, they there in Florida, so they gonna party the rest of the night. These people are they having a good time. So anyway. Thanks, you guys, for spending this time. We will be online later on today because I know everybody's going to be talking about it. With a lot of news media, we're going to hear more probably about some voting fraud and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to see how she responds and her campaign responds and all of that. But I just think that they really were lame. They tried everything under the book. Her and Obama and the machine. They tried everything. They like, let's just take them out. And they couldn't, God wouldn't even allow it. God said, turn your head now. So he wouldn't allow it. would allow it. So anyway, God bless you guys. We're gonna call it a night. You know, thanks for joining. My son, he went to sleep a while ago, so he just woke up a little bit when I said they was on stage. So anyway, God bless all of you. God bless your families. Hope all is well. We won. We won. We have the victory. So that's what's important, that we won. We have the victory. So anyway, good night. God bless.